Oh yeah, so it's going. I'm just setting all the stuff up now. Hopefully today I'm going to have a guest, a new person. It's always late, so why be like, sorry I'm late. But I tried to start right on time. But here's the thing: if I really was going to start right on time, checking all the audio. Um, it's always something I'd have to start early. So today I took a little afternoon nap. Woke up just about a quarter till 5. But I was here at 5. I had it running, and the camera wasn't working like I even needed at the time. It's on an icon or something, but it just felt like the computer was fucked up, so I had to reboot. But we might have a guest today, hopefully. Owen McDonald, who had a debate, a 4-hour debate with War Corpse. Okay, I'm gonna have to freeze that. I turned the audio, so that's all working. Obviously, I had the sound. Here is the page. Okay, I need to get the link without the EID part, is what we currently have decided. I have the chat open, so if somebody says it's not working, I'll try to remember to watch that. I'm getting my new sea legs, or close to it, but I got a lot of devices here, and sometimes I do forget what's going on. Like now, I guess put it in the description. I'm not even sure if I need to bother putting it on Google Plus. I shared it on Google Plus. Hey, all right, Owen, you saw the thing. And you are muted, but you can unmute yourself, obviously, or you should be able to. Here. Hello. Hello?
Hello?
Hello there. I got you. Okay, I was worried. So, yeah, sorry it's late, but often is. So it's nice to meet you. I'm glad you could make it.
Brilliant. Nice to meet you too. I mean,
So
I obviously live in a different time zone, so it's a bit later here in the UK, but
yeah.
it's not really a problem.
Oh, good. So, yeah, that's always an issue. There's a bunch of people that can't come from the UK. I'd like to switch times or have multiple times, but we have to always figure that out. And be realistic. It's been all I can do just to be, and I'm not that great at wanting to like at the same time every week, but I thought for the conversation, because I do think public debate, and in terms of like throwing together a topic of talking to you, and also, if you might not have shown up, it's still like, well, what's the topic I like to have? It's open, but you like to have some sort of thing. And it's basically, public debate and debate. I thought I like I said, I enjoyed your debate with War Corpse, and when I said you went easy on him or not, I'd like to talk about that, because I don't think you went easy on him in the sense that what I liked is he would say some crazy thing, and you'd be like, well, I don't think so, and then you just go on, and you went on with him, but you did actually bring up certain things, like for example, I forget what you exactly said or how much you called him on this. This is a similar topic, but more like. Um, when he was saying that people that perpetrate sexual abuse were generally sexually abused themselves, right? That shit isn't true. They just say that shit. It's just like common sense is obviously true. Like if it feels like it's probably true to them the way they look at it, they don't go check. And I thought you did give a good check on him, and I'm curious. I think it's difficult for many of us to have a debate. I certainly have. We've had kind of an alt-right debate here for months and months until the guy finally decided never to come back. And it was after I finally kicked him one time. But so I'm interested in that whole thing. But I mean, do you? I noticed you don't have a channel. You don't make videos of your own, or?
Well, I suppose my presence on YouTube isn't really like for videos.
Mm-hmm.
I've only recently sort of started coming into my views and been sort of public with them in terms of how I present myself on the internet. obviously I was there before, but I've not really been like leaving comments and stuff. So it's not been like of nature to me to just sort of make videos. I've more been the sort of person just to leave a comment on a video.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually discovered Warcorp 666 through looking up another, like I watch a lot of Lindsay Ellis's content. I don't know if you're aware of who she is, but
I think I probably, but no, I don't. Not off the bat, but it sounds familiar. I've probably seen it in the chain of,
yeah,
but
like
not too
she's
familiar. Not like I do watch War Corps and know right offhand who he is, but it sounds familiar.
yeah, but
So
she
you,
used to be like the nostalgia chick, but she makes these
oh,
editorials now, and
hmm
they're pretty good. But anyway, I was looking her up, and I see a video from Warcorp 666, essentially like his usual style of video, where it's just
right.
like him talking about an article or a video he's read or seen. And it was on Lindsay Ellis, and I watched a bit of it, and after a few minutes, like I got a pretty good like interpretation of who this person was. Like he's clearly alt right, he's clearly anti-feminist, and then he starts throwing all these like quite personal insults towards Lindsay Ellis. So it's like,
Yes.
ah, you're ugly, Doug Walker made you who you are, and along the lines of that, essentially saying that she like bought her way in, like she's not really a genuine critic because she's just like there by association.
hmm
So then I went onto his channel and watched a few more of his videos, and they were just really fascinating to me because it seemed like I've obviously we've all seen videos from like the alt right and people who are on that sort of wavelength of like viewpoint, but
hmm
Warcorp's videos were so consistent in how like vocal they were against everything. Like it almost felt like the like standard like views for the alt right, the anti SJW crowd. Like, it had all the
hmm
tropes, like anti
Yeah.
feminist, anti any like civil rights movement,
Right.
anti like gender, um, and just like a huge critic of Anita Sarkeesian, obviously, because you know that's
Right.
just like the standard one. Anytime she releases a video, like he just has a reaction video of him like playing the video in the background, and it'll be him just speaking over it. So he was just like quite fascinating to me. So around like I think the start of September or August or like the end of August or something, I started leaving comments on his videos, just like criticizing him, like calling him out and stuff. So and like I said in the debate, it was never personal or anything. It would just be like raising some issues of what he'd said, which would normally be like pointing out that his own arguments would be flawed because he's saying that, like, oh, feminism's not needed, but then he's making all these attacks on this woman's like appearance or something, or just looking like based solely on like criteria which would like not be relevant in a genuine argument. Like if you're making a point, then you don't need to attack someone's appearance to make it if it's a good point. But he would always do that. So I'd criticize him on that, for instance. There was a video on LGBT rights where he essentially said, "Oh, it's not needed anymore. They've got their equality." Essentially, like all his videos where he criticizes human rights and stuff will be just it's
hmm
in law, equality's been achieved, and
Right.
obviously, like that's not the case. So like because you just have to look at culture and stuff to sort of see well that's like not how society works, like you can't just say oh it's a law, equality is done. So I criticize him on that.
Yeah.
Not
So
to
the
say
thing is with him, don't you think? I mean, the thing about so I kind of my subscriptions are basically I try to get someone that'll act as some sort of an epitome for a set of positions.
mm,
Just a sec, my dog wants out of the office, and so he, like you said, he's sort of an epitome position wise, but he's also he's oddly sympathetic in the sense that there's a severe sense of naivete. Like he actually thinks, oh, equality, and a lot of people do, ordinary people who might not usually be the most vocal ones, right? He really
mm,
thinks, yeah, it's been achieved. We have the law. And there's just an extreme naivete that I think is hypocritical on some level because they know when life's unfair to them or whatnot. But
yeah,
maybe in
definitely.
those cases, they've said, yeah, but that's the way life is and you just have to buck up. And they really don't. Because okay, the part that seems automatically hypocritical, why I'm stumbling on speaking this angle of sympathy of how simple, that it's less hateful, but it ends up being hateful. How could you not think that, he'll say things like sexual, like like the physical judgments and sexual bias or sexual objectification it's even worse against men. and missing the point in kind of weird ways that I think, sometimes they look like you must know better, but in a way, I think he doesn't know better. I think he's, I've known guys like him and it's just easy. And he doesn't sit around hating, every woman in his life from his point of view. And so there's something, I think he sort of epitomizes that it's just a crazy naivete in a sense. But don't get me wrong, I think it's tremendously destructive that we have. It's the past, just clinging on strings of weird old ideas, and like the idea that people that do sexual abuse were sexually abused. The idea you can have a liberal person have this terrible traditional view, for example, in the sympathy of rape victims. Like they were the victim of a crime, but there's a traditional idea that, oh, that ruined you. How sad. You'll never be whole again. You are broken now. You know what I mean? And it's like where you blame the victim for now having become a monster, and you can go in your head, oh, well, that's just tragic, but now you're probably going to be, and that's not true. The victims of sexual abuse, the majority of criminals are not, sexual abuse crimes are not perpetrated by victims of sexual abuse.
Yeah. I mean,
But
certainly, like, sorry, were you going to say something? Or,
no, go ahead.
With sexual abuse, like, obviously, like, there are cases where, like, molesters or abusers have been raised in an environment where there's been, like, history prior, but it's sort of like creating an excuse and, like, allowing, like, the chosen argument to sort of get away with it by saying, oh, well, it's just down to this, like, sort of separating it out to, like, different factors which don't have anything to do with it and don't necessarily, like, create an abuser. That creates excuses, and that allows you to sort of divert your attention away from genuine problems, because if they do have to discuss, like, oh, this is an issue, then it sort of pokes holes in the narrative that sexting's over and stuff.
Right. See, this is what I liked about your debate, is that you tended to want to look at the balancing opinions, and actually what I had just been about to say, but I wanted you to go on, was basically on the same thing. Obviously, we know that a lot of crime is related to child abuse, basically, or economic abuse, whatever, people in really hard ways, people that were abused, or again in abusive, Compton environments or something. However, so there is this issue on that side of things, and why we might have some sympathy for perpetrators as we're figuring that out, as for example, trying to rehabilitate them instead of cut their hands off. But the thing is, what's funny about that is not most of the people don't end up that way because of that thing. And I think there's a part of this folk wisdom that they carry around, thinking that, women achieved equality or whatever, is from blaming broken people. Like when Columbine happened, there was a big movement of, oh, well, that's these people that were bullied and now they're broken and they become bad people. And it's not just those two, all of those nerdy, quiet kids walking around school, all potential school shooters, because some bully, was mean to them and broke them, but I got bullied too and I was strong, and it's sort of this, it's a blaming the victim thing that goes quite deep. So do you watch a lot of like videos of people you would disagree with, would you say, like War Corpse type, or other people you disagree with, to check the wavelengths, or how do you?
Well, sometimes. I mean, War Corpse is probably, like, it's got to the point with his videos where they're almost sort of like a entertainment in like a not like love to hate, but like you just want to hear what he's saying, because some of the things he says are like so ludicrous that they actually swing all the way around from like outrageous to sort of funny. Like where one of his recent videos, it's like ugly tranny or something. He spends like one of the points he's just laughing because the lady in question says like, oh, I get men come up to me in the bar all the time, and he just starts laughing because he finds that ugly. So things like that, like, I just find a bit like, what are you doing? Sort of funny in a way. But in terms of watching other people, I mean, I don't like watch loads. I watch like the odd Sargon of Akkad video. I might watch like a Shion a head video. I watched a betting video the other day and I couldn't stand him. Like with some of them, you can sort of see that not only have they got their political views, but they've got somewhat of a like charismatic sort of style to them. Like Shion Head, for instance, whilst I don't agree with many of her positions, she's a good entertainer. Like her videos are well made. Sargon and Thunderfoot are sort of the same in that they've got like good, like they're good vocalists. They know how to present a video. Bearing just came across as so like repugnant in the video I watched him in, which like I couldn't really watch any more of his content, to be honest. But no, certainly I do like to sort of check to see what like they are sort of saying, because I think it's important to sort of understand people you disagree with and sort of be able to sort of identify where their reasoning is coming from. Because for us to be like consider ourselves in the right and to be the reasoned ones, you have to sort of understand how people who disagree with you come to their opinions, because there's no point just sort of saying, well, we're right and you're wrong, because whilst it may well be true, like you're not achieving anything and you're giving yourself the impression that you're like arrogant, which is why I think coming back to the debate I had, like it's important to remain like sort of civil, like obviously criticize the opinions and be judgmental of the things he's saying, but not of the person. Like there's no point just going in and saying all these insults towards like War Corps, because what's it going to do but make you look like an aggressive, like almost like psychopathic person, where when you can allow like War Corps to do the insults and stuff as he does those videos, and then you make reason points, and then maybe his fans will say like faggot and stuff to me in the comments, but then a few people are going to see that and think, well, maybe this holds some weight. And that's generally the sort of approach I tend to have, or I'd like to have, with the alt-right and with these videos. Like you sort of need to go in with some like poise to you and stuff.
Yeah, no, and I think so too, and I do believe in the public debate, and that it's maturing, and that there's a purpose to it. And to War Corps's credit, right? And that's the part where there's a naivete or something, in the sense that he's not such a bad guy. He did the same thing with you. I don't remember him, less so than even a lot of people that are also fine, or less so than me, as far as slipping into the personal insults. Except, of course, you get the situation where some people can't take, well, that's just stupid, and to them it sounds like you just called them stupid, and that can happen to all of us. But I mean, he doesn't really go for the jugular, or he was asking, or like the way he approached whether or not you were gay. I don't know if you noticed that. He was like, I assume you're heterosexual, asterisk, not really assuming you're heterosexual, for like 5 times, until you finally said, well, you guessed right this time. But you know what I mean? So he's actually a polite person, but I've spent a lot of time at the parties over in the corner talking with the people, where the other people at the party are like, don't talk politics, philosophy at a party, it's party, and he's one of the guys that's like, I like having opinions, and mine, are done in 3 colors. This is what my style looks like. And so it's not like, because some of these things, they really are hateful. And when we're talking about the alt-right, or that Bannon guy that's running Trump's campaign and stuff, there's some people that are hiding, have really very hateful ways of saying it, and then they polish it, and there's a lot more. It's a lot harder to deal with them and go, I'm talking to a person that's okay on some level. On the other hand, it is hard to say that, because there's something very wrong about how okay this all really isn't. I mean, I don't want to be at this place in the United States where we have someone like Trump, maybe even possibly getting elected. Even being able to run and get on the news and have 20% would be questionable. So it's all dangerous, in other words, and I don't think they take it seriously. But I agree with you. I don't always do that, but I pretty much try to do that. And I think there's something very typical in the ordinary way of people that they take themselves just to be realistic and stuff. And I was kind of thinking maybe we could go. You seem to have listened carefully and given enough credence, and there's usually a grain of truth to various of even these ignorant sort of positions, in my opinion. And I thought you did the same thing. You really you give a lot of benefit of the doubt. You're way patient for other people to ramble on, which is a difficult quality. But I thought maybe we could talk like both about this subject, but also what, as somebody that's listened long enough to engage, one-on-one conversation, what's your perspective? For example, what is the deal with this women got equality in the West? I mean, because a thing as a reference point, from the beginning of this becoming a big topic in online arguing,
Mm.
it's like, look at the world. Feminism is a world issue. And I was telling him, it's like, look, it's good you want to bring some men's issues to the table. There are some ignored males issues and some patriarchal type things too. Like there is such a thing, I think, as the dispensable male. And so, obviously it's not equal. Women can't drive. Most places you could still hit your women. Rape isn't defined for a marriage.
Yeah.
It's possible. So, and then they'll go, oh yeah, but I'm talking about the West, which is like, well, you don't get to just talk about the West. So that's one thing. But obviously, even in the United States or the so-called West, it's not necessarily done. What about that? Attitudes, or just because it's illegal to fire someone because of XYZ doesn't mean they're not, obviously, right? How would they be in denial when it's just, or Trump saying, why haven't you solved all the problems, Hillary? And I've never been a big fan of Hillary. I think I've become one after this, but I would just be saying, if I was her, well, things are a lot better than they were 30 years ago. Somebody's making that happen, I mean, in terms of, everything, the attitudes of everybody. I mean, John McCain was making public jokes about how ugly Chelsea Clinton was in the 90s. An 11 or 12-year-old girl or what it was, and he's saying she's ugly, and there was a lot of examples. She looked like a dog. It was disgusting. And this was the mainstream people. And now they'd act like a big deal because only Trump would say such a thing. But then again, Trump's, obviously running for president, so that's scary. But anyway, so back rewinding with that kind of, again, trying to give credence on both sides. You let me lay out the thing. But to focus back in, I mean, what do you think their take is? I mean, I don't even know how to open the question. Is it even honest? Do they really think women are getting the equal shake now? Like, I don't know, 1978, and boom, it happened. Good morning.
It's a really interesting question, I think. I mean, certainly I can see both sides to it. Like, there's a side of me that thinks that, oh, well, they do like recognize it, they're just saying it. But then at the same time, like, I think there are people who genuinely think that equality like has been achieved. Like Walcott's, as you say, he's not like an idiot. He's clearly, he's a student of history, as he said in the debate. Like, he can clearly hold and view his ideas. When he's off camera, when he was in that debate, he's clearly like, he's not maybe like the most, he does swear a bit and stuff, but he's still a good speaker. Like, he can still like enunciate and stuff and like make his points. So it leads me to believe that he's not like some clueless guy. But I think when it comes to like the equality thing, people are in some ways a little bit naive, because what they see, like, men and women equal on law footing, equal with all the like discrimination acts and like work placement, like wages and stuff. And it's easy to sort of look at them and just say, oh, well, equality's been achieved. But then when like you don't have like when I suppose also when you've not seen it for yourself, it can be quite hard to sort of visualize it. And especially if you've lived through like a negative experience for yourself, like it can be quite hard to conceptualize it. But I think the way the alt-right has sort of grown on the internet and the presence it's had, where you've got these videos which sort of tell you that, oh, well, feminism is not right, and like sexism is like wrong because it's against men now, because women have got their rights and stuff, and because there's such a platform for it, because there's so many like channels which are like that now, it becomes easy for people to go onto the internet and essentially get their views that feminism is so bad. Like War Corpse is obviously like, he's got what, 4,000, 5,000 subscribers. Like, he presumably at some point would have seen the Thunderfoots, the Sargons, the mundane Mats and stuff, and sure, like he'll have been influenced by them. And I'm not trying to say like, hi, he's a sheep or anything, but
right,
when you've got these high profile like YouTubers making these videos all the time, and especially like Sargon, he's got why does everyone hate feminism series, or why do men hate feminists? Like, when you see a title like that and when you watch some of his videos, it becomes quite clear that like if you were like unknown like to the situation, you're not done your research, and these are videos you're watching, and yeah, it becomes quite easy to see why. I think also though, like some of the whilst I am a feminist and I am going to defend feminism normally, like I think some like feminist arguments aren't like said very well, or they're easy to like
Mhm.
take apart because they'll frame it in a way that will say like, um, men need to learn this, or men need to be taught this. Which then, like, if you hear that, like, and you're not sort of thinking contextually, it can sound very like patronizing, and it can sound like
Mhm.
you've been spoken down to. Which
Yes.
anyone, like, regardless of where you stand politically, like, you're going to like react negatively to that normally. Like, no one wants to be treated like a child, so
Right.
you'll end up kicking back against it and saying, "Oh, well, I'm not this. I don't need to be like taught not to rape and stuff." And
Mhm.
then like they end up going against it. And certainly when you hear words like rape and assault and sexist, like you immediately think of the worst sort of things. Like I mentioned it, I think, in the debate again. Most like rapists aren't like these people in like ski masks and hoodies, like in an alleyway somewhere. Like they're people, statistically it's proven that it's people the victim knows. But
Yeah.
people will hear rape and they'll think of some awful scenario of like a woman being like dragged off like to be raped, when obviously like that's not how most rapes happen, but
Right.
because they
Well,
associate it with that,
do you
that's what
know
happens.
the
Like,
George Lakoff by any chance? He's a cognitive scientist and linguist. He wrote "Don't Think of an Elephant" and "Whose Freedom Anyway" and the moral politics. Anyway, it's all about framing. Basically, people have these little roles. When you say doctor, you think a hospital and nurse and blah blah blah. And not only that, you think of the version from your culture. You know, in Sweden they
mm,
might have a little bit different kind of a doctor's assistant and whatnot. Whether they're men and women, all these roles pop in your head. And the rape is a perfect example of that. People hear rape and they're thinking of the dark alley. And so, how could, the judge? That's not the cognitive dissonance. Those don't fit together. Judge doesn't is wouldn't attack you in a dark alley, and so the actual thing of rape and that it's people, and stuff like that, is something that they can ignore. I think part of it too is people are just have this really simple one-dimensional thing. I think that you grow up a kid in the United States and it's, fair, not many bombs blowing up on your way to school. It's easy to think of the girls as the girls you noticed. You didn't notice the ordinary, geeky, not in the popular mainstream girl that kind of was in the same role, but you were noticing all the popular girls, and they seemed empowered to you, right? From
mm,
your point of view, they look empowered. You do anything if they even talk to you, you just so that's it. Boom. You can't. They can't imagine that they're empowered in this relationship with them in some sense, and that might be true, but that doesn't mean that there isn't still some sort of ridiculous bias overall in the world. They can't
yeah,
figure out that, well, because that power isn't like power in the society, and also that isn't everybody at the school. That girl might be able to use her extreme beauty or whatever and personality to, yeah, be powerful through her life and use it as a power. What about the 90% of the people? How are they actually living? And I think that's sometimes what they're missing. On the and so I've gotten into it. So there's one guy that hopefully he would come in at some point, but
mm,
I've been talking to him for years and stuff, and he also is kind of a liberalish, but he's certainly in this anti-SJW side. And I don't know how deep the liberalism goes or if it's going away, but we've been discussing about the rape thing, and that he says that it's not just is it normal to have rape fantasy for men and women, but like universal, that it's actually a universal thing. And I do think that there's a power dynamic, and obviously there could be bioevolutionary stuff. But if that's true, see, I've never wanted to say every man's a potential rapist, because I don't believe that. Right? I don't think that's true. I think
yeah,
some people are automatically repulsed by that. I also think ordinary, decent people could find that they have that, and it might be from the media, but it might also just be from the dark bowels of a million years of bioevolution. And as long as you don't do it, we can all handle it. We can figure that out. So, I can
mm,
play war games. I'm from the era of war and still be a peacenik and go in that direction, right? So, But anyway, if every man really is dealing with rape fantasy as natural, then teach boys not to rape is like the most technically, it's not even a metaphor anymore. It's like, hey, we all have this fantasy, and so rape fantasy would be natural, like malaria, and we would want to cure it like malaria, and so let's teach boys not to rape, because now teach boys not to rape is something we've debated a lot. Of course, I think that's a smart thing to do, and
Yeah.
that's one thing we could talk about why would teach boys not to rape be so offensive to them, especially if, and this is just one guy saying this, he thinks that, there's something natural about rape fantasy of men and women. Then it's like, teach everybody how not to rape and be raped. Don't encourage the rapey shit. How about that? Could we do that for the 21st century? But well, I just threw it all out there. I mean, I don't know if you have thoughts on how that all dynamic. I mean, didn't form it as a question, but
No, I get it. I've got three things, like, or three bullet points from what you just said.
mhm.
So firstly, I think that teaching boys not to rape, and the reason people like get against that is because that links into the every man is a potential rapist, which
Mhm.
I can see both sides to it. Like, again, when
Mhm.
you hear that, people think, again, I'm not a rapist, therefore it is bad. Like, they have a very straight, like, it's a black and white sort of thing, and you can see the logic to that, because obviously, like, as you said, people be repulsed by the idea of raping someone else. But
Mhm.
what I think it means more is that, like, for a woman in the United States, anyone could be a potential, like, target, making a targeter. So anyone can be like a person who will rape you, like, and especially like with the
Right.
idea that there's a lack of like knowledge about it from some like aspects of society, like, about like
But I think
what
you're making an
constitutes it.
apology, because I think that the birth of that particular line of reasoning was a radical feminist idea that no, all men have some rape fantasy. Like all men
Oh,
have a
rape
tendency.
fantasy.
It's a temptation, and which is what this anti-feminist guy Quintica was saying. Which is, so that's the weird example there. It's like, so what I'm saying is, I've agreed with you. I've always thought it was a little too much. I thought teach boys not to rape is okay, but I get the link, and I never did think that all men are potential rapists was the way to go about it. But if you have an anti-feminist that thinks, anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, I agree with you. I think you're making a. I think it's a little worse than that. I think that all men are potential rapists, because if it was just about the physical ability, then okay, yeah, you know what? All women are potential rapists. All inanimate objects under the force of gravity, given the right situation, could rape you too. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It
Well,
gets. But anyway, I'm sorry I interrupted. So I should just let you go on. I agree that there's a defense there that it's just a technical thing, but I don't like that either, because that's related to the idea that, well, you can only rape with the penetration of a penis.
yeah. I mean, certainly in terms of the structure of an argument, it's a little bit like on the nose. Like, even if you sort of understand it, when you hear it, even if you like sympathize with the argument or sort of agree with it, then it doesn't really like sound very nice to hear. So hence why
Yeah,
it's quite easy to sort of say, oh, well, this proves feminism is against men.
right.
Um, so I probably wouldn't be saying something along the lines of all men are potential rapists, but certainly it's important to like sort of get awareness about it.
What about
Coming
teach
on,
boys not to rape? What about that
oh,
slogan?
that's definitely right. That's or almost certainly you need to have like
Yeah.
sexual like education lessons in school, sex ed basically. Like, that has
Well,
to
so
be like,
Quintica throws back at me. Should we teach women not to, want to be raped in their fantasies or something? I mean, I don't know
want to
exactly. I
be
would.
raped.
Well, don't take it totally word by word, but yeah, he's been throwing it around like, so women, and then now we've got to the point where, fantasy isn't the same as really doing something. So it makes it difficult to formulate, but trying to give his side of the thing, it's like, should we teach women how not to get raped? They will ask.
Oh, that's a touchy question, really, isn't it? Like, I think certainly if you're saying on the one hand, teach boys not to rape and then teach women not to get raped, like, there's a contradiction in there somewhere, because on the one hand, you're like, I mean, society should definitely place the blame with the rapists. I mean, I think with the idea of rape fantasy, like, I think that probably is a poor terminology for a conflation of ideas. Like,
Hmm.
I would have said that like everyone has, again, as I said in the debate, everyone has sexual thoughts in the mind. Like, and apart from the people who identify as asexual, like you're always going to have like views of like people and what you find attractive. And yeah, it's natural to have sexual thoughts. I would hope that they aren't like rape fantasies. Like, I would imagine like maybe some people do like find it arousing, but I personally wouldn't find
Right. Well, me
like
neither. But
yeah
he is right about this, and his point in the sense that he was pointing out not only is this something that happens, there's been studies, but just looking at porn written by women, there's a lot of male domination and rape fantasy in that. Um, so that's part of the thing. I wonder where you'd be. I mean, because I've been just saying, yeah, I don't think that's healthy. And I don't think it should be illegal. And I think all of our unhealthy thoughts, I think we're like, mentally, I think we're like 1,000 years ago where everybody has lice and everybody has some sort of a skin fungus by the time they're 40, if they even live that long. And everybody, in our attitude about our mental health is kind of silly. So it's okay to want to play a war game, and that's kind of unhealthy too, fantasizing about killing strangers all day long. Yeah, it could be unhealthy on one sense, but we're also just turning it into a game and a narrative. And so you can have your rape fantasy porn, but it doesn't mean that it's okay. And we actually got into this because I've been talking with him years and years, but when Trump said this stuff on the bus, I'm like, see, you guys say there is no rape culture. There's another trigger word for them. I feel
yeah
so much like they're reacting exactly the way they say feminists are. And I think of a feminist as an activist, have worked with me, very hardy people, and don't react all hysterical, but they have so many trigger words. And it's like, if I do get really mad and anti-SJW, I'm pretty likely to go, oh, do you need a safe space? But anyway, now I forget what I was going to say. Oh yeah, rape culture. To say, look, if it's okay, if you're going to hear that and go, oh, it's just locker room talk on a bus, that's what I'm talking about, the rape
yeah
culture, right? If
exactly
you were joking about shooting people and stealing money, I'd say a crime culture. Yeah.
yeah
So you can't deny it exists and say it's perfectly ordinary, because that's what I'm saying.
yeah pretty much. I mean, the whole like Trump like campaign, how he's risen to fame is quite a like intriguing story, really, isn't it? I mean, certainly like the fact that someone can say all these things, which are so obviously backwards about women and about like sex, and then his fans and lots of people that even care, and it's not even an issue for them. That, yeah, as you said, that perpetuates the
Right.
fact that there is a problem with like rape culture,
Yeah.
because like he's saying all these things which pretty much define like sexual assault, and like his supporters don't even bat an eye. So
Right. And when people say, oh, and that doesn't mean you do it, and then, oh, it's the fantasy versus the thing, and the bragging versus, but Senator Sessions, U.S. Senator Sessions, when asked about that right after it came out, said he didn't see how it described assault. Like, they don't understand. Like, you don't know who you're dealing with. I felt the same way when Bush came in, and it's like torture was on the table. Yeah, I knew the CIA tortured people in secret and hidden, and it was illegal. Theoretically, you could catch those people. Yes, I knew that it was sanctioned, but I did not expect. I thought it was like in the closet. I did not expect it to be a public, hey, torture, good or bad. Torturing your enemies, good or bad, today on the Today Show. I mean, I did not expect that to enter into the debate, right? And I would not
mm,
expect what Trump described to not be understood as an assault. Of course, everybody does, and even the press and everybody that really, it is assault. There is no two ways. There's nothing vague about what he described, and yet
yeah
there's plenty of people out there, among the groups that say, and you can't get pregnant if you're raped either. So there's some incredibly regressive and old ideas out there that we're dealing with, and it's not all in old people. It's not all
yeah
just old people thinking them is the thing. So the other thing about rape culture, I think a lot of them have perceived. See, I kind of thought of this as, one, how do we have the debate in this country and democracy? Because I've been thinking about, obviously, we're not going to have, What's the compromises? Because they're going to be here when Hillary wins, and if Trump wins, I'm going to be here. I'm not going to be for the wall suddenly because Trump's president. So we're going to have to deal with each other. But also just like what kind of perspective do they have? And I found there's a simple understanding of culture. A lot of people, when I ask the conservatives about their hate for this term of rape culture, is because they assume they have a thing in their head that like the United States, and I assume it would be true in the UK or anywhere, but there's also differences, of course, in this national concept in different countries, but especially from the United States. So I don't know, but so I'll just say in the United States, they have this idea. If you say there's a rape culture, that's the United States. Like you're saying it's mom and apple pie and Christmas, as opposed to, I don't see that they think that way if I say there's a criminal culture in the United States, right? And the mob has a criminal culture, and people that talk to each other about their actions and sanction and accept and have jokes and attitudes that they share. And yet in the rape culture thing, they assume that you're accusing like the United States. So like they think I'm accusing myself if I say the US has a rape culture. Thanks. Okay. They think I was just talking to my wife. But as if I'm accusing myself of rape culture, right? The United States has a rape culture, therefore I'm pro-rape too, or something. It's kind of, it fails to start to make sense. I don't think they're getting. Whereas I think on the more progressive side, we have a different understanding of culture. Heterogeneous culture means there's pockets and gradients and overlap, maybe blurring between edges. But when I say there's a rape culture in the United States, it's like people at frats, sports, sports cultures at schools, and these subcultures have it stronger than other ones, and we see it in our main culture, like we were talking about with Trump or something. But it can be a tip of the iceberg, and it can be fading out, right? Or War Corpse. War Corpse, I think he'd actually stand up and stop a woman from getting raped. I don't see him going raping a woman.
No, neither
On
do
the
I.
other hand, he might be somebody that needs to be taught not to rape. I'm not sure what he would do with the passed out girl that had said, "Yeah, I'm gonna have to sleep with you later," and then passed out. So because, and that's where the teachable moments where maybe, but it's not like somebody that is aggressively like Bill Cosby turns out to be. It's like, yeah, I could sleep with women consensually, but I prefer to rape them. So if that's not rape culture, and if you can't talk about that when people are talking to each other in their locker room about it. But that's been another great thing, because that was my first stop. And I'm a programmer, not into sports, but a lot of people pro sports are like, I spent a lot of time in locker room, and that's not it. And I've seen people, some comedians and stuff, making the joke, because the locker room topic in the U.S. might be, oh, she's got big tits, I'd love to this and that. And this and she would like, as she would come, she thinks I'm great, she wants it, all of this kind of rude stuff. That's different than, I just go assault them. You know what I mean? Crude talk is a different thing, and they don't get that difference. But anyway, so I mold things together. So I think, what do you think about this idea that I think there's a problem on the right not understanding how cultures work? That it's like concentric circles and Venn diagrams. It's not just like one culture. Yeah.
No, definitely. Again, certainly with like rape culture, like it's this lack of understanding with it, and the lack of like knowledge about what it actually constitutes. Like you said, like the idea that like the United States is a country of rapists is like sort of the impression I get they understand from it. And like certainly when you go back to like
you got the same kind of feedback you're saying on that topic.
That's the sense I get. Like when you say, there's a rape culture, like people hear in their heads, like we are a country of rapists, or like all men are rapists, and then they just instantly like renounce it. And I think it goes back to the idea that perhaps like maybe at another time some of word it differently, but then it's easier to ignore. Like that's why, for instance, feminism is the name of the movement, not egalitarianism, because egalitarianism to someone who's not in the know or someone who's not aware sounds very much like a branch of like vegetarianism or pescatarianism. Like, and it's easy just to push to a side because like how's that going to sort of catch on in the media? Feminism, meanwhile, has fem in the like name, doesn't it? So That way, you instantly know femme is female. So then the idea that women still face inequality comes to the forefront, and it's much easier to address. Hence why, like, so many people say, "Oh, I'm not for feminism. I'm for equal rights," or "There's no rape culture," because they don't like the like buzzwords, and it's easier to make arguments against it.
Well, right, you know, and there's another thing too. I noticed Sargon and War both do this thing where it's like, this is why nobody cares about this thing, they'll say, right? Like I
Yeah.
was just watching War Corps review this allegedly feminist dating app or whatever. And he's responding and that nobody cares about that. Or Sargon made the "Bye, Michael. This is why people aren't taking your crap. This is why people hate feminists." And it's like, no, we're here. We're still here. The half of the people, at least the growing half, because I'm 48. I know what it was like in the 70s, and the trend's going in my direction. I'm sorry. I don't feel it slipping away, right? I'm the kind of kid that in high school, nobody was coming out. No, you did not admit you were gay.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, even those of us that thought, well, you could be gay, we just thought you didn't find out that soon, which was stupid. Of course you would. And so it wasn't until like 5, 10 years later. Um, and so that's how, or like I said about joking about Chelsea Clinton being ugly, those kinds of things, I just don't see. So that's part of the culture thing where they know these people. And it's like when I was, however old I was in 80 when Reagan won, um, I didn't know anybody that liked Reagan. I thought he has no chance of getting reelected. And yeah, because you don't know those people. They're out there. And by the time you're an adult, you can just remember, oh yeah, there's people that believe in the young earth creation. There's people that believe in the, you know, Michael Moore's still going to sell tickets. So it's part of the misunderstanding the fact that culture isn't just one thing. It seems to me almost
Yeah.
like a psychological thing because they're smart enough to know, well, obviously. And if you argue with them, they'll go, well, obviously. But then they'll go right back to, oh, yeah, but I come up with this with Quintica right now with the feminism. He wants to, I have to defend I have to defend the scum manifesto, right? Some woman says she's a feminist, bit crazy, interesting person, and writes something, and now I've got to answer for it. That's not how
Yeah.
groups really work.
No,
That's not what a
exactly.
group really is. It's
That's
not
a
a.
you That's like that's what like that's a massive like point you've just made there. Like the idea that like as soon as one feminist has like slipped up and said something, or there's one like slightly off person in the movement, the entire movement's now invalidated. Like not only is that such a bad way of arguing, but then surely that can apply to your side of the movement too.
Why don't they
Like,
get that? That's because they know in this particular area, they know I could go 3 seconds and find the most misogynistic
yeah,
video or comment, and they would say, "Oh yeah, but so what?" So how could you be that hypocritical about how
yeah,
you think about
exactly.
things? It's hard to imagine.
Like, and these people, like, as they said, they know this. Like, Thunderfoot is a PhD. Like, there's no way he's not like
Mm,
realizing half his points are like full of rubbish. If you want for want of like a better term, like these people, like when they make their videos with like the little buzzwords like feminism failed or something, or like um cringy SJW loses argument or something, like
right,
you go into the video like with your like immediate preconceptions, so you're naturally looking for the areas where the person has failed rather than actually listening to their points, which obviously like seems a bit weird for
yeah,
us because we would judge a video like for what it is anyway. But then for
right,
someone unaware, like you've been preconditioned to like look for flaws. So it's
yeah,
far easier when you're being told this person is wrong to see where they're wrong, especially when you've watched like 10 of their videos before and like
right.
have the idea that feminism is flawed.
Well, I
Yeah.
think the thing is interesting is that, and it includes to us, it's something for us to always figure out, is there's more blind spots where the brain paints over a patch, a photoshops what you see. And we know that actually happens neurologically, physically. It obviously happens so that someone like Thunderfoot is ignoring that. But I also see that we are butting heads. Like the one part of this is the hobby, the fun part. We get to butt heads. We should be able to be blunt and things like this. So we are butting heads. So there's a point of like, you could go ahead and declare who demolished who. It is a little bit silly, and it's really silly when we're watching a presidential debate and they
Yeah.
feel like even the press has to say who won, and because at that point the stupid thing is to say there was that kind of a winner. I mean, it was more like
Yeah.
what information was put up because of it, not global warming. What information? That would be the smart question. So, but anyway, declaring victory, fine. I always think it's part of the game, part of the game. But when people declare the decline of their opponents that they have been arguing with, I guess they don't realize it, 1,000 years is about to disappear. At that point, I'm just like, okay, this isn't just butting heads, and you got to talk, like we're rapping, you got to talk
Yeah,
yourself up.
exactly.
It's beyond that into the okay, you need to learn how to talk self-effacing talk that makes you seem tougher because you're not so sensitive or something. Anyway, so one thing going back, I think relates to this too, is one thing I've said to them right on, because the first when I noticed this MGTOW stuff a few years ago and some Lonely Hearts Club kind of stuff, and then incel and voluntary celibacy and related things, and then became MRA. By the time this MRA term, I noticed it, I was like, okay, that's great. I'm intersectionalist, mostly a peace activist, but it includes everything and it's all related. I'll go find it, if I can find what the issues are. And there actually are some issues, that you do start to hear at least, and some of them are just other issues like labor and whatnot. But okay, so what I was telling them, because I battle a lot with my own activist allies, right? And because I don't like the dogmatism and authoritarianism, and we always debate over strategy. So, it's a little Machiavellian, or maybe it's just how geopolitics works. I think since I'm open about it, it's fair. But I think people can be counterposed to each other. So if you have a whiny campus movement that seems a little bit, first world problems, it's a perfectly fair thing to go to those feminist groups. And since you're arguing with them, go ahead and tell them, hey, why aren't you picketing the Saudi Arabia embassy? Call them on stuff. They have a missed opportunity if they
Yeah.
were really activists. See, the men's rights activists, they do not qualify yet as actual activists, mostly as a group. There are individuals, for sure.
Yeah.
I could tell you a couple of them, but mostly that's the problem. They don't think they're not really trying to achieve that. It really is what we classically call a reactionary movement. It does not have a plan of its own. It's just like, oh, they've gone far enough. It's overswung pendulum and all that bullshit with no
Yeah.
positive statement of how things should be. Because like War Corps isn't going to go, yeah, we should be able to rape women. Should be like old days. You should be able to
Yeah.
rape your wife. So he's not even going to advocate for the rollback of half the things feminism has achieved, and it's very much just reactionary, which means it's smoke and light.
Yeah,
But in a
exactly.
democracy, you can still reflect and elect, Trump.
Yeah. Now, with you made a really good point about the debate with Trump and Clinton. Like, people so often just see like the debate, the election as just like, Trump versus Clinton, and solely those two people. Hence why they're saying, Clinton's so corrupt, we have to have Trump just to avoid having her. When, yeah, maybe she's not the best politician, and I'm no fan of Hillary Clinton for sure. But think about what's going to happen if you vote the Trump in, and then by default fill both houses with Republicans, like,
Yeah.
who don't believe in climate change, have awful stances on gun laws. And I think all these people who are essentially coming out, like a channel like Saga Novakad saying like, that we don't want Clinton, it's easy for him to want Trump in because the negatives of having him in, so like presumably loss of abortion rights, loss of like benefits and stuff, like no taxation, so like the lower class is going to be worse off. They're not going to affect him as badly because he's like upper middle class, upper class, whatever. He's got a tidy income coming. Actually, no, he's British, isn't he? I'm
Yeah.
thinking straight. On a second.
I think he does have a decent income, and good for him. He's definitely a good broadcaster. I don't begrudge him. He's an interesting character. We can maybe put aside some time to talk about him, actually,
Yeah,
because
sure.
of the way he has turned on the alt-right. Or not even turned on him, but just made clear, no, because I think he understands groups.
Yeah.
He
No, I think
does
he's quite
this
smart too.
claiming victory thing, but he actually does understand individuality, not necessarily that subculture stuff, but I mean he understands he doesn't feel like he has to go along with that group because he's making money off of videos
Yeah,
towards him and stuff.
like,
You know, there's some glimmer of there's some he's and also he has a good voice and he performs that kind of informational stuff
yeah,
well enough that okay, hey, you got a skill, you get to be on that side because we need people of every position, including the
definitely.
ludicrous ones. We don't need them to make up ludicrous ones for entertainment value, but if it represents an attitude and it's honest, then either it represents a group of people that'd be going, yeah, that's what I'd like to say, or it's so individual. You know, maybe an individual that's being honest is also like, that's peculiar. So both of those interest me, and certainly I think Sargon and War Corps both there's a typical, you know, regular guys are
Yeah,
thinking
no,
that
definitely. Like,
way.
I don't for one second think War Corpse is like what he's like on camera in his actual life. And Sargon, I've heard, like, he's made videos which I actually agree with. Like, his videos on the voting system are actually quite good. Like, the idea that we should move away from first past the post, that's quite decent. Like, and when
Oh,
I've heard him,
so what was he saying on the voting systems?
well, essentially like a rundown of why first past the post isn't a good system, which
Right.
I'm a huge
So
advocate of reform. Like,
well,
so
we just voted, or we vote in a couple days, but I did early voting. We have IRV, or actually it's ranked choice voting, whatever, same thing really, here in Maine to come. And I sure hope, and I felt bad because I didn't really tell people and evangelize. And then because I just thought, why wouldn't people pass it as soon as it goes on? But people are like, I don't know what that is. I was worried that the you know, that Nader would get elected. You know, I mean, it's just. Anyway, so yeah, I guess maybe that sounds familiar now, but I haven't really seen those video of his. Yeah, I also agree with that. I can't understand why anybody wouldn't agree with it, other than party operatives that know. Like we've actually had this happen where the governor the last two times here won because of a split vote between two sides, more you know, a Democrat and
yeah,
a liberal independent, and
yep,
he's very Trump-like. And so if you're in his staff, yeah, I understand that those people would be like, no, we don't want IRV because we're winning off of the bubble of math not working in democracy. We, you know,
yeah,
but in general, you know, Bush, a lot of people, and he probably, and maybe, and I don't really think he did, but lost because of Perot. Uh, it goes both ways. There's, you know, it's like,
yeah,
so
exactly. Like,
any citizen that's thinking long term and not actually a campaign worker that year where it's going to go the one way or the other, how could they be against it? And the answer is traditionalism. My own cousin was like, I don't know, it sounds like you get an extra vote. If your first vote didn't work, you get another one. That doesn't sound fair. And I'm like, no,
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 exactly.
it's like math. What's the goal of this?
Bang
So
on.
yeah.
Like, with the like you said, like, for instance, in this country, we had a Labour government who won three like landslide elections in a row, and voting reform was pushed then, and they didn't want it because like they were like, oh well, we're not going to lose. We've got all these seats. We're never going to lose to the Tories. And now all of a sudden, it's the other way around. The Tories the Conservative Party have control,
Yeah.
and now voting reforms push on them. But they're saying, oh well, no, we didn't need to. And now they've actually reduced the number of seats in the House of Commons so that it's now even easier for them to get elected.
Well, this is a problem in the United States is when a new wave comes in the coattails and you have the president basically getting to replace everybody at the DNC, you only have short-term thinkers. Sure,
Yeah,
there's long-term thinkers in the party, but they don't get to run the party long-term.
yeah,
And the only
exactly.
time you see people running the party long-term is where they really aren't a political faction of their own and they're willing to adopt. You know, you don't need a new guy. Rance Priebus will go, okay, no, Trump is it. You know, he'll adopt. He's sycophantic or whatever. He'll channel that, and that's a problem because if you had a party operative that's worked on a bunch of campaigns, you only have to remember 15, 20 years to realize, look, we're in power. This is our chance to not have this happen to us when we're not as powerful, when we're not having
Yeah,
landslides. Right now is our chance to do something for the future when we're weak. We could give ourselves a tool that'll make us less weak then. And in that case, you only have the conservatives could conceivably long term be against it because they've got to play these gerrymandering games. The demographics in the United States are entirely slipping away from them.
yeah, exactly.
And so, you know, but then why wouldn't the Democrats do it? And I think one reason is we really get whoever the president's political operatives they fan out. They take over the DNC, and they get positions in all of the other. If they're winning, you can bet a lot of little lieutenants that were in Obama's campaign were the head of campaigns for various Congress people and senators. You
Yeah.
know,
No, exactly.
subsequently, 2 years later, 4 years later, and so they sort of take over, and they think very too short term, which is a problem I have in general with the world right now. Another thing I wanted to say, and by the way, Infinity, hey, I assume you're not having trouble talking, right? I don't think I put it on. I'm going to put it on approve, but it wasn't on
Yeah, I
approve
think
yet.
everything's good.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
listening.
So the other thing you were going to say, I thought this was interesting, and I think maybe I don't have a difference of opinion in the sense that we agree, but maybe there's a take. So this thing about feminism versus why you can't call it egalitarianism or humanitarian, I think you made a good point. But the other point is this: if you're going to clean your house, you're going to clean your whole house. You clean it one room at a time, and when you clean one room at a time, you clean different things in that room. You can't say, I'm into cleaning the toilet. The toilet needs to be cleaned. No! Clean the house! No, clean the bathroom! And I've been trying to tell them this because they think like feminism is something, like Quintica was saying, isn't it creepy when you go to a party and you announce, I'm a feminist, I'm a male feminist, that would creep women out. And it's like, that never happened. I only call myself a feminist in the sense that 8 years ago, people on YouTube are asking, could a man be a feminist? And I thought, that's yes, yes. And so I
Yeah.
consider myself a feminist. And what does that mean? Well, Quintica think it means you're in some club where you should, and Workhorse did this too. And actually, he used this on you. I think this was his white supremacist meme. That is what he meant by it, if I'm getting that correctly. With the, why would you want to be associated with those people? And I'm like, I'm not associating with them. You're projecting that association on that. But anyway, so okay, but back to, so the thing is though, feminism means that you're cleaning up a gender inequality against women. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm cleaning the sink. Are you into cleaning the sink? Do men believe in clean toilets? Yes, I believe in clean toilets. Well, what about your house? What about the kitchen?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, so I think this is a fundamental thing that it's a word game. It's a pretty deep word game because I think we can tend to even fall for it for our side. And it's such ridiculous semantics, and yet there's something important. It's the difference between, I'm a feminist, so I've joined a club. Show me where the Bible and the manifesto is. Just like when West discovered Hinduism, and Hinduism was a religion, where's your Bible? They don't have a Bible. We projected that it was the Vedas. We projected it, they had to have, and it's the same kind of thing. So you're feminine, whereas I take it just as more of a litmus test. Like, you could accidentally be a feminist if you saw that something was unfair against the girls in your local school district and you fixed it. You were a feminist activist. Really?
Yeah,
I did
exactly.
that without thinking. And it's like, yeah. So in a way, a lot of these people are feminists in the sense that they will tell you they're for women getting, a fair shake. And if a woman's going to work just as hard, then she should get an equal pay. And she will, God dang it, that already happens. They are actually feminists by my definition because, yeah, they will not actually advocate for something they think is an inequity. They might think that women getting catcalled is a compliment to the woman, so they're not against it. But that's different than if they knew it was degrading and were like, yeah, but women deserve it.
No, exactly. I mean, certainly, like, if you take the arguments and the actual like concepts of feminism and apply it to people, like most people, if not the majority of people, are feminists because no one, like, few people who are like straight thinkers and like actively like thinking about things are going to say, oh yeah, I'm for the inequality of women. Like, no one's just going to come out and say that, and people will like stand up for their female friends, or like they'll say, oh, that's unfair if they see it. But when you call it feminism, it has all the like negative trigger words, I guess, and people are conditioned to go against it.
Well, see, that's the funny thing too. So they do enable people, and there's plenty of videos and religious people are like, women shouldn't have the vote or whatever. Or Trump saying, Roe v. Wade, it's going to automatically be overturned. Not necessarily a feminist issue, but obviously the feminists are the ones that have protected it. So they're the ones sanctioning. They are front men for people, like in the sense that Trump's a little bit racist. He's also come out against David Duke years and years ago. You know, and he's kind of a liberal Republican, New York Republican. So, but he really is the front man. I mean, there's reasons, obviously, that all these white supremacists are supporting him. And so, if you really had a, hey, disassociate yourself, you'd think that that would be important to them, you know. And I say that if that meant that I had to somehow take blame for everything Anita Sarkeesian said, no problem. She hasn't really said anything that I have trouble with. My thing is, I think there's better thinkers out there, and if you're going to tell me she's the #1 feminist, it's like you don't get to decide that.
Yeah, exactly.
But if I had to defend the Scum Manifesto, even, well, I have had. What am I saying? I have had. I've had to go, no, I don't think that that's right. All men should not be castrated. Let me put my foot down. But do they come along and, you know, Trump can't be bothered to say something to against the white nationalists? I think that means he does accept their support, whether he really is that radical or not, because I think he probably isn't. But I think idiocy and pseudo intellectualism equals fascism, and so I think we would have terrible, terrible things happen in the wings of the people that feel empowered by a Trump situation. I think it'd just be really terrible. Worse than the robbery he would do, and worse than even the potential for war, though that could be serious. I think the civil unrest and violence that you'd see of people, it would be like, what's that movie where you get to kill people once every 10 years or whatever? Yeah, The Purge. It'd be like The Purge, having him president.
I certainly like the idea that you could just like these people have seen Trump rise so prominently at the Republican Party, like not even because he like runs for president like every year. It's like a running gag, and then all of a sudden this year, like he shoots up the top of the polls. He's now like he could very well be winning this election on the 9th of November.
No, he never ran before. He hints at running. He hints at running. I think I might. They've been asking him since the 80s. Oh, no, I wouldn't want to. And then he's always in there. And then sometimes he's coming out with and he snuck up on it in the open, kind of a thing. That's one reason nobody
ran for president before.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he did.
When?
He failed the first time. That was when Romney won.
Look,
I don't think. Yeah, look that up. I think he didn't end up running. He just acted like he was, and he was doing the birther stuff and putting himself in there in the public eye. I don't think he declared. He never ran in any of the primaries.
In 2012, in 2011 he announced he wouldn't run for president in 2012, but they'd like done polls on him when he was below 17% in the primaries polls in 2011. So I don't know if he ever put himself down for it.
Yeah, they put him in polls because he's all unlikely and could, and they treat him, and in the end it ends up like he's one of the people running, but he never had to deal with the scrutiny of a real campaign.
I thought he had run.
Yeah, no, I totally understand why, and he's been doing that shit since the 80s. I have hated this guy forever because, you know, born in 67, 70s, we're told everything's going to become free. Living in California, I thought racism was over and stuff. Hey, they figured it out. Isn't it amazing? Only old people are racist. And, you know, and then the 80s came where all the baby boomers started going, we're not hippies, Dad, we'll take that job that you offered over at the plant that we own. And they all went back and became greed is good. And that's where Donald Trump's, you know, stardom came from. He's a greed is good poster boy. Yeah. How homes of the rich and famous, you know. This is his bread and butter, and he's basically, when you're not paying attention to him, he's still on TV and radio mentioned just about every day. His penetration into the bladder of, you know, just a rare trace element in the American culture. It's just been constant since then, and it's all about greed is good, and it's good to be an asshole.
Like
and you know,
pure capitalist in every sense of the word.
And also just, well, he always seems like he would like to be like a Hugh Hefner, but he does not have the, oh, and by the way, classy thing going. You know what I mean? It's like sexist and charming, and but he's 007-ish. But he thinks he has that part as well, when in reality he's, you know, what he does have, and maybe this is to his benefit and why he has this working man thing, is the Howard Stern. You know, he's regular Howard Stern. He could, you know, he'll go ahead and, no, I can't say I do treat women fair, and he thinks that's being a rascal, right? And I think we're getting
Yeah.
back down to the difference between saying, you know, I could seduce any women, they're easy, and that being disgusting, and saying, I just rape them. You know, the difference, the subtle difference between a womanizing in, or demeaning women by objectifying them, as you describe, you know, to your friends, some, you know, fantasy, versus that fantasy being about, I don't have to treat people fair. You know, I think it's fair to, like this is maybe an interesting question, like fantasizing about having so much money and power that people make things easy for you sexually or any other way, versus, you know, fantasizing about being Attila the Hun and their women screaming like you don't want it easy.
Yeah.
You like Bill Cosby has become this thing. Actually, he's an epitome. It's hard to describe this. I need to go ahead and rely on that. I loved Bill Cosby in the past, but you know, he could sleep with women consensually, beautiful, endless number of women. Some guys want to rape someone, and maybe they don't want them squealing. They want the knocked out necrophilic version, and that happens. And there's a subtle difference that I don't know. People have trouble, even liberals, distinguishing that difference. I think Trump has helped make it easier. I mean, the reaction to what he said on that bus, and it not being rape, but assault, I guess, too, showing there's a gradient. You know, it's not always from 0 to in the alleyway. No, that's why we would teach boys not to rape, because there's a gradient there where sometimes it could be confusing, especially, you know, you could get easily confused when you're feeling attractions and stuff. So
exactly, yeah. No, there's always a gradient with like loads of different elements of life. Like the problem with so much of like media criticism and like the way we view like culture is that people just look at it in a black and white, like right or wrong sort of morality scale, and really that's a very naive way of like looking at life, because you can't just like say you're either a rapist or a good person. I looked at I watched some really good videos on not quite sort of this sort of thing. It was primarily on sexism in video games. It was by Innuendo Studios, by a guy called Ian Danskin.
Okay, don't know him.
He's not like hugely well known, but he's essentially really good videos on as like basically saying like, or describing sort of the rise or prominence of sexism in video games and stuff. And it sounds a little bit rubbish, but it really isn't. It's really good. But
do you think? Go ahead.
No, well, all I was going to say was that like he essentially like shows that like people think that rapists and sexists and stuff like are one sort of person, and therefore anyone who suggests that good people like themselves who aren't rapists and sexists are sexist, they are the bad people. Hence why feminism gets such a bad stick, and hence why like Trump's comments don't get. Like, people don't see it as a problem because they're like, oh, well, Trump said it, but as he said, he's just a rascal.
Yeah.
So it's
but see, this is a trick for us. We could say, no, we're not saying that you're a rapist just because we're saying there's a rape culture. We're saying, since you're not, could you watch out for it? The reason that isn't good enough is, no, we're saying, well, could you look inside yourself and find out? Because sometimes it's hiding in there. So, for example, among liberalism, I mean, I had a friend in my 20s. It just happens to be an example I use, and that was way long ago, so I mentioned it. You know, we were discussing Clockwork Orange. You know that film?
Yeah.
So the rape scene, which is particularly brutal, and I was like, I couldn't believe, you know, I was 13 when I snuck and watched that movie. And he was like, he found he was titillated by it. Oh, really? Now, talk about locker room talk. This isn't something you just tell someone that isn't a close friend. Because he was like, yeah, it's pause for thought. I am looking in my own brain. And what? What? You know, he didn't expect to have that kind of reaction to that kind of thing, but he hadn't thought around thinking about it, right? Or he might have figured out. And that's the thing about media. So we can't, like when we're talking about the subculture, rape culture, meaning, well, it's a subculture, like a criminal culture. It doesn't mean you have any part of it. And we're pointing out, no, not everybody has a rape fantasy. On the other hand, I don't think as liberal, you know, as social activists, we can't spend too much time putting them at ease, saying, no, 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 not you, other people in the
Yeah,
back
exactly.
alleys, because we need them to realize, no, you need to think about it. You need to realize there's a lot of decent kids that might think if she was just about to have sex with you and passed out, that's not rape. And it is. So we've decided that's across the line. So let's discuss where the line, you know, that's why psychologists and psychiatrists and doctors and lawyers, they have ethical rules, because sometimes it's obvious, but sometimes it's tricky. So we need them to introspect. So but on
Yeah.
the other hand, it's sad because a lot of the reactionism is definitely to, they think they're being called a rapist.
Yeah.
People like War Corpse feel like he's being called a rapist, and he knows for sure he would never rape a woman
Yeah. No,
because
exactly.
he's not tall enough and strong enough. But no, I'm just kidding.
I think people just need to like accept that sometimes things that people say are going to make them uncomfortable. It's like with racism, when you talk about that, and there's like some white people, obviously not yourself, but like some white people get uncomfortable when they hear people talk about racism because like they sort of have a perception that they're being spoken about. And yeah, they may not be a racist, but they still have to acknowledge that there are problems. And like with sexism, like with any sort of discrimination or like an index of inequality, like you have to, if you're on the benefiting side of it, then you have to accept that, yeah, things aren't fair and you have to speak about it. And yeah, it may make you feel uncomfortable, but that's just tough. Like, think about how you're feeling, but then think about how the people who aren't like in the position of the benefits are feeling. Like they're obviously in a worse position. So it's somewhat
Well, you know,
like,
people think, hey, I just like what I like, man. You can't change what you like. Oh yeah, you can change what you like. It's called acquiring taste, and you can acquire and deacquire, and it happens on its own. And frankly, if when you felt uncomfortable, like you were being accused of being a racist or a potential rapist, if you just thought it through and figured out what kind of situations that might apply, you know, and figure out until you're confident what kind of person you are in that regard, and then that feels really good. And even if you end up being a racist and you end up going, hey, you're right, I am a racist and I want my own country, fuck all you other racists, you feel better at the end. You should just go do that walk and find out that it's what they really are. Is like, I think a lot of this, I mean, might be people that don't want to find out if they're racist or not.
yeah,
Racism's a
exactly.
bad thing, and they'd rather not find out and face it. They
Yeah,
don't realize if they find out and don't like it, then it'll change. If you find out something about yourself that you don't like, it'll naturally change unless you do things to stop it from changing. Like guilt is something where instead of changing, you just feel bad. And the fact that you feel bad means you're not such a bad person in their head. That's why I don't like guilt. But you know, on the racist thing, a few years ago, I just got tired. I have some conservative relatives, and I like arguing with conservatives and liberals and everybody. But
yeah,
you know, it's like you guys call everything racist. So a few years ago, now it's a running joke, and my most of my family's used to it, and certainly in the house. But that's racist. We just, anytime you can call something racist, or especially if there's no way it has anything to do with racism. Um, and I can't think of an example, but and it's really funny because when I did it with my mom and my stepdad, who have become and are real conservative, they think it's much more complicated than that. But um, uh, they never realized it was a joke. You know, even though I
yeah,
start
yeah,
singing the thing that I do to signal it's a joke, because I understand it can put people on edge, but I just figured, okay, I'm a liberal. I call everything racist, and so just do that. And then I sing the Lego Movie song. everything is awesome, but I sing everything is racist. Everything is racist. And, and just to convey that this is a kind of a joke, because I kind of feel like we ought to be able to to ask ourselves.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, exactly. Like, context makes that joke funny. Like, when we do a sort of similar thing in my family, like, well, I'll be like, oh, I prefer white bread, and be like, oh, supremacist, or like,
yes,
racist or something.
exactly. No, if somebody said I like white bread in my family, we definitely say that was racist.
I mean, speaking from personal experience, we were touching on like the idea that people don't want to find out whether they're like bigoted in some way. Like, I remember like 4 or 5 years ago, we all like sat down somewhere. I don't know who it was on TV, but like I was explaining to one of my siblings, like, oh, this person is like racist and sexist and stuff. And then my mum was like, oh, well, you're a bit sexist, Aaron. And I like instantly like, oh no, I'm not sexist, and like arguing for like an hour straight, like insisting that I wasn't. And then like when you think about it afterwards, or when I like thought about it after that period, I was like, oh well, maybe like some of my behavior has been somewhat chauvinistic, and maybe I'm not someone who says like, oh, women shouldn't vote, but at the same time, the way I speak about women and the way I view them, like, there are elements of that could be deemed as sexist.
See, calling you a cuck, this whole thing of like calling you or me a cuck, it's because of that. That's what they want to avoid. It's like, you should never give in and think for a second. Maybe you are, because look at how feminist you already are, and even you have to see they'll never stop making you think about if you're sexist. On the other hand, you can go, you're sexist, because there is some reverse sexism. I mean, some of the stuff from the MRA is like the dispensable male or disposable male. You know that concept?
I'm not aware of the exact one, but it does.
Well,
sound
they say
like...
there's this concept of the disposable male, that men are just meant to be used up. Go out and do something dangerous. I hope you come back, or whatever. You do this stuff. You get your muscles and joints, aching by the time you're 60. You do this stuff, and so if you're willing to face, oh, maybe I am a little sexist, or with my wife and I, we've had a situation that looks traditional, with her doing all the cooking, and I've been contracting, we've talking about that, and even had a little bit heated about, is there a sexist attitude to that? If you just happen to be in a pattern but not for the traditional reasons, and you haven't always been in that pattern, how does that, but the thing is, if you do that, and I've done that and said, no, there's nothing at all sexist about it, and she could go, well, I'm not sure, or vice versa, you feel better at the end, even if you haven't figured it out. I do. I'm the kind of person I am. I think they'd feel better just going through it, and they might find out, well, I'm a little bit sexist, but so are you. I always have to do that. You know how to change the battery in the smoke detector, you liar.
Yeah, exactly. Like, self-reflection is really important, like, just for anything. So it's important that these people like talk about whether or not they are sexist, whether they're indulging in sexist media. But I think a lot of them just don't want to, because, as you say, they're afraid of it.
I would say that the liberals and there's radical feminists that I like you, you're great. Maybe you put it radically, but I still have a simpatico. The ones I don't like on my own side are the ones that aren't self-reflective.
No, as you say, like,
I mean, it just occurred to me that I think that's when I'm talking about dogmatism and authoritarianism, really also what that's getting to is when people are not self-reflective. Like liberals that point the finger at other people's illiberalism that also aren't self-reflective about their own. Or like this idea that you can only be racist. This is a common idea in some leftist circles that I've run into since the 80s, my whole life, of you could only be racist if you're in the dominant race in your culture. Otherwise, it doesn't
exactly count. Like, with those sort of arguments, that ignores the fact that there are like black people who do think all white people are like scum. There are women who think men are just like strength and sperm and like nothing else. Like,
but literally, it's a theory, an academic kind of a theory of, but it doesn't count, because what we mean by racism is that those feelings get put in the culture, and if you're in a minority, your ideas weren't put in the culture, so it's not racism. It might be hate. It might be. It's just another way of them not being self-reflective to realize, no, it's exactly the same thing, and it actually is a culture, because then that's how you treat a white guy that moves to your neighborhood. Like, I lived in Hawaii, and there was racist against whites and everybody else, so that's real racism. But That's anyway. Yeah, just as an asterisk, and I'm sorry I cut you off. You're very polite. This is a good thing. I think you have a debating power, but it's hard to know because most of us are like, we'll just go on and on.
Well, I mean, I like to talk lots, so it's only fair that everyone else gets to talk lots too. So
That's a very smart attitude, yeah. Because if you're patient, that attitude, yeah, it does lead to a longer. I mean, I was really surprised that you guys talked for 4 hours. It remained interesting, and although he was pretty drunk by the end of it. Obviously, I thought it was obvious, but and he also kept, his interest. I mean, I thought that was interesting. I think you're right. It's like you actually get more conversation if you can do that. I try to do that, but it's not I've always talked too much.
I only because I like to be, as you said, like self-reflective. So I listened back to it the other day, and I didn't realize at the time, but he was like cracking beer bottles throughout the entire thing, and like him at the end, Jesus Christ! Like at one point he goes like, "Oh well, it's all about the Politburo, my friend." And I'm like there, I'm there like, "Oh, what are you saying?" Like, 'cause he sounded all like almost seductive when he was saying it.
Yeah.
Made me laugh a little bit.
No, because he got. Well, the thing is, he one thing that I mean, I've noticed it, but it clicked during that video is his idiom of, well, I hate to tell you, but some really regressive bullshit is true.
Yeah.
It's like, I hate to tell you, but
Who are you talking about?
Warcorp 666.
Yeah, that's how I was talking to Owen. I asked him to come on because he had a 4-hour debate with Warcorps.
Wow, you are a patient person.
It was fun. I'm not gonna lie, I enjoyed it.
I thought it was that kind of thing was very good because it's a different kind of debate. It's like Larry King used to get badmouth because he's kind of a softball interviewer, but no, because he did really unique interviews because he went up there and let the other person paint themselves on a piece of paper, and you could see what kind of person they were, and he didn't have to be going, oh well, that's kind of disgusting, that aspect of yourself. He's just, keep telling me. And I thought there was an element of that, but it was also a debate, and you weren't saying that's disgusting. You're going, I don't think so about that. I don't think that's the fact. That doesn't. Are you sure you really believe? And so it was a debate, but it had the same effect of really. I thought it was very revealing, kind of on where he's really all coming from, and also the way he treated you. It wasn't rude to you for 4 hours. He just disagreed with you for 4 hours. So to his own credit, as well.
Yeah. Like, he's not like, as you say, he's not like openly like yelling and screaming when he needs to be. When he's like in actual situations but off camera,
Well, he did. Yeah.
He's all right.
Well, yeah, no, and he yells and screams, but it's at least when he starts going on a tirade, an asterisk, which is selected for in this medium of those of us that get positive feedback, those of us that do for making videos. It's that when he has that little spark of fire, when a sentence comes through his brain, boom, 5-minute rant, and it gets loud and curse word, and he's calling that bitch from Harry Potter or whatever. And that's pretty rude, but and obviously you can tell the difference between that and sort of a personal hateful vitriol towards you. I don't know. There's something different there. No, but it is weird to me because it's very destructive, these ideas. I mean, if we had 2/3 of the voters thinking the way Warcorps did in this country, we're fucked because we get people that he wouldn't want. He's not in his best interest. He talks about looks and he talks about menness and how people are judged. He is like the typical complaint for a liberal has of, working class and poor whites that are voting, not even Trump, but just all the conservatives, they vote, and we say they're not voting in their best interest. He would not be better off in a society, 70 years ago, where you could say all this kind of shit to women and they were supposed to just take it. That's how men are. Because guess what? They were also bigger bullies to other white guys.
Yeah,
And people
exactly.
like War Corps were treated like shit in that culture. And no, you can't do anything that takes our respect. You can't be a politician or a lawyer or a manager or even get a decent job, or and so it's just kind of, it is really hateful, the result of just having those views.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean you're the hateful kind of person, which there are examples of that out there. People that are really carrying around grudges that are kind of scary. Like,
Yeah.
like Ted Cruz strikes me that way. Like, oh my God, I'm in a room alone with Ted Cruz. Ah, mass murderer. We find out there's 100 dead bodies in plastic bags along the way. You don't get that out of War Corps. He's just kind of, he's full of shit though.
No, he's definitely full of shit. Like his videos, Jesus Christ! Like not only his points, some are so badly made, which like you can just sort of see where they're going wrong, like right from the off. Like he'll have his video reactions where he'll just pause the video and like just make a joke, but the joke will be so like focused on like that person's like appearance or something.
Did you see this thing he just made? I think today on the Bubbles app, a feminist.
I was gonna
dating
watch
app.
that.
Well, okay, I watched it. And the only thing is, okay, so he's like, it's stupid, and it's basically just a dating app, and now they're expanding out into friendship and social media, but where the women always make the first move. So the women could only contact the guy as a first contact.
Oh, okay.
And he thought that was terrible and stupid and like against nature or something. But also he was just ranting because this is what I do online. I'm not sure he'd really thought it through, because why would we want, this woman's on our side. Whatever manism I have about how fucked up it is trying to date and meet people in the US, the way it works, it's so stupid. And there's a certain amount of no way around some aspects of it. Getting women to make first moves, that's great. I mean, if I had an anti-woman complaint about the whole thing and was bitter, it'd be like, why do we play this game where I'm supposed to notice and read a mind and be lucky, and the timing's supposed to be in fate? It's just like, if you had a spark from looking at me, I was distracted. I was watching a duck fly by. I mean, just tell me. And why would, and again, like, not in his own self-interest.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, someone like him, not classically handsome or anything, and also, crude of talk to a certain degree. I don't think he's rude, but I think he says what he wants. I know people like him. I actually like people like him, basically. And so he doesn't watch himself very well and be fake to get a date. He's the guy that benefits the most from a date app where the women, because then he discovers that, hey, guess what? When you're playing the odds, your odds aren't that great. But there's still 20 million women in this United States that would think you're cute, and it's kind of funny, your ideas, because you're always so polite to them. I mean, there's people for you if you let them find you. But why would he be against that? I mean, I don't even know what the question is, but I thought it was a great idea, this a kind of a dating app, and just as a way to break this cultural ice that we still have of, like, the woman that started, she's like, I always texted guys and I'll make the first move, and my girlfriends are like, I'm taking your phone, you will not text him for 3 days. Shit like that. It's stupid.
Well, yeah, like as you say,
I don't know if the UK is so bad. Probably not as bad at that, I would imagine. But America's
not as bad, but still like the sort of thing. I mean, we some people in the UK like to make out like America like is the pit of the world, which in some ways it is sort of the worst Western country. No offense or anything, but then we're not that good either. I mean, our track record for like the past few years has been pretty poor. I mean, we voted to leave the EU for one, and stay to our government at the moment.
Well, that's racist. So another one where I do it, it's a more subtle one where so many things have been said that if you actually want to think back, it's kind of like, it's like a denial of service attack, because it's like, wait, where was the racism possibly in that? But it's just true enough, because we were talking about your country versus mine. Maybe you're racist against Americans.
Maybe I am.
Maybe I meant something. Yeah, you never know. Anyway, I just think it's good. It works. Always works.
No, I saw the meaning. With War Corps, like when he was saying like, masculinity, like, oh, be a man, and I'm saying, oh, well, masculinity, that means anything to anyone, like, and there's different meanings for like attractiveness and stuff. Then he's so like rigid with what he views as it. Then, as you say, like, I'm never one to cast aspersions on appearance and stuff, but he's not traditionally like good looking. He's not like in shape, which it sounds a bit mean, but I mean, he's not exactly like muscular per se, or like well toned.
Well, the reason I don't feel mean is I happen to know people like other people. And people like people that remind them of people that they like. And people, there's women that will be totally attracted to him, and personality and physically as well.
No,
And
exactly.
so what's mean about that is that what we're saying is, look, all body shapes need some kind of approval, and that's all the approval. We're not saying you have to go find, because that's another thing with critique is like, do you have to find a transgender woman attractive and date her? No, you don't have to date anybody, or find them attractive. So, but there should be a certain kind of an understanding of a validation of, everybody hopefully can find somebody that appreciates them, and in principle, and in fact, we want to realize that, yeah, everybody can do that in some theoretical sense, as opposed to putting everybody in a peg hole where we're assuming what leads to success and how people are supposed to be. And it relates to this. I've been trying to explain this, and I have no feminists, anti-feminists that admit that they're getting it. But the patriarchy is not good to boys. It tells boys they're dispensable, should go fight a war, and if they make it, then they can have a woman, and whichever woman, rape one. That doesn't make it a good position. If even if they had a privilege at that point in the role, they're fodder. They're the ones that want to knit or play with the doll. They're from their childhood on thought of negatively by the adults that put that idea in their friends, and it's not good for our liberty, our individual freedom as individuals expressing ourselves, to have this patriarchy of roles that tells men and women how to be. And at each echelon of the status structure, there's a man with the dad above the mom and their idea, and the duke above the lady, and the king above the queen. But that's just a stratification. I mean, obviously the queen is still above this piece of shit, the barrel maker, the cooper. And the barrel maker is above this piece of shit, the farmer and the farmhand, and blah, 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 blah. So it's like men. Actually, my wife did a video with me, and she was not like this. I didn't get a lot of things. I was saying white men are oppressed because 90% of the people in society are oppressed. That includes us. And the relativity of oppressed more and in which ways is an important issue. But let's not talk about white men don't know what it's like to be oppressed, because 0.1% of the people are controlling everything. It's arguable that the top 1% is treated well, but 90% of that is still just well-paid professionals that if they get sick and lose their job, they're poor. They're not a ruling class situation. And so that leaves, 99%, I'll be generous and say at least 90%. So, that's maybe a thing I have trouble with the liberal side to admit, is that, look, that's what intersectionalism is about. Labor rights, one of the men's rights is that men die more in work accident. That's a labor issue as well. We work on that already in progressive activism in worker rights, right? And it happens to be, I'm happy if I can, hey, yeah, you know what? Worker rights, labor rights activism in the area of coal mining safety, that's a men's rights issue as well.
Well, yeah, certainly. Like, there's different axes for like inequality to manifest itself off. So, whilst of course, like, there's sexism, but you also have to consider that the poor are against the rich, and it sounds a bit like fairy tale less to sort of say that, but if you actually think about it, they basically are, because as you said, like the 1% and the richest like percentile of society owns so much more than everyone else. That
Well, I
like,
make a distinction like this though. Okay, the top 1% includes like lawyers, doctors making $500,000 a year. But if they got sick and couldn't do it anymore, they might have some insurance or something, depending on what part this happens to them. But they're not rich. They could lose everything. Okay,
yeah,
there's
they're still in the
professors
system.
and they are working 80 hours a week. On the other hand, there are people so rich that you can do coke till you're 40 and fuck up, and then when you finally straighten up, Dad, I want to do some, okay, here's a baseball team and here's a governorship and
Yeah,
hi, you're president. There's people that can't lose their money because their network of people has all the fucking money. And when we want to do things in the United States, it's simple math. There is going to always be a richest 0.1%. That's fine. Mathematically, that has to be true. But if they have too much of the money and everybody else is lacking money, the society's lacking money, it's just a matter of time in geopolitics. People know where the money has gone. Like companies in America right now have tons of cash and they're not spending it because why? They want a Republican. They want a better chance to make even more money. In other words, they'll only spend the money if they end up with more after they spend it. Sorry, that's
yeah,
not what has to happen. And frankly, they better figure it out because history's pretty clear. It can't go forever because at some
exactly.
point the poor people are so pissed off that they'll just kill. They'll just kill
Yeah,
everybody
what's the
around them.
point? I
They'll
mean,
reset. Trump is the least of it. They'll do a real reset. It'll be like, no, fuck this. And that happens all the time in history. And it used to be that rich people realized it, and that's why we got some compromises along the way. And so it's not a class war, and it's certainly not. There's a lot of wealthy people that are allies. And the point is, we want good wealthy people to be empowered over the Koch brother wealthy attitude. And so, but you can't deny that they've got too much of the wealth, and it's the
oh, absolutely.
0.1%. It's the 0.1% that is at that level of
Yeah,
beyond failure, too big to fail. Every single one in that
yeah.
family. Yeah.
No, certainly. I mean, I'm personally of opinion that capitalism is it's a flawed and failed system, which it's not even sustainable, frankly, because
Yeah.
if you look through history, as history repeats itself when it's not
Yeah.
corrected, and like you look at who is ending up with the money, like which financial sector.
What do you think? How would you define capitalism? I spent my whole life trying to think up definitions for it and have come
It's a
up with a
weird one,
series.
isn't
But
it?
what do you think? Like what? Yeah. How would you
It's
define the word?
essentially like it's the idea that it's tough. Like monetary capital and like revenue and value is like your worth in society in a way, really, isn't it? Like,
Mhm. Like a
and
score.
yeah, no, exactly. Like,
And the
and
bigger you score, the more power you should have.
yeah, and like by default, the more successful and the happier you are and stuff. Like, the better people are the richest people because they've earned the most capital and earned in quotation marks here, because like.
Well, what about the word free market? Do you think free market is a thing of capitalism, or is it a thing separate? And possibly is capitalism even for free market, or could it possibly exist? But what about capitalism? Wants to own the idea of free market sometimes. So I'm just asking what you think about that. Does it own
It's a
that idea?
misleading word, isn't it? Like when
I
you
think
hear
so.
free market, like you think of like, oh, good, free. That means like freedom, but really, it just means like regulations, like taken off, like power to the corporations essentially to operate in their own freedoms and their own like outlay of how they want to operate, and then you end up with situations of these massive TNCs, which can just they get like lesions from the government and like let-offs and tax breaks, and then when the government starts to crack down in their own country, they can just disappear off to like Southeast Asia to set up like human rights abuse factories, like to continue milking their profits, and then no one challenges them because all of a sudden, if you start to say, "Oh, because corporations, well, we don't think this is ethical," they'll just go, and then you've lost a big chunk of your economy, and then no government wants to be like responsible for underpinning their own economy. So you end
So
up with sort of
obviously, you've been following this election, and it seems like internationally, it's, even though they're always kind of follow, it's always news, but now it's become riveting, from what I understand.
Mm.
But I mean, have you noticed this part where he's saying, NAFTA destroyed our economy and our industry in the U.S., and it's true. And he would charge a 35% tax, and he uses the word tax. And these are people that hate the word tax. It's a trigger word for them, and yet he's been doing it. I saw him do it again just this week. 35% tax on any company that wanted to leave and import their stuff, and they won't leave, he said, and if they do, we'll make tons of money on them trying to sell stuff to us. Have you noticed that? Well, it's an odd thing, because if you follow the international version of the anti-tax conservatism, a subset of conservatism, a very strong subset, powerful, it just shows it defies the conventional patterns that we deal with in normal elections, that he could say that and get cheers. That it explains to some level what's going on with him, why he could win in a party that didn't want him, the powers that be didn't want him, and the non-self-interest, the people voting against their self-interest. Maybe that's the tip of the iceberg of their self-interest. Yeah, tax those fuckers that are, you want to sell here. What I think, though, actually, is a thing is, I think well, I have a different idea of how you tax in general, but what I think is, if you're going to sell your goods in the United States, you have to pay an American minimum wage. That should still be a huge advantage, because you can get a really skilled engineer much cheaper, right? But if you really are just going to pay $7.50 and the skill doesn't matter, or you're going to hopefully pay 15, I think that would solve the problem. It's like, I don't mind. The America First thing is like, I don't even know what these people think they mean by that. Like, some president has been doing some other country first. Like, so little about what's going on. No president has ever did anything for another country more than the United States. I don't think any of them could be accused of that, other than by accident or failure, not on purpose. Yeah. But I'm enough that way that, hey, I believe everybody is a human being, and if they're going to make our shoes in Bangladesh, fair enough, but, pay them the $10 an hour that's minimum wage. And
the
gas to get it over here. And I figure if you have a minimum wage job, you're probably going to leave it in America and save on the gas.
Like, that's the thing, though. If, like, as soon as you start to, like, demand the corporations start, like, regulate and not, like, exploit their workers, they go to a country where they don't care, because they get, like, local boosts.
Right. But we should just rely. America is the one advantage we have over a lot of countries, almost every other country, is we have the complete set of everything we need here. We could be isolationist, right? It would not be good. We wouldn't be as strong. It's a global world. We're not going to invent all the everythings, but we could get everything here. The rare earth metals, we could get them here. We just rather get them cheap from China. You know what I mean? We couldn't be isolated. We're a big market. So really, we could be quite brave in things like this. And in fact, you would get some kinds of labor moving overseas if you did what I'm saying. But oddly enough, one of the accusations against it, no doubt, would be, it'd be more skilled labor. It'd be more skilled labor where I can pay minimum wage in India. Well, they're still going to move the call centers over there and the programming houses, because we don't make minimum wage here. Right? So, but I'm kind of for that. I think this has to happen in order to bring the whole world up to industry levels, and until that happens, we're not really going to have world justice. As long as they have places they can go and exploit people like slaves, we're on a big giant slave plantation. Doesn't matter if we're in the house. We're the house slaves over here in Europe and United States. We get to learn how to read or whatever. So,
like, I think wealth and, like, resource distribution and redistribution is so, like, it's such an important issue. Like, you would solve, like, it's all very, like, people think when you say, oh, it will solve so many problems, like, it just be in general, but it genuinely would. Yeah. Like, the amount of, like, food and energy we consume in comparison to some people, like.
Well, the thing is, they need to realize they need to cooperate with us. I want to cooperate. I want to have the economy so that in a more or less fair, with game theory and some kind of meritocracy and who plays the game better, and hopefully, make it an honest game, that the money from that top 0.1%, it flows back out. They do the investments. Everybody feels good about taking part in that. But they seem to forget that we can't just take their money. We don't have to get pitchforks and storm, and it's not called stealing. We could change the taxes tomorrow, and we could say, if you have more than $1 billion, we're taking all the extra. No, that's wrong and immoral. Well, the Constitution allows it. So make a compromise, or else at some point, either that's going to happen, or we're going to, elect some crazy person, maybe the liberal version of Trump, and it's going to be fire and brimstone in the streets, while we have a huge, gun battle with each other. It's so, but probably, no, we'll invent some Bernie that'll actually break up the banks. How could you? It's impossible. No, you're just a president away from nationalizing the oil industry. And Americans, that's American exceptionalism. That's where it's really strong. I mean, we think of it as it's because we think we're better, and we admit that. No, it's that we think we are not subject to the laws of geopolitics. And of course, at some point, the country will take that wealth. And when it was a king and there was no legal way to do it, they just stormed the castle and took it. And when it's in a democracy, we actually legally can just tax that shit. So they really need to come up with a compromise, and they're in this weird place where, the Clintons wanted single payer. That got pushed out. So the Republicans made the multi-payer, the Romney care, that became Obamacare. So that's their compromise. That's not what the liberals have been saying all over the world. And then they act like it's a terrible socialism, and it was their idea. That's pretty weird, right? That they can't even admit that it was their idea, and everybody knows it. Open secret. Everybody knows that they still deny it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they don't want to compromise. Is my point. The issue where we are right now is these guys. A lot of people.
If I may, I think that says something about the public, and the public is just playing teams at this point. And they don't really care about what the truth is, or what actually happened, what was actually said, why a certain policy actually exists the way it does. All they care about is the game and this whole divided politics that we have now.
That's certainly, like, the idea that anyone could think the Democrats are remotely like socialist or even left wing, like, baffles me. Like,
well, my mom says that Hillary is a communist, and I'm like, I'm just trying to be like, Mom, I know communists. They're not like, yay, we're gonna get everything we want. She's not a communist, and she's like, well, we can't talk about politics. We just like, it's infuriating to her that I would deny that Obama is a Leninist, and I'm like, but I have Leninist friends, and they hate his guts. It's funny.
But what happened to your mom anyway that made her like that?
Well,
did she just start listening to a bunch of right-wing talk radio or something, or was she always like that? Or
she was not always like that. She raised me a pro Greenpeace kind of ecological activist. She was sort of apolitical, and in the end, she says she was kind of always like that. So maybe she was coming from that direction. My parents had me in the late 60s, and there was a period there where everybody got more liberal or whatever, and then they went back. I think, she became an AFDC. So she's a single mom, and she became an AFDC worker, a welfare eligibility worker. And I think that wore on her for years. And it's kind of funny because she could tell you many 1 in 10, 1 in 30 kind of stories. It's like, yeah, and she believes some people really need it. But she, and I'm like, well, Mom, that's the point. Even if some of the people, if it only helps 1 in 10 and the 9 out of 10 really are being coddled or something, that's good. That's a positive win. That's what we're trying to do. We're helping the people that, this overall that helps. But I think it wore on her seeing that, so that she seemed to become like anti-welfare state because of that. And then also she had loved horses as a kid, and when I was growing up, never had anything to do with them. But then when she divorced the stepfather that she'd been with when I was a kid, for a while, she went back, which is a great thing, and got into the ranching culture in California, and they're real conservative. And then Fox News happened, and now she's a house that's full of Fox News books, and I love her dearly. And she's a wonderful woman in a million ways. It's a weird thing, but like she still cares about the environment just as much. But you know, another thing too is like what turned her off. I remember when she turned on calling herself an environmentalist was when tree spiking was supposedly a thing, which it barely wasn't really, but you know, banging a spike in a tree so that the lumberjacks hit it and it could kill people. And she thought that was too much and that they were like terrorists, and so she turned on it. And then indoctrination for 12, 15 years with the Fox News and the Fox News books and the right-wing radio. And now she can't hear that Obama isn't, she can't even talk about that Obama
it's like
isn't a
disease,
communist.
man. It's, you know, it just infects people.
Yeah.
I don't know. These ridiculous, I mean, these are ridiculous ideas. They have no basis in reality whatsoever.
Yeah.
Unless you completely change history, terminology, all of these things to make any sense of it at all. I mean, it's just crazy. The country has completely lost its fucking mind. And I just made a video, and I'm going to put it up later, but and I was talking about this election, and I said exactly that towards the end of it. I mean, I can't make any sense of any of this. I can't put myself in that mindset. I can't put myself in the InfoWars mindset. You know, I can't put myself in the alt-right mindset. But I also can't put myself in the mindset of the extreme left that won't vote for Hillary because she's just as bad as Trump in their minds.
Yeah, that annoys me.
It's just such a false equivalency.
I know.
It has there, and now I understand that I said that some of this in my talk, but I understand that some people make more. Their arguments are a little more nuanced and you know, they'll like the TYT guys. You know, they'll say stuff like, well, if you put Hillary in there, she's just going to go more right, and then things are just going to get more and more towards the right. But
pretty much just Jimmy Dore, yeah. But
well,
yeah.
I think
I was going to say that too. That is
more than just him saying that.
It is. There are some other mores, but he's kind of leading that on there, and that's not what Jank and them are saying. But the thing is, I was going to bring him up too, because that is a legitimate thing. If you want to say, hey, Democrats, you're on your own, and as far as making me afraid of this and that and the other, we'll deal with it, right? We'll deal with it. And if you can't filibuster Judge Judy being put on the Supreme Court, then fuck you. You know, that's fair, but I agree with you as with what you started on too. The people saying she's just as bad, fuck that. I've never liked the Clintons. I hated him, blow-dried, conservative, DLC from the start. I was much more radical even than now. Not really, but same thing pretty much in my 20s. And I didn't like them. I came around to the fact that he actually did a good job. And America was back then. It wasn't where I wanted it to be at the time. It was where it was. And they have moved things more progressively, like a slow boil. And the conservatives were like, well, they are communists and they're just slow boiling us like the frog metaphor. And, you know, maybe they were right, because you know what, they made some progress. And they actually, even though they do this old corrupt establishment networking, making money as a politician thing. Yeah, but they're getting that money for a charity. That's a kind of innovative way of doing that, because usually you just start a law firm, right, to get that money. So, or a lobbyist firm. So I've become a big fan of hers, because it's like I worked for companies that had CEOs I didn't necessarily like everything they wanted to do, but they were competent. They thought about what they're doing, and if they made a wrong decision, at least it wasn't random. It wasn't 3 o'clock morning I made a tweet, and then in the following morning I had to stand behind it. It was like they think things through. Maybe they think it wrong, but at least there's fucking consistency. And she's worked hard, and she's competent. She's competent. I disagree. Yeah, she'll do more Libya stuff, and yeah, she's kind of in bed with the banks. But you know what we found out from those WikiLeaks? She's in bed with the banks because she doesn't accept, she doesn't realize, she doesn't know how corrupt it is she thinks that it has to work that way. And you know what? If it wasn't corrupt, it does make sense that you have people from the banking industry in the banking regulation. They're the experts, right? if it was, if you wanted to have a department of geology, you hire geologists. The problem is they're corrupt, and the problem is that the whole system and the way it's done is corrupt. I disagree with her. I think she, quote unquote, is corrupt in that. But you know what else she is? 70 years old. That's the system we come from. The idea, you know, maybe we have a pacemaker in the heart of this country that's 300 years old. Doesn't mean you could just rip it out and put in a space age one you haven't even built yet. So,
Yeah.
so incrementalism, I can disagree with her and go, you know what's the first most important thing is that you're competent, you're taking your job seriously, you know a lot rides on, you know, that you're those kind of ethics. And I think she actually stands, the other way of looking at it is just, okay, look, American presidents, they're not my favorite bunch of people in some ways. In other ways they are. They're all pretty much have interesting characters and can funny sense of humor is often you find out and stuff. There's interesting things about them. But as far as their policies and what they've done, I think I can't think of one. Obama, she may be a little worse or a little better, but like other than that, who is going to be the better president than she's likely to be? Right? To a degree, she's like George W.'s father, but she's going to be more liberal than him, and she's going to be better probably than less conservative than her husband. She's kept up with the times. She finally did get pro-gay marriage. You know, I mean, she's going to be good compared with every other American president, and she at least has as good a chance. So I think, so I'm over hating her. As a matter of fact, I was wondering if it wasn't some sort of latent sexism thing that I fell into the whole hate of her.
Yeah, and that's
when did it
I
start?
wonder what's. I've actually found myself, even though I'm kind of like you, I was not like a huge Clinton person, you know, but I kind of found myself, well, holy crap! I mean, maybe she's done some things, made some mistakes, and you know, the Iraq War and all that, and I think even that, you know, you could have some serious explanation for, but.
Well, just comparison. Just a comparison. I do hate her for that. That's one of the things. She's a hawk, like Feinstein. She's a hawk. But there's other hawks that I don't necessarily have that kind of. I didn't have that kind of hate feeling about.
Is she's gonna get in there and be worse than Obama in that regard?
I don't like Biden either. Very similar reasons, but my feeling of distaste for Hillary was more visceral than Biden. And I say was because I don't feel this way anymore. And I think this campaign has brought out the strong side of her. Having an opponent like him lets her be a little bit more straightforward. And, you know, I don't even know when isn't it sexist that I disliked her because I disliked Clinton? And when I appreciated Clinton more, I didn't make me like her more. I mean, that could be, I don't know where that came from really.
I just think in general, there's just like this hatred of her that I just don't understand.
I think with the Clintons, like people see them as sort of like the archetypal, like establishment, like Democrat, like cozy liberal sort of type. Hence, it's so easy to build up a head of steam against her. And I think there is like quite a lot of it is latent sex. I think there is the idea of people that sort of go against the first female president, and like lots of people sort of dislike her because she's going to be a first female president, or because she might.
You know what bothers me is that the conservatives don't acknowledge and admit, and I know all of the actual workers, the people on the TV talking heads know it, but Clinton, their whole game was cutting out the progressives, right? We're going to lose forever if we keep running Carters. We can't run an Adlai Stevens, for fuck's sake. But Governor, are you kidding? Cut those people out. Joe Lieberman, Democratic Leadership Council, Clinton, that they're conservative. The Clintons, why they should be forced to acknowledge that from us liberals and progressives, communists and the friends of communists, the Clintons are a political deal that was all about cutting us out.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to admit they cut us out because we were self-destructive, trying to get ahead of ourselves, and we're still moving the Overton window in our direction, but at a more realistic speed. Sometimes people can be smarter than me or whatever, or maybe they were right. But the conservatives should at least admit it's insulting that I don't like Obama because he wasn't as liberal as I thought he was supposed to be when he promised himself to us of closing Gitmo and stuff and doing gay marriage right away. He or in the military, whichever it was, I forget. And they are telling me he's so far left. That's rude. That's rude, right? I'm leftier. I'm leftier. I want open borders, and this woman's not going to give them to me. Stop whining about the open borders that she's going to not give me.
I mean, with Clinton, like, I personally, I don't like her. And whilst I do think I sympathize with her because it's been a bit like this campaign has been so like different to what we normally get from a presidential campaign. And she has had to put up with a lot of crap. But at the same time, I don't think I don't want her to be like the leader of the Democrats for the next 4 years. I don't want her to be the president but I think that you have to have pragmatism with it. Like, you can't, like, people who are on the left who were willing to vote for Sanders and think, yeah, we want change to come from this new like candidate, but then we'll just ditch the Democrats entirely to vote for Trump just because they don't like Clinton. That's such a like backwards, like illogical way of thinking, because you're essentially, as I said earlier, like handing control of power to Republicans for 4 years. Like, and you're putting a guy in who's got no competency. And as you said, like, Hillary Clinton, for all her faults, is still someone who like has the awareness and the competency to know what's going on in like the White House and in Congress and stuff. Donald Trump, like, he's proven over this campaign, he can't even string a sentence together when it involves like policy or like even just knowing what his vice president has said. Like, there's so little like political substance there, and at the same time, people will love him for it because he's against the establishment, even though he's like a billionaire. Like, and
he's so establishment. That's such a bullshit. He's so establishment. He even says it. But this is part of the thing, is that, you know, the establishment works on patronage and stuff, and that's the system we have right now. And people just, it's like pedophilia was going on for thousands of years in the Catholic Church, and then people find it out, and it's like it's a new thing. Well, you just found out about how it actually works. So the decisions we've been making between presidents wasn't whether or not we should have patronage, and you can make an intellectual development about how patronage causes people to have vested interests, and that's the tie that binds, and that's why we can have societies this big. And that might be the hard truth for liberals, who knows? So don't be shy, and don't think that finding out that how the cozy relationships work is just how we already knew they work. That's not, it's a comparison, the election process, not finding a savior. I see, when you were saying it coming from, I feel one thing I can do is I do kind of have an or at least an artificial knowledge of putting myself in some of these other positions, and I think partly it's just like my age and what happened. So my family was one of the first on the divorce. So my grandparents and my parents divorced when I was young. So I had all these fractured families that I'd go see, and they had their own cultures, which stayed separate. And so my dad was a dropout tune-in hippie, and I remember him telling me specifically that people tell you you have to have a better system or to bring down the current system. No, the current system's bad. You just bring it down and see what grows in the soil. And then my stepfather, also actually very liberal, worked in affirmative action in the military as an officer in the military. Was kind of on a diversity and regulatory kind of thing, and housing authority, but also more conservative, more machine. He actually ended up working for Cuomo and becoming the kind of guy that's on the board of directors of banks, so an establishment Democrat. But his thing was like, look, these hippie ideas, basically, I know you didn't say that, they're great. There is problems in the system, but it works. This is the pacemaker we have, and you need a better designed one, and you need a way to get that one into the system and the old one out without it stopping. We can't have the world economy stop for even 6 months, let alone years for it to recover. The technology, like iPhones that you think you have, once the once the Civil War blows up all the cell towers, you have to rebuild them. That might not happen. for 20 years or 50 years. You never know. It depends if what it stays like. And so his point was come up with a better system. My idea always was, yeah, I could do that. I could come up with a better system. And so I think some of this is just this idea of throwing the wrench in the works. And where I'm sympathetic with that is, like we were saying, if you let the accumulation of wealth start to starve the populace, starve the lower half, put the upper 40% of the 90% economically in distress, where they're worried all the time, eventually people will, burn the castle and steal your money and rob all the banks during a nationwide human-caused Katrina. That happens, and America is not an exception to that. I don't think. You're not going to nuke yourself. How is the military going to stop it? It's like you just have to keep people happy enough that doesn't happen. So, maybe voting for Trump is just like, I mean, it's probably better than going around your town blowing things up. But I think the same result will happen. See, to me, it's somewhat the same thing. I think if he's in control, all shit's going to break loose social, culturally in this country.
No, definitely. I mean, I think just like the idea that like someone like Trump, who's done and said all these things to get like power, that normalizes the idea that you can act in a like heinous, horrible way and get away with it. Like we even in going to like a UK like example here, after we voted after a referendum results came back and we voted to leave the EU, like there was a rise in hate crime, there was a rise in like racism against like non-UK nationals or European nationals. So and essentially like we sort of normalized the idea that we could just, or made it more acceptable to go against like EU citizens. And then recently we've had problem with like, because Theresa May, our Prime Minister, wanted to like move past voting in Parliament. She just wanted to activate Article 50, and now judges have ruled that they have to go through parliamentary like discussion and debate about it before. And now the national press have launched into these like scathing attacks against the judges, like trying to find any sort of dirt on them, trying to make them out to be, yeah. No,
well, my
really
prediction is that my prediction is that the banks in London, they can't let this happen. They need at least the soft Brexit. So
yeah,
I just believe the geopolitics is, you'd be surprised the strings that can get pulled. I mean, 1,000-year-old strings can be pulled. Little tiny articles that were put in there in 1659 somewhere will be pulled out. I mean, I just think I can't imagine. But on the other hand, where I could be wrong is I don't know enough about how they actually operate to know that, they probably got their money securely in German banks or something if they really have to just abandon the UK. But they're the ones that are really going to lose out the most by not being able to have free reign of their money all over Europe. So, but then again, that's why the EU, and I've been reading that this is true, and I would assume geopolitical, the EU is not going to go easy on the UK or make a soft Brexit possible. They don't want to encourage other people to do it, and the banks in France and Germany and even in Spain and Greece, the financial institutions in the rest of Europe are going to benefit by getting some protection from
definitely
London banks.
London itself is like, the city of London is such a hub for like banking and finance, but
still the biggest in the.
Yeah, exactly. And if we leave the EU, all these like foreign investors and all the like companies which operate there and all the banking firms, they're not going to want to stay in this like isolated little like country which like assumes it's in the middle of the Pacific for whatever reason. Like they're going to move to the EU with the free market. Like, so,
but the UK has the Commonwealth, and it will get country by country trade agreements, so it will recover. It has a lot of resources, but that wouldn't save the banks. So the way I see it, it's really worse for the banks. And then the banks, though, on their way out and whatnot, they will punish people.
Yeah,
they will figure out austerity and whatever. The
banks hold so much influence.
Yeah, so they will inflict some pain, which could really harm the UK. But the UK as a group is not going to flail in isolation. They have so many willing partners in technology and science, and it's that. But because the thing is, what a lot of people don't seem to know, and maybe people disagree with me, that might be why, but England never gave up. It's the most amazing empire in the world. I mean, they gave up their empire without giving up their empire. The royalty gave up their royalty without giving up the royalty. They kept all the money and became capitalists. They funded wars all over the world eventually, making money off both sides, and they have never fallen. That's the British Empire. Now, the British people might have had to admit, yeah, but it doesn't really have that much to do with us, actually. But they do live here and have a bank over there, but that power structure from those London banks really is the Western world's empire. And even the US has really just been a puppet for it, other than we've managed to have some wealth creation where we've got some real players as well and some engineering firms that are amazing. And so we have some free will about it. But, like, why did the UK under Labour be one of our few allies in Iraq? I don't know. Explain that. It's so hard to figure this out. It's because of the real geopolitics, and it has more to do with the banking and business links. That's our international hub. I mean, America's access to the world is all through London, basically, as well.
Yeah.
That's why we're in the fucking Middle East. That's why we were in the Opium War.
No, exactly.
I mean, we were the little baby brother came last to the gang rape, and then we're supposed to take the blame. Yeah, fuck you. What I'm saying is, fuck you, UK. It's your fault. We're not the empire still. We're just patsies. No, but there's some truth to it. It's also the truth that there's an international thing and no nation. It's really this international government is the banks and the corporations they run.
No, definitely. Like to isolate like government as just the sole like decision makers is sadly like a myth, because in the modern like world we live in with capitalism as the like sole measure of society and all what I was trying to I think what War Corps got confused about when I was in the debate was that I was saying that the world exists in a capitalist market, like regardless of what like individual countries may have in their own country, like China or North Korea or whatever, they still have to, or Cuba, they still have to trade in a capitalist world. So in many ways, they still adhere to the rules of capitalism. Like, so Cuba, for instance, like they've slowly become more Americanized, like with Obama going over there and stuff. They're slowly seeing more input and influence from corporations and stuff. So that's what I was trying to say to War Corps then. I wasn't saying like.
Well, what do you think about this idea? I've felt for a long time that we're not going to get a country where we do some socialist business economy. And I do believe that there's a thing called a free market, but of course you need regulations to create one, and that's a tool that we would use in such an economy, and I can imagine them. But I think what's going to happen is we're going to have the kind of like democracy in the workplace. You're not going to get a law. You probably don't want to make a law that you have democracy in the workplace. All the workers get to vote on who's foreman and stuff like that. Too much of a shock to the system. What you would need is new companies that run that way, that compete in this capitalist market and win. Now you might say, but the capitalist game's rigged against people like that. I don't think actually it is. They're necessarily rigged against companies like that. People will fight and gang up against companies like that, but it is possible. And there's a company I like to talk about, Mondragon from Spain, that is a multi-billion-dollar company, and it's a worker co-op, and it's actually hundreds of co-ops in league, but they all spread out from each other. They branched off, so it really is one big co-op that grew. And those companies are going to have to, in other words, any of our socialist ideas to succeed, the test of fire, the dragon they have to fight, and it's fair that they have to, is they're going to have to go head to head with these capitalist companies. And we're going to have to see if the slave plantation can beat the co-op farm. And if it can, we've got a problem, right? We need to fix our co-op farm, because the co-op farm has to be able to outcompete the slave farm. And whether it's by nobody will work at the slave farm, all the slaves revolt, that's fair. We can make a slave revolt. That's okay. We don't necessarily have to be as cheap as they are.
Hold on.
Like for example, literally, I'm an employee. I would rather go work for the co-op, the Mondragon, than the Google. So if you could compete that way, that's fair.
Were you being when you said the slavery plantation, were you being hyperbolic, or do you mean literally slavery
Well,
plantation?
that's just no. Well, that's just an allegory, an epitome there. But no, I think there's a literal side of what you're saying. Yeah, I believe that we have wage slavery, the way our employment system works, and it's as if you are renting. You can't sell yourself, but you can rent yourself, and for this period of time, whatever, and how to dress and da da da. All this stuff that's supposedly normal to me is wage slavery. So I think, as a mathematical, for lack of a better term, like the structural logic of it is it's a kind of slavery. I don't want to whine about it because I'm a nice, well-kept house slave to a certain degree, but it's still stressful and it's still very slave-like. And I think we need to have a worker co-op based companies, not for profit type companies,
Yeah, and I remember we talked about this, and I don't know if we got resolution on it, but my issue with it was the organic nature of how that happens and within what you're saying is a free market, quote unquote.
One is something I wanted to mention, I was thinking of earlier. So just because it might be something, I just started hearing about this guy a few years ago, but are you familiar at all with the name or theories of a guy named Henry George? Owen?
Who are you asking, Owen?
Henry
Well,
George.
Owen, you probably remember it's because it's the land grant guy that I've been talking about the last couple of years. So, but
Yeah.
Henry George. So he was famous at the time, but I knew the name, but never knew what it was. But so that's a no.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so I learned some really interesting things.
Hey, Piero, I'm sorry to interrupt, but are you at your computer? I mean, are you at your monitor? Because Black Miasma is in the room.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I've been looking at the YouTube one. It hadn't showed up there, so showing broadcast. All right, welcome. And I'll give some powers here too.
Thanks.
So the thing is with this Henry George guy, a couple things that I would like to just tell you about, because I think you might find these interesting and you can research them yourselves. And I think there's an answer here to a lot of the problems. And one of them is about what capitalism is. And reading him, he was talking about Adam Smith. This is written in the late 1800s. And some John Mill. And one thing I learned that they all agreed, and that if you asked economists, which I've asked since, they know this, but capital is not money. Capital is wealth. Like Adam Smith has like a list of all the things that can be capital, and like money is like number 8. It's really wealth that you use for a business, for productivity. Like it could be an ordinary thing. If you have 100 shoes, or boots to give workers that are gonna, or let's say you have 100 baskets that you're gonna give people to go collect eggs from an island. And then you're going to sell the eggs. Those baskets are capital. Capital is actually
wealth and stuff.
Yeah, so it's real simple.
Value.
So yeah, and so he talks. His whole theory is based on this, and this is the part actually that the other 19th century economists that we're still living off of, these terms apply not just to his theory, which is a weird. Anyway, I'll get to that and summarize real quick. So anyway, it's you got wealth, you got labor. Capital. To be productive, it's you got labor, capital, and land, right? And capital is just wealth, something created by man, an improvement or a creation, something built by a human being. That anything, including things collected, ultimately it comes collecting from the earth. You collect some berries. Those berries are your wealth. If you are going to use those berries to produce something else, like you're going to pay people or feed your workers with them or whatever, you're going to make jam out of them, then it's capital. Okay. And then there's only those 3 things. Okay. And then the gist of his theory is just that the capitalist does deserve interest. For loaning you baskets, he does deserve some of the eggs, right? And guess what? Interest, we think of the capitalists as getting richer and richer, so we blame that thing we were talking about on them, but really, they keep getting the same amount of interest. Interest doesn't go up to 100 and then 200 and 300%. It's regulated naturally, even though they have a better they have the upper hand in labor, and that's a problem that we've been focusing on. Henry George's idea was, he said, no, the problem is rent. The problem is the people that make money off of rent, they just hold a piece of paper, and while the value of the land in a city goes up because of what the capitalist and labor is doing together, they do shit all and just get a bigger rent. And the value of the land goes up. And so his idea is, no, the government should get the rent on the land, and we cut people like Donald Trump out. Real estate, the reason you have to pay taxes anyway every year is because really you're leasing it from the government that, by the old rules, good or bad, took the land and now is still protecting it or whatever. And it's going up because of what the value of land in New York is going up because what everybody else around you is doing. And when the government, so the final thing too, he notices that the truism that makes this makes sense is every time the government spends money making a road, firehouse, any of the infrastructure it builds, it raises the value of the property in the area that the work was done. And so if you just have the government get the benefit of that rent, of the value of that land, that's the only tax you need, and you wouldn't need income tax or any other tax which does in fact interfere with the economy and motivate the economy. You would collect all your money off of the land rent. So and
is
he
this
was
like the
super
argument
famous.
from before?
Yeah, I've been talked to, but Owen's new here, and so I wanted to just at least so he could look this guy up. And the other weird thing is this guy was one of these almost erased from history, not really at all, but erased from the popular mind, because back in the day, he was about as famous, as well known internationally for this book he wrote on progress and poverty, where this theory is laid out, and it's very mathematically scientific, very easy to follow. And as Mark Twain. I mean, he was a super famous American, and it's funny too because while it's kind of a socialisty sort of thing, it's kind of, I love the fact that it's like, hey, capital and labor, you don't have to be at each other's throat. The real problem is the landlord. Kill the landlord. I don't know if you know the old Saturday Night Live. Eddie Murphy had a character. You like one of it, and anyway, he didn't like the landlord.
Kill my landlord.
Kill my land. Yeah, I wrote a poem. Kill my landlord. Kill my landlord. Kill him. But and I think it's true. I think there's a lot of uncollected revenue there. All these billions.
I never got a chance. I remember that conversation that you guys had, but it was so long ago. But it was like a while ago, and I forgot like the entirety of what it was about.
Yeah, I should harp on. I've decided I'm coming on 50. I'm gonna just start harping on some of the stuff, like generally.
Can you kind of go over it again? Actually, because it was kind of an interesting conversation.
Well, his basic theory, it breaks it down mathematically, and the nice thing is it's not just his own mathematics. It is in the term and the tradition of the Adam Smiths and the free market left and right, of this 19th century stuff, where so the system is his basic disagreement with the view we have is he makes a strong distinction between land and other property. Right. So land is not really like other property. So that's separated out. So when you have your return on an investment, it's separated down. You basically, any project of a business requires labor. It requires capital, though strictly it doesn't require capital if you go into the state of nature, because you have capital like your hands can carry berries. So you don't need the baskets. But basically, for our purposes, there'll be capital. Now, capital's not the money. It's more what you would buy with the money. Capital is you bought a computer not to play video games and send your own emails, but for business purposes. Then if you just bought a computer to have it, that would be your wealth. But if you use it for your business, then it's capital. So you have labor, capital, and land. And everybody that has control or owns those three things deserves a return on the endeavor, right? And his basic point is that individual citizens should not be getting the rent on the land. right? Now, I'll leave that for a second. So, and the government should take that, and that would be the taxes. But it's important to say that's on the unimproved land. So in this idea, if you have an acre in downtown Manhattan, if you build a house on it or a 30-story building, you'd pay the same tax because you're paying on the land as if that building burned down. How much would the land sell for, right? So, so the thing is, what we think of as rent when you're renting an apartment is not rent in his system. It's actually two fees. The building that was built on the land, that's capital, right? The owner of that building could move it to another site if he's technically capable and wants to, right? So so when you're paying rent to be in the apartment, part of your rent is going towards the rent of land, and part of what you're calling the rent is really you're paying interest on the capital. You're paying an interest on the guy spent $1 million building the building, and he expected to get a 4 or 10% return, and you're paying part of that 10%. So it's two different fees. And then his basic theory is, by going through a lot of arguments of why this is a good idea, is that you should just tax the land. And a lot of the benefits are, one, anything else you tax luxury boats. People are going to buy less luxury boats. You raise the tax on this and that, you're going to affect the market. Whereas land is the one thing that doesn't happen with. You do not change the supply of land. There's the same supply of land no matter what. And then the other thing he points out is you don't need the IRS. You can't hide land in the Cayman Islands. And if you don't want to pay as much taxes, then don't have an office in New York. Build it out in the boondocks in the middle of Montana, and you won't pay any taxes. And guess what? Most people won't do that because they want to be around the other businesses in New York. It is worth money to be around all of that supply, to have an international airport so international businessmen can come visit you. So they will pay those land taxes, which is why they pay the crazy amount they pay for real estate now, but to private people like Trump. So I see one way to sell the deal is that really this is, who are we cutting out? If we do this and our taxes don't go up, how could that possibly be? Well, it's because Trump and that Durst family and all of these real estate families, they're the ones that get cut out. They don't get to become billionaires just from owning pieces of paper anymore.
Well, having read some of the stuff about Henry George on his page and Georgism, it does seem like quite an interesting idea. And certainly the idea that the value of land shouldn't be like stripped and given off to individuals, but more like society and government, whilst the individual property that someone has, like a house or like a business or whatever, is still owned by the individual. That's an interesting concept.
Right.
Though my own like personal problem with that sort of system is that it's still like it's susceptible to corruption, like, and it still holds somewhat of like tools which could lead people to exploit it in the way we see.
So like, tell me that, how do you think, because I've been trying to be honest with myself recently about, okay, where would it fall? Where do we not know the theory well enough? So I'm open to that. Okay, but rather than go into that, so where's your sense, just being exposed to this, you're thinking maybe the system could be gamed or anything? I mean, I guess my pre-statement is there's going to be some places like that, but I think the basic thing of tracking how much money people are making and giving them all these loopholes for this and that other activity, that is so complicated. Of course, you're going to be able to pay a guy $200,000 if you make millions of dollars and game that. Whereas if you have a piece of property, how do you, it seems like but anyway, it seems no matter what, the gaming of it is going to be a lot less. So comparing between what we have now and it would automatically be better. But I have been trying to think, how could it be gamed? Because, maybe it might have a fatal flaw. I mean, maybe you're having a gut reaction, and maybe it'd be hard to put your finger on, but what do you want to try to, how do you think this could be gamed? I don't really, my worry has been maybe there isn't enough money there. Like I've done some divisions of how much money an acre the government would need to make $7 trillion off of the land that's developed in the United States. And it is a pretty high number.
Well, I mean, I have literally just like skimmed through a quick Wikipedia page and stuff. Like,
Right.
not
So
been,
I'm
like,
saying, yeah, from a gut reaction, that's fine. I think there's value in that. It's just we be honest how we're reacting to things, but it's not. In other words, so it's not fully informed in research, but that might be
it seems
an
quite
advantage.
nuanced. Like from what I'm reading here, it seems like the guy has some pretty like acceptable, like pretty good ideas for what like where society is failing in that big businesses and like richer people are able to sort of just exploit the poorer people into the land they're living on and essentially tie them down through like debt and rent,
Yeah.
and essentially lose their value in society because they're pushing so much of their money and like their income into just debt,
Right.
and they don't have any worth. And certainly the idea that you take away the need to like pay your way into like a living, like I think that's a good idea. Though I'm just a little like concerned about the business elements of it and the idea that like individuals can still like the value of their own like property. Like that's obviously a good idea if everyone is still having like an equal basing point, everyone is starting off the same. But how do you implement that without like, because some people are going to naturally have more, like just different scales of money, like you said earlier, like the lawyers and doctors and stuff, and those who have more like financial muscle going in, it's going to be easier for. And I think you would still sort of face like if you have
Rich people will still have all the land in New York. It won't allow. It's not going to fight gentrification. I mean, one problem with the system is it's very pro-development, and it would lead to a lot of development. It would probably fill up all the empty buildings in New York, which I think would be a good thing. But also, like he uses as an example, we build an interstate highway. We have highways that go hundreds of miles with nobody on the side. You build that highway, the land along the side of the highway all goes up in value through speculation. And people that own it, rich families and trusts, they're ready to hold it for hundreds of years. So they play this long game. And it's inflated so that the land isn't really worth that, right? And people are waiting for it to become worth that. Whereas if that land was all just in a government registry and its value was based on what's the land going for? Zero. Then you could basically have no or a very minimal tax. And working class people in that situation would move out there because the value is it was on that freeway. And they're looking for a place to live rather than be homeless. And so it would lead to development, I think, in a good way, especially because it leads to this kind of development where if I want to start a business on a piece of property right now, I'm going to have to buy it for hundreds of thousands of dollars. In this system, it would be more like, we actually have a system of like this in California for the mining land. You can still get mining claims, and it's like a 100-year lease from the government type thing. And and you actually really have to improve the land a little bit every year and stuff like that. You would have, a lot of working class people would go ahead and get places right on the freeway and try to start a little business since the overhead was basically nothing. Right now, well, it's too expensive out in the boondocks to recover the cost of that whole piece of property. They couldn't do it. If they want to do it, maybe they could go off the freeway, but maybe there's nothing but a dirt road, and who's going to complete that? So people would be able to build right off of government infrastructure a lot more easily. And but as long as we don't have a growing population, that kind of development just means moving. Some people will find there's no reason to be in the city, and they'll move out to the city and take the tax break, right? But the banks aren't going to. The really, really super rich have every reason to remain in New York, and they'll give that rent that they pay Trump to the government. And actually, I don't think Trump really makes a lot of rent money. It sounds like his deals, other people own the property, and his company just runs the property, and that would still be a business you would make money at, right? Running the property.
He makes a lot of money off of this. That's why he sells his name mostly.
Yeah.
He makes a lot of money off of it, just his name alone. The Puro brand of computers. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Somebody said a long time ago, I meant to, and I kept forgetting to get back to it. He said, Free Speech Zone said better. He might be gone now. I don't know. He's been chatting, but this was a while ago. Better to have Trump than Clinton, who will enforce a no-fly zone over Syria and create a conflict with Russia.
I said that a second ago. I would disagree. I mean, I don't think Clinton's foreign policy is any good, but I would never ever trust a Republican or the Republicans in general to effectively monitor American foreign policy. I mean, we saw what happened under
It's
the
like
Bush
we're
administration.
it's like we're in
It
some
is.
it's like we're in some parody of reality when Donald Trump is considered a serious.
But can't they just
political threat.
decide? Remember, she's the one that wanted to do the did the Russian reset, so they should decide which it is. See, people don't understand geopolitics right now. It wouldn't be, we can have a little bit of tension. You don't play the game with Russia and there's no tension allowed, so it's just ridiculous. She's going to do more. She's probably going to do more Libya's. She's going to do on the ground ISIS thing.
We have to be somewhat intimidating, honestly.
Well, you have to. I don't know. Russia is a modern nation that knows helped to develop the modern tradition of the back and forth and how you play the game. And you can bang your fucking shoe on the desk at the UN sometimes, and it's political theater. It's not going to be nuclear war. Like, we're gonna forget. Russia and us, we're going to forget. We don't want to have nuclear war with each other, and we'd rather keep making trillions of dollars off of the rest of the world. Yeah, no, it's a little bit of a struggle over power here and there. But we blew that one too, because we should not have tried to puppet dictator NATO the Ukraine. And so, I mean, geopolitically, it's obvious that in this day and age, Russia does need a friendly or even puppet in a place like Ukraine. And if we split the United States up, it's the same thing with Texas. Okay, we can't have a Chinese puppet run in Texas, or else we'll reinvade Texas. You know what I mean? It's like, it's sort of obvious we misplayed that game. But in Syria, you might have to say you're going to have a no-fly zone and not have one, or do have one, or, it's a little bit of a game. But I don't think a little bit of strength there. On the other hand, I'm not really sure what should happen in Syria. It's, I mean, I've never seen such a bombed out city. And I lived in Berlin when I was a kid, and it still was all bombed out, and the wall was there, and it was just desolate. And Aleppo is like,
you have
I've never
to
seen anything
determine
like
what
it.
actually is happening in Syria before you can do anything about it, because is this, because the worst case is that Russia is involved in these horrible war crimes.
We all are involved with it. We have been funding proto-ISIS there. All right.
Well, I'm saying,
so the Russians are.
we're not bombing Aleppo.
No, but going back through this whole thing and how we all got involved after the Arab Spring hit there. Okay, keeping in mind that Syria was like a Jordan. It let Christians live there and was friendly to the West and one of the gateways, but also not pro-Israel. And it was a mediator between that kind of stuff. And Assad's whole family was, loving articles of this royal family in the Reader's Digest, kind of on the American and Western side of things. Then, okay, that has fallen apart over the years, just like with the Soviet Union and Iran. But okay, they fall apart, and then it became very distinct.
Unstable.
We helped their rebels, who are a lot of really bad people, and ISIS, and Russia decided to stay with the regime, which it could have just been easily been the United States doing it, say 50 years ago with the Syria. It's just like, you want them or me, like Cuba could have gone.
Yeah, but this is after the uprising. It's an entirely different situation.
They're fighting rebels, the Russians, only to help Assad, but those rebels are related with what's going on in the eastern Syria, right? So I don't know what you're supposed to do. Stop them from bombing the place that these terrible people run as part of ISIS's empire, if anything, or
Well, this
Who's
is kind of
really?
like,
Where does stability come from over there?
well, I'm just saying, you have a situation where they're holed up in these areas where these people don't necessarily want them, but they're the ones having to pay the price for it. I mean, it's a definition of a high war crime.
I don't see how. What I want them to. I guess I should just look online and try to get pictures of what parts of Aleppo are left, because the parts that they show, it's not like, when there's an earthquake and they're down in that city street and they show that corner of the building falling over and it looks like desolation, but you can tell it's the scene right there. But with Aleppo, it's more like off into the horizon, nothing but what was obviously 10-story and 3- and 5-story buildings and bigger just crumbled. What's left?
Yeah, I mean, it's bad. Yes.
Well, I hate to say it, I don't know what we should do, but I don't see how you can't just let Assad take it back over.
Well, I mean, I think the problem with Assad, is that
Because
the whole
Assad
reason,
is the one that committed the
yeah,
horrible crime.
yeah, exactly. The reason the Arab Spring happened was because they do have some pretty awful leaders there, and once there was stability,
You don't
there
believe
was
a country? You don't believe a country has the right to fight a civil war with
Not
a
when
part
they're
of it that
bombing
revolts?
hospitals
I think that
and
the Arab Spring,
schools and
the initial, I think the initial purpose of the Arab Spring to overthrow his rules was a good motive, the likes of Gaddafi and the aristocracy in Egypt and Assad. These people are terrible rulers of their people, but because of the way it's all panned out, you've ended up with worse people in the rebels who loads of rebels that have committed atrocities of themselves, and the people who actually wanted the spring for change and actual social mobility and improvement, they've now they've got nothing to base
Well,
themselves
Assad
on.
is terrible, was terrible, and his dad, and have been against any threat to their rule, right? But other than that, you could be Christian, you could come and go. You could go to other countries. You could live there and live, and your kid
that's
could
not the
become a
point.
lawyer. It wasn't some North Korean place kept. It was or a Philippines.
No, but once
it was
his
developed,
power,
like Chile and whatnot. So it's like
once his
a lot
power
of
was
this-
challenged, though, it turned into a similar situation
Which was
that you're describing.
predictable.
Well, I mean, his
really.
power was challenged because
We should have let it work
wasn't
itself
working.
out
The
without
country
going
wasn't
in there.
working, essentially.
Yeah, but we were one of the first people in there funding people that tear out their enemies' hearts and eat them for real, not even fake.
We certainly shouldn't.
So
have
what's the
funded
point? I mean,
rebels.
Well, we shouldn't have gone in there. We should have let the Arab Spring happen, and if he quelled it with tear gas and on the rest, then history has to decide some of that. That's the meaning of sovereignty, sadly. We shouldn't have started fiddling in there. And now that it's gotten this bad, basically the Russians are playing the role of the classic geopolitical calculation here is which is the quickest way to stability. Is letting what the rebels are in keep Aleppo, especially now that it is even bombed out where we are right now at this moment. Is that the quickest way to stability in that region? Probably not. It's probably having the civil government back in place. And, but that's terrible. Well, have you looked at history? Which was the non-terrible thing that happened?
But we're
So
talking about the practical nature of dealing with the problem politically from the United States point of view.
Well,
you can't just say, well, let's just support Assad. No, you can't do that.
No, I think what we have to do is probably stay out of it.
I mean,
we shouldn't do a
I don't know if we can do that either. I mean,
we can do that.
There's two sides to it, really, isn't there?
Well, we have to kind of take a side, right?
Why? Morally, you have to get in everybody's fights. Is that how you do it at a party too, or what? I mean, you have to get in everybody. Why?
Well, because we're kind of the leaders of the world in that regard.
Well, I wouldn't perhaps
man.
agree
I
with
don't
that
like it.
necessarily.
It doesn't make me happy, but it's true.
We're
But
not
I
really.
think
We're not the
there's-
leaders of the world. I'd probably be
there's-
good to get over that.
there's two sides to it, although like I can see what both of you are saying in that, like, on the one hand, like, Assad is this horrible like dictator, and the fact he's willing to use tear gas on his own citizens, like, that's terrible, and it's not good for this to be going on. Then at the same time, like, the rebels, like, I can sort of see why you're saying we should just let it happen, because
Oh,
like the
I'm gonna have to
situation
go
we're in
away.
now.
I'm gonna have to go away from keyboard for a second and find my old dog that's hopped off into the dark.
No worries. Shall I continue saying what I'm saying, or
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
sorry, I hate
go
to
ahead.
interrupt, but I just am going right away. Yeah, no, keep it going. That's fine. Some of you have control, so if somebody comes, you can decide whether it's safe.
Alright. Okay.
so yeah,
I'll maintain the purity of our safe space here.
well, just on like with the rebels and stuff, like with the situation in Aleppo now, where rebels have been enforcing like even worse conditions on the people of Syria, like, and essentially left places in awful states. Like, I can see the logic in saying, oh well, we just need to leave, like, get stability back and like make Assad the power again, because whilst things were bad under him, at least they weren't out of control and bad. I can see the logic in that. It's a moral grey zone really, because there's two like horrible factions to it, and there's no clear way of like going in there and getting it sorted without like better action than what we've seen so far. And it's a case of a lot of the Middle East really, where you've like pumped funding into these supposed like rebel groups, which should turn out to be like extremist, like Islamist, like ISIS and stuff. Like, and you funded terror groups that have made life worse. For instance, with Saddam Hussein and the aftermath of Iraq. Like,
Right, and that was what I was going to say. It's kind of that's sort of the Saddam Hussein sort of idea that, well, yeah, he kind of sucks, but at least everything is kind of under control, you know.
Yeah.
But now everything is out of control already, and it's not just as simple as, well, you got two sides, you know, in the country. No, there's different factions, and you have ISIS in there, and you have a different rebellion going on that has nothing to do with ISIS, and then ISIS is just coming in there and completely disrupting everything,
Yeah.
trying to take advantage of the situation and get a foothold there from a military point of view. And that's the reason why you've got this Aleppo situation, because they're just trying to completely crush it with a gigantic sledgehammer, you know.
No, exactly. Like, and if you again looking at the basis of this revolution and the sort of uprising from the Arab Spring, like, they're good incentives. They're like to increase democracy and to improve the rights of the majority of the people. And these people who are like Muslims and stuff, like, that's a bit like, these Muslims are clearly got like revolutionary, like, good thoughts. Like, it's not like when people create this narrative of like Muslims committing atrocities, like, it's quite silly, because if you look at the actual membership of like, I mean, the number of people who actually ISIS and rebel actually have, and then compared to the vast majority of like Muslims in the region, like, there's one dwarfs the other. But then obviously the narrative in the West is that Muslims are a threat, so they never report fairly on that, to be honest. But then, as you say, like, there's just such a crackdown on like anything from either side in there, which means that you lose the sort of original message of the Arab Spring, and it just becomes like a messy grey zone of politics, which no one really knows how to combat. And then when people come forward and say, "Oh, we should just bomb them," or "We just like can't get involved at all," like, it becomes hard to sort of debate it.
Well, I think Hillary Clinton's proposal is a no-fly zone, and that could be problematic, because what if Russia disobeys it? What are we going to do then?
I mean, her foreign policy.
Are we really going to shoot down Russian fighters?
Exactly. Like, that would be pretty like grave consequences, I would think.
Yeah.
Sorry?
No, I was just saying, yeah, I agree.
Okay, brilliant. I just think that, like, I mean, I didn't want Clinton at all. Like, I was really disappointed when Bernie Sanders didn't win the nomination. But at the same time, like, my problem with when people say, like, oh, Clinton equals wars, is that, well, the Republican president, like, Trump is so volatile and he's such a, like, nutcase. Then he's also got this party behind him who we've seen before will, like, do nothing to, like, further their own agendas, like
Pretty much.
the war in Iraq and the sorry, throat's a bit dry. Yeah, the war in Iraq, war on terror, like, and the axis of evil, like, they'll do anything to further their own aims. And the infamous weapons of mass destruction, which they never found. Like, but how can you say that Hillary is bad when with the party you've just, like, the last time we were in office, they started a war on terror.
Well,
I think she's incredibly uncorrupt. The system is corrupt. Hillary, it turns out we see all her emails, we find out it's the same person that we thought she was. And how's that not being straightforward? I mean, the system is corrupt, but Hillary is liberal in the sense that, I mean, she's taking things in a very decent direction overall, slower and not in directions I want, but other directions she has.
I would somewhat disagree because I don't think she's, like, a clean slate, really. I don't think it's as simple as I mean, yeah, if the system is corrupt, definitely, but I don't think she's completely clean, and I think she has sort of, like, benefited and indulged in the sort of culture in a way. Not all of it, like, involuntarily, because I do think sort of to be as successful as she's been and to be around for so long, you sort of have to, like, unless you're very lucky, you have to sort of become ingrained in that sort of corruption. But I don't think it's, like, I don't think she's a clean slate, personally, and I'm not a big fan of her.
But there's two kinds of this corruption that we're talking about. So there's the fact that the system works in a kind of a corrupt, exploitive way, right? But then there's people that honestly believe things like bankers are expert in banking. Of course they should help write the legislation. And so she has been out in the open of whose side she's on, thinking we should invade Libya or whatever else. And I disagree with her, but that's different than a guy that makes anti-pedophiles online legislation and is an online pedophile. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
Right. Tom Ritchie or whatever that guy was, the one that was behind Trump at his rally, as a matter of fact. It was kind of funny. Remember there was the father of the bomber was behind Hillary the same day, and then Trump is like, this is stupid, and right behind him is this pedophile.
Well,
oh wait, no, maybe it was it Hastert? No,
your buddy
Hastert.
Quintica put out a video today, I think it was today, claiming that Hillary Clinton supported child sex trafficking.
I have to look up this Quintica guy. He sounds like quite...
I don't understand your fascination with him, Piro.
It's the same fascination he has with Brandon.
Brandon isn't as bad as this guy.
My subscriptions are an agenda.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, I watched like 2 or 3 of his videos.
I mean,
I'm monitoring the culture.
There's something wrong with him, man.
I mean,
I'm monitoring the culture. It's like the Tick. I take a lot of my philosophy from the Tick comic, and he's watching TV and he's like, "Don't stop me! I'm monitoring the culture."
I mean, maybe, but then I've sat in Brandon's rooms moderating for like hours, and it's just the most mind-numbingly racist shit I've ever heard in my life. Or like, the only way to stop the Muslims is to defeat the left because
I mean, I agree, but this guy is a little. There's something weird about him that's different.
Well, I'm looking at his page now. Like, half his videos are like a black background with like a light in the background.
Okay, well, I know there's one guy that another guy named that I know that I'm friends with named Puka. He wanted to argue with some Canadian Trump supporter that made a video called "The Chinese Are Invading Canada."
It's such like clickbaity titles, and
and this Quintica guy has like, I know I have a little bit of an accent, but he has the worst accent. I mean, it's so annoying.
I'm gonna have to listen to it now.
That's funny. You think so?
He's got that. I guess it's like a Midwestern, or it's just like extreme Midwestern, sort of close to, like, I guess like a Wisconsin accent or something, but it's like really extreme.
Male feminist first impressions. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna have a listen to this.
Like they put that when they say they're
Hey, can someone-
short A's, they put like a Y in there.
Can someone link that in the comment section? Because I have got to see this dude's videos now. I mean, if he's somehow worse than that, because like
He's been in here
How
once
is
or
it-
twice, but he keeps having a reason he can't come, and I keep teasing him about it. But I actually do believe the reason.
I
So
saw
who
him
cares if he
in. I
doesn't
saw
want to
him
come?
in here. I remember before. I don't remember
Yeah,
when that was.
I'm pretty sure
it-
he might have. I think he's the one that got Vic to come.
Well,
So then what?
he didn't seem that bad. Like
He was
in the-
crucial actually in this whole hangout, taking the social justice warrior swerve. Because other than that, it'd be like we'd be talking about Gary's science ideas.
Okay. Well, why doesn't he want to come in? Like, is there like
No, I think he does. He just it's various reasons and timing and stuff. As far as I know, I don't think there's any extra reason. I think he will. I mean, he's obviously not shying away from our
I
debate.
see
But
you
my
like the
answer is, I mean,
action.
I could just say I like other people's opinions, but seriously, I have people I agree with that I subscribe that I watch 0% of their videos, and I tend to monitor. You'd be surprised.
Quintica? I'm trying to Google him and I'm not finding him anywhere.
it's like QNTKKA.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's it.
all in capital.
Alright, can someone put the link in here? Or,
Yeah, sure.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Walk
but
on
I-
here one day, to be
I
honest.
figured, well, he must be kind of a reasonable guy because Piro's talking to him, and then I watched a couple of his videos, and he's just such a fucking
No,
jerk.
I actually I blocked him at one point because I disagreed with what he had done, a real world action where he doesn't really like me talking about it. I don't like to. We kind of got past it, so I don't want to harp on him. But I mean, it is a thing that happened with the Conference Report, who was making videos where he was nude on his channel. He was pushing censorship.
He's the guy who got got Conference Report busted.
No, yeah, Conference Report. But I mean, Conference Report didn't get busted. He was an art professor, and the art people were like, "Wow, I guess you really are making a change." You know, I mean, they didn't seem to care.
Yeah, he reported him, didn't he?
Yeah, contacted his employer and stuff, and he has various reasons that that's different than censoring video games.
Oh, he's one of those that's worried about the fucking video games.
Seems to be, yeah. I've
These
slowly
people are
realized it.
fucking morons. I'm just so tired of this stupid shit.
The anti
The whole
Sarkeesian.
Gamergate unquote.
Oh no, they're awful.
Censoring shit, basically. Censoring
It's so
videos and
fucking
whatnot.
stupid.
Well, yeah, no, the amount of channels where they literally just like the second like any Sarkeesian releases a video, oh, I need Sarkeesian ruins gaming. She's fucking dumb. Like,
I mean,
It's
I
so
don't know.
ridiculous.
Like,
This is all you have to worry about in your life.
like,
Well, it's just all of the worries.
I will say this. Anita's videos are stupid, but their opinions are stupid too. So honestly, I really don't care.
Why are they
Kind of
worried
weak
about it?
water. They're weak tea, but there's nothing really. I mean,
I like-
yeah, like I
the
think
tropes.
points-
It's like these guys don't realize that these tropes are real things. I mean, it's such weak water, and they
No,
act like
like-
it's strong. So I guess they need it.
Yeah, it's like
She
her
does.
videos aren't all that impressive, just from a I mean, you're talking about video games, so it's not going to be all that important. But, but the way they respond to it is so fucking unthinking and
like,
stupid.
as though
But, like,
she's
the-
like
the-
the mother
And they
of all
worry
families.
about this
Yeah.
stuff so fucking, and then they say journalism or what is their deal? They're like worried about the journalism in video.
Basically,
I know.
because
Are you fucking serious?
basically because
You're
a lot of
gonna waste all this fuel. You're gonna burn all this fuel for months and months and months on fucking video game journalism.
video.
You're an idiot.
Well,
Wake
it's a
up,
part of this
slap you in
general
the face.
paranoia where, for
Uh,
example, I've actually straightforward talked to some conservative people about this Sharia law fear they have. And, like, do you really think Sharia law could possibly become the law of the land in the U.S.? Yes, I
Bas-
think so. And I'm a weak cuck because I'm not afraid of that.
basically it's because you have reviewers and shit who like get paid by companies or whatever, but who cares ultimately?
But they honestly think that as a liberal, I am bound to not complain about Sharia law because a Muslim has the idea. That's what they think. They actually think that that's how that I'm bound to that somehow. That's when we start talking about it being a sickness. It's so irrational what they think my position is. I don't see how that can't be some sort of psychological problem. I mean, I hate to bring it there.
Being irrational. You go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, Piro's position is like we should just invite all the Muslims in and take over.
Yeah, you need open borders because that's what made America how it is. That's other than the fact we also have really good real estate, a lot of pretty good real estate. Is that it's the immigrant idea, and after a few generations, we're not that way. We need this. We import this particular flavor into the American soup, and I don't understand why that's so complicated. It seems to me like people that came over want to close the gate behind them, and that's not the deal, right? Sorry, that's not the deal. We got a constitution, and these people that say they love the Constitution and hate taxes, well, Constitution's only a fucking few pages long. It says taxes right in there in the Constitution part. So bite me.
It stems from like irrationality, like from right, like but you see it on large scale with their like opposition to taxes but love of the Constitution and like the hypocrisy they have there. And then going back to someone like Anita Sarkeesian, like they can't see that like this one person is obviously going to have some flaws in her arguments, and I don't think she's like.
Her arguments are kind of terrible, and she said some racist shit, though. I'm not even.
Well, they just don't go very deep, and she might have said some things in these other conferences, but I've only really watched those tropes in feminism, and some of it's silly. Some of it might be some cherry picking and things like that, but that's part of. Other than that, it's like these are real things. When she shows all of these prostitutes in these games going, "Oh, I do you for free," that's a real thing. Yeah. Look at yourself, America. If you don't like what you see in the mirror, don't blame the mirror.
And then you get like half of these have been like stemmed from like feminist critique anyways. It's not like she's just like made them up. They're like actual studies.
That's the thing. She's not particularly. It's very weak water.
Like a lot.
They obviously need it. They are at her level. She has something to tell them they don't get yet. So thank you for doing it. So I mean, I support her in that sense.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, it makes sense for you to have prostitutes in a game like GTA. So, again,
and that's fine.
These arguments lack context. That's a lot of reasons why her arguments are really shit.
But the thing is, part of it is like this. I want games like that, but I also like movies like Requiem for a Dream and Clockwork Orange. You don't have that and go, don't talk about it. You're allowed to have it. You have it in the movie, and then you talk about it.
The main issue wasn't that she was talking about it. The main issue was that she was highlighting that it's sexist, while ignoring the context that GTA is in. It's the problem that one of the problems with her arguments is that she ignores context.
But GTA is an imaginary universe.
Yeah, it's a universe based on parodies of our current day reality.
Though I think it's important to say, like, signature. He's also just essentially saying that, whilst not necessarily it's bad to have these games, we need to talk about them and discuss why they're there and stuff, and like have.
I don't think anyone really has an issue with discussing these games or discussing the nature of these games. Well, it's more or less the. Okay, I'm sure there are people. Well,
could you close my door?
Disagree then, but. The problem is rather how she approaches the concept in the first place, because you have feminists who have talked about things like male gaze theory that don't get half the shit she does. It's because how she approaches the subject and it's always mostly been how she approaches the subject and how she frames her arguments.
I wouldn't quite agree. Like
I said, we can agree to disagree.
Well, where I go back and forth with Quintica again is and one reason to talk to him is because he is civil enough and has the stamina that it works as a reference point. But
he's civil. No, I don't think he is.
You don't think you consider him civil? Call me a liar.
I think he is in the Hangout. But from what I saw in the video, I don't think that's civil at all.
I mean, well, it depends.
I have a low standard.
Civility is
I
civility,
consider
right?
very reasonably civil.
I mean, well, here's the thing, right? Like, civility is civility, and being on camera is being on camera. I mean, you can be very vitriolic in your videos and still be fairly chill and civilized.
That's true.
When talking to other people.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think in the hangout he was
All right.
fairly civil.
Okay, then. All right.
From what that was my impression. That was why I was kind of surprised
One
when I
thing-
watched his videos and he's just an asshole in his videos.
You guys sound like you watch the Tropes videos or seen at least some of them. I never saw her advocate censorship. She was advocating awareness. Here's what these things mean. Writers learn these things, they reuse them, they trigger your emotions, and they trigger your emotions in some case because you're still a caveman. So you think about it. And I thought that part was very reasonable and kind of above reproach, just aside of the fact she did not, and yet people have told me that no, that's the censorship. She's working towards censorship, which to me is injecting an assumption that if you criticize something, you're trying to censor it.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is just not the case.
No, she's raising awareness about it in discussion, and she's never said like, "Oh, scrap these like things." She's saying that, "Oh, well, we need to be looking at why games with women feel the need to have like women in a certain way." Which the fact that the alt-right have or so many people just reacted so poorly to that sort of suggests that there is a problem. If you literally the second you say, "Oh, well, the way you present women in this video game, which is maybe just for fun," is a problem.
It's like it's not so much the presentation as it is the way those things are discussed. I would say that's always been kind of my issue with her, is the way she's framed her arguments and framed how things happen and how the characters are portrayed within those particular games that they're affiliated with.
I think one problem here is you have guys mostly and girls too, I guess, but they just want to play the games. They enjoy the games. They like the games they're getting. They don't want it to be really fucked with. And it's kind of unfortunate that those people through this Gamergate thing fell into a bucket with the alt-right, which really is, you don't get too deep into there until you get people that are openly white supremacists, and that's where they've had to run to. And that's not who these gamers are. Like, your sympathies, Kalence, to, don't get all grandmothery and schoolmarm and librarian with the ruler on me about the games. I'm not worried about that because we've had 40 years of my life, it's just gotten more and more liberty. The kids are playing games that would have been X-rated movies when I was 13.
That's not really my position as much.
No, well, because you don't let it dump you into that bucket of alt-right. You have your issue with it, but you're not going to become a Trump supporter because of it. I think a lot of the people, and I think Sargon has reacted to that and had to say, you know what, I'm more left-wing than you motherfuckers know, so... And that's a good thing, but because he's trying not to be in that bucket. But on the other hand, that's what he's swimming with. He's swimming around with him anyway. He's fooling himself if he thinks he's not.
My position isn't real. 1 second, I'd like to clarify. My position is more or less like, as somebody who's like watched Anita's videos and shit, I'm more or less giving my position as to why I do think they're inaccurate. However, I would like to phrase that I think getting angry.
Well, not inaccurate, but unfair.
Wait. Okay, unfair if you want to say that. Unfair.
Yeah, I think you're
However,
wait,
one second. However, I don't agree with it. However, I think getting angry and upset over her is fucking stupid and pointless. That's stupid. So, yeah, it's stupid. Like, yeah, I can think her videos are unfair, but I can still think reaction to her is stupid and over dramatic and hyperbolic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
well,
do
like,
you
I can
think
think
that
of
she's just complete? There's no validity at all.
Wait.
Like, one of the unfair things that Thunderfoot got her on that he was right about is you can see Batman's butt.
He's
in denial about sexuality. The objectification. What people don't get is the objectification. The objectification of men in those video games is also a part of the patriarchy. We should be telling guys, yeah, it's making you feel inferior to a stupid ideal that can't exist as well.
I would like to say that. No, I don't think. I don't think any observations. I don't think every observation she's made are wrong. However, I do think a lot of her arguments are unfair, and some are inaccurate, in my opinion. But no, I don't think every observation she's made is inaccurate.
What's unfair? I love the video game genre, and I worked in it for years. I'd say the part that is unfair is that she doesn't acknowledge that a lot of these geeks and programming and bringing in casual Friday every day and this part of the programming culture, they've done some ironic, fun things like the Metroid being a woman, or Miss Pac-Man as the sequel. And they've done some things that have also helped, that have kept up with the culture, right? And a lot of the crazy badassness of our current video games is mostly, cynicism of a society that we need more explosions. Michael Bay is just, we got to keep that, we want to watch everything. And there's a lot of catharsis and a lot of people watching Saw that don't get off on being a psycho murderer. But I could still say that a movie like Saw is really stupid and irredeemable. I'd rather have a society where that couldn't be a commercial success.
I mean,
I get to say that.
I mean, I would recommend, I highly recommend watching the Innuendo Studios video on Anita Sarkeesian, because he does 6 parts on this sort of thing, which perfectly fits what we're talking about.
Now, was this the guy you were talking about earlier? Is he ostensibly right-wing or no?
No, he's left-wing.
Okay. Innuendo Studios, I'll write this down.
Yeah, he's really good, but he does like video games, social culture, just things like this. And he's got a video series on Anita Sarkeesian and the sort of reaction to her and stuff.
I think the reaction to her is stupid and overblown and
they made her famous.
Yeah, of course.
The reaction to her made her famous.
Yeah.
But it's not just the Anita Sarkeesian thing. It's the thing with the Gamergate isn't really her. That was some other chick that was involved in.
Brian Owie, wasn't it?
That was Zoe Quinn.
Oh,
yeah.
There's loads of them. Just any like there was like somewhere in there. Like
I mean, that's even worse in some ways. I mean, the way that whole thing plays out.
Well, that just shows that there's significant portions of the alt-right which don't have any like basis for reason.
Right. Maybe it's just I'm old enough too. I do have some access to sympathies. Like, for example, you brought up Brianna Wu, but I for years couldn't really understand. I would call Bruce Jenner, or I would still say he. And I would call
him shit. Wait,
because I didn't see the reason. And I think a lot of these wait, let me just finish. I'll finish quick. A lot of these guys, I think, are just in that frame of mind of like, really, I don't mind if people want to dress like a woman, but are you really going to make me feel like a bad person because I keep calling him Bruce Jenner, or I forget to say Chelsea Manning? Please, I'm talking about espionage, not transgender at the moment. And they just feel, but in my case, just to finish, how I got out of that and realized, you know what, I will remember to call them by their new name, was that I called Prince a fucking symbol. For no fucking reason, just because he asked.
The artist formerly known as Prince.
Yeah, and I'm like, if I'm willing to do that for a singer, I guess Bruce Jenner's an asshole.
Well, it's the Cassius Clay thing, right?
I'll call him
You're gonna call him Cassius Clay?
Honestly, I didn't even.
Exactly.
Honestly, I didn't even know what his real name was. It's funny that you bring that up.
I know calling him Prince is the same thing. Yeah.
My ex was identified as agender, but for the longest, they didn't have an issue with you saying she and using that as a particular pronoun. Just because she was a girl.
Well, I think what we're really going for is people like me to go ahead and go, I will try to call you she, and then if I fuck up, the people on the other side going, I understand. It's
she doesn't. Yeah, she didn't really give a shit if you called her she or not.
Yeah, I think if we could all be tolerant of each other.
But I would like to bring up the Brianna Wu thing because that's
okay.
Awesome.
Go ahead, yeah.
I remember this is awesome. Because, I used to chill with Rob, and I think, Piro knows Rob. But, he despised Brianna Wu, and a lot of the people who were anti-Gamergate or whatever despised her because they thought she made the movement look weak with her actions and shit. It's fucking hilarious. how much infighting there. It's hilarious how much infighting there
She
was.
is a bad spokesman. She is very sensitive in her interviews. I don't think she comes across well, if that's what you mean.
Like anti-GG had like a lot of fucking infighting and shit, but like it was fucking awesome. Like they hated her and shit, and Rob would talk all sorts of like mad shit about her. And so, but like he would never actually but no one would go at her publicly because they were afraid of making themselves look weak against Gigi. That's hilarious. Oh my god, I love that. I love having friends. I love being friends with a lot of people who are anti-Gamergate because they have a lot of crazy shit they say.
Yeah, it's good to have a wide perspective of people, really, isn't it?
I do. I have I tend to have a lot of friends, So yeah, it is nice to know that.
Well, I think a big problem right now is that everybody predicts the fall of these enemies, and really most of these battles have been going on for ages. And this is why I've been started talking about let's just split the country up, because otherwise we need right now. There's no room for a compromise, right? None of these people I'm arguing with, I don't think Quintique or any of them really believe that I wouldn't censor video games, for example. So where's the compromise? And that's the least of it, the video games, because the real thing politically is I don't see the compromise between my position on torture and their position on torture. I don't see the compromise even between, here's where I do see a compromise. I believe in open borders, but I'm willing not to have totally open borders. Right, I'm willing to do it slowly here and there and this and that with the immigration law here and there, but they're not willing to, right? So there's no compromise. Even where I see we could have some middle ground where I don't get everything I want with open borders, they're fucking psychotically afraid of immigrants, even though we know there's less criminals coming in from immigrants than we already have in our quote-unquote living room. So where's the compromise? We either need to figure out a way to have some compromise of how to go forward on something we agree on, parts we agree on, like warning labels on video games. That came from the Democrats, or on the CDs and stuff, explicit lyrics. And what did it do? It wasn't censorship. It actually allowed them to cuss on their records because it was taken care of. You just put a sticker on it. And if anything, it was weird because then kids wouldn't buy something that didn't have the sticker. So that backfired even. It actually accelerated probably.
That was
but that's a compromise. And we don't do those anymore. We need to get back to having those kind of compromises. Or else split up, because other than that, it does come to guns. People don't seem to realize politics still guns. And yeah, there's a point where people are going to be shooting each other in the street. That's how politics works.
Well, you like the Majority Report, right?
Oh yeah, I was going to bring that up as far as Owen. Sam Cedar, they're funny, but they're really insightful. But yeah, what about them?
They were talking about that. He does that talk with that Adam Schechter. Is that his name?
Cliff Schechter, Libertine LLC. On Fridays?
Yeah. He did. Well, the last one he did, they were talking about that, and I immediately thought of Piro.
It's the only thing I listen to every day, so yeah. Which part?
Yeah, well, the Schechter interview, he was saying that. He was saying these, I don't see what else could happen except, the country has to split apart.
Yeah, no, I won't be surprised if we see this come up, and it did come up too. I started talking about it a lot when Obama won the second time, and a bunch of the conservatives were saying we'll just secede and Texas can still secede. And I just called them on it. I'm like, I'm on your side. And they called me a traitor, which is funny. It was a big bluff. It's a big bluff, and nobody likes it. But I'll bet you see more and more of it, because it's the thing too about just watching in my career. When I was a kid, getting divorced was akin to coming out of the closet being gay. I mean, it was a thing. And everybody started doing it, and it is a disaster, and it does wreck kids' lives. But guess what? Living in a family where people scream each other also wreck their lives. So when you have irreconcilable differences, it's sad and maybe tragic, but you're going to have to split up, and it's no different.
It's just
right now we're feeling like you can't get divorced. That's impossible.
No, it's more like
I don't think that's
it's more like it's not feasible, and that's kind of insane. Like,
But why wouldn't it be feasible?
Because for one, you have to take into account economics, how like location. How are we how are we going to decide who goes to what side? What are we splitting up? There's so many factors.
No, that's easy. Look, you know how like TYT wants to have a constitutional convention and have a an amendment for campaign finance reform. Put it in.
I'm living with infinity. Fuck it. There we go. I'm living with infinity if we split up.
Okay, part of the problem.
I'm not in a good part of the country, so.
So part of the problem with the Constitutional Convention is right-wingers and everybody could come and, you can rewrite the Constitution if you're not careful.
Yeah.
But you know what? You could also split the government in two in a Constitutional Convention. And how it would work is the delegates would talk to each other. And, I think that there's an obvious separation between the North and the South. There's also the obvious thing of most countries are like 30, 40, maybe 60 million people. We cut ourselves down into 5 to 10 and get our numbers in that. And obviously you would have an economic union. You would still have the NFL would not be dissolved or broken in two. Countries are allowed to have trade with each other. It's more normal to have a lot of close trade with this other country that's your neighbor and free travel. In the old days in Europe, when they were at war with each other, you could still get a visa and go to another country that you were at war with. That stopped in World War II. Between World War I and II, that became, nope, we want to kill you if you're. So it's like you can have a close relationship.
I'm just not with you on this. I mean,
then what are the compromises?
Just too many.
How are we going to compromise
things? With them? Nuclear weapons, energy policy.
You don't trust them with those.
Well,
no, I just don't. Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not. It's not about trusting.
I trust them more than Russia, and I was talking about how Russia's also.
Well, that's not what I'm saying.
Modernized. Okay.
I'm not saying it's not about. Okay, we split up and they get some nuclear weapons.
We could even have a joint military if we want, right? We could have a joint military.
No, it's how you split everything up.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be problematic to an extreme degree, where it's gonna lead to.
It's no more complicated than when AT&T split up. It's
Are you serious?
Thing you do? Yes, I'm serious.
It's no more complicated than when AT&T split up.
People do this.
The United States.
Country, yeah, yes. That's why I used AT&T. But other countries have split up before and been joined together before. There's procedures and ways to do that, and there's obvious things too, like basically you have a lot of federal government and there's more military bases in the South, for example, so there has to be some sort of compensation for military bases. If we split up in the North and South, for example, the military bases in the South, it has to be offset. You have maybe you might have a cash payment to be buying some of the assets that are going to have to be, and you negotiate
what about
all
the
that.
Ports? I mean,
and it's not impossible.
The fucking Gulf of Mexico is huge. You're just going to let that go? No, I don't think so.
What do you mean let that go? Who says that's mine to begin with? Those states have the ports and make the money and have the port workers paying state taxes already.
Right, but now you're saying they get control over the ports, so they can do
just
whatever
their
they
ports.
want.
Just their ports. We'd have New York and plenty of ports left.
Yeah, but I'm talking.
They've got San Diego and L.A.
You really think the powers that be?
I'm only into this if they take Southern California. Otherwise, deal's off.
If just letting a different country control those ports at the Gulf of Mexico.
A different country? What's the same about that country now exactly? How does it really change if they get to decide their own executive?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, other people run those ports and make the money off those ports and collect the taxes besides me. Now they do.
Right,
and
but that
other
benefits
people
the entire United States. That's why the Keystone XL pipeline was such a huge fucking.
Well, it would still benefit from us because we'd have shit tons of boats going in there. I mean, but they would get the taxes off it being their port, which they pretty much do now.
Right, and so they would be in control of the ports.
But I'm working backwards from the fact of, do you see a compromise? Because what you're saying and what's probably going to happen is we can't split up the country. Then our option is to crush them. We will let the demographics strangle them, and then we won't compromise. We will treat them as a disfavored minority opinion. And I'm sorry, you're a third of the United States, and you get 0% torture. And we'll just crush them.
Well, maybe we should examine why we're having this fundamentally. Why are we having this problem in the first place?
Yeah.
Because you and I think that these people on the other side of the aisle, so to speak, are, and I don't mean that in the political sense. I just mean on the other side, that they're a bit delusional. They're not facing reality in some way.
Well, no, this is a part of my thing. If I could interject right away, I've been trying to say, I think things come down to preferences. I think I understand why people don't want immigrants. Like I made that video about, I know someone who's actually very liberal as things go, kind of a country liberal, wants his guns and stuff though. And he's like, not racist, he says, and I believe he's not racist, close friend. And he doesn't like the smell of curry in Nag Champa, and so he has kind of a thing about going into Indian businesses where you smell Nag Champa curry, and I think it's kind of sounds a little racist to me, but whatever. You don't like unusual smells, you don't like hearing foreign languages. Well, no wonder you don't like immigration. I do like immigration. In other words, they're not delusional. What they like is incompatible with what I want in the nation I live in.
Right, but why do you hold that position? I mean, why do you have those, you're calling it preferences, but why do you hold that position in the first place? Because you think that this way of life that you prefer is more beneficial all around.
No, for people like me that like to have bunches of different kinds of
well then we're totally different, you and I, because the reason why I have my positions is because I think that that's the most beneficial position for society.
Right, and I think that that's, no offense, but that's delusional. I think it's impossible for you to make a judgment. What I think you're really doing is you want to live in a good society that's good for everybody. You're willing to compromise in that means you're not greedy. You know, everybody gets educated, and it's better to live in a society where everybody is educated, for example, right? But in reality, that's because that's the kind of society that you want to live in. I mean, some people want a society where they can climb their way to the top and then
hold on
everybody below them.
Hold on. So no, that's not what you're talking about. Two different things, I think, because you're saying that no, people don't want to live in a society where they just that's just what they do. So they take advantage of whatever they can take advantage of to benefit themselves. It's not about society at all.
So, but okay, you probably don't want the borders as open to me, but can I say you're pro-immigration, or no?
To an extent, I'm not as extreme as you are.
Well, it doesn't have to be immigration. I just wanted to use some concrete example and explore that you're doing it for other people as much as yourself because you think it's better for everybody. To me, it's impossible.
I think that's what politics is.
No, I think politics is a compromise,
perhaps, I guess, of self-interest and what is most beneficial for the populace.
I think democracy is about people that aren't going to agree on what is perfect and a way for them to cooperate, right?
Well, sure, you're not going to agree, but we're talking about the principle of what you're arguing about. It's not just people.
Well, how about torture? So
I just want this for me, and that's it, and I'm all that matters.
Some people want torture, a rule where we can use torture when, by some metric, it's beneficial. I don't want to use torture, period. Right? Period. I don't care. There is no metric. Those metrics are all illusion. It's just as a moral wrong. Just like I'm not going to decide if slavery should be legal.
Now you're talking about principle versus utility.
I think it's best to live in a world where we don't torture each other, but some people definitely disagree with me on that. And are they delusional, or do they
Right,
just
but
like torture?
if torture worked, you would still be against it, is what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Yes.
Right.
But there's people that would still be for it, even if it didn't work, probably.
Like Trump.
They won't want to admit that.
I think Trump said that.
No, yeah, he said he'd bring
Something to
back
that effect.
waterboarding.
Well, yeah, that's torture.
Yeah.
So
And then-
ultimately, I don't want like thievery to be legal, because I don't want to live in a society like that, and I don't want to thieve from other people. I lose absolutely nothing. But if some den of thieves thought, fuck, you know, finders keepers, watch your stuff better, hide it better, put it in a better lock, and they were for that, then what happens is not that I'm trying to help you have a world that's better than you know about, where you don't turn into thieving anymore. No, I'm like, well, fuck you. I'm going to go get my gun, and we'll see which one of us is last standing. And that's real politics in the world. It ultimately comes down to which of your preferences will you kill a motherfucker over?
Well, I agree. Ultimately, it's about
Right? You want to harm my
preferences, I guess, because you're ultimately saying, you said, I prefer to live in a society where this is going on. But why is that the case? Is the question. Is it the case because of how you personally feel, or is it the case because it just works better?
I just think I'm lucky that it happens to be that it'll work better in everybody's better interest.
Well,
more or less.
maybe we are just
But it's
talking
not the
about
motivation.
utility
I
versus.
I believe in individual liberty, and I think that rules in society is what creates that. Like the fact that I can go from the West Coast to the East Coast by foot, like, you know, if I wanted across the roads, that's because we have this society here. That's why I probably wouldn't have to worry too much about bandits and robbers and pirates on the way. And so that's liberty. You need a society. The state of nature is not really full of as much liberty. So we're creating a free society. That's the goal. So I do think it'd be better for individual people if, you know, we had a society like that. And because, you know, kind of by definition, right? But it wouldn't be good for the warlords. The warlords would end up losing their power in that situation.
But that's not the point.
Some people might want to be, hey, I want to go become a soldier, and maybe I get to become the warlord. And if I lose, then that's just the way the game is played. You know, finders, keepers, losers. You know.
Well, I don't understand the point of what you're saying.
People want to live in different kinds of societies, including really terrible ones. Like the Spartans had a really terrible society.
Yeah, but that just
they wanted
assumes
to
your
live in.
premise that you're arguing from values.
Everybody argues from their real values, which is their biological,
I
neural
agree.
preferences.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But I'm not taking it to the extent that I say that all of my arguments about politics are my
Well, even if
personal-
you're right, because I think it's pretty much happens to be true that, you know, the policies you generally or advocate would be good for society.
Like, well, for example,
you're not going to convince them.
Hero, okay, let me hold on.
They're going to be here when Hillary wins. The people that want to build the wall are still going to be here.
But why do you pay? You don't pay taxes because you like to pay taxes. You don't agree to pay taxes because you like to pay taxes. You pay taxes because you know it's beneficial. Even though it hurts you personally, it's taking money out of your pocket.
But that doesn't hurt you personally any more than when you buy a TV. You don't say, I got hurt personally, but I'd like the TV, so.
Oh, because it ultimately you benefited? Well, no, you don't necessarily benefit from all the taxes that you pay.
But you don't necessarily
personally benefit from all the taxes that you pay.
You don't necessarily personally benefit from all the products that you buy either, I mean.
But when you're buying a product, you are directly buying that product because you choose to buy that product because you think it's going to benefit you in some manner.
Yeah, there's a monopoly in government, which makes the shopping a lot less
Well,
But
I
my
just don't,
point
I
too
don't
is
think
that
the
you're.
analogy
But my point too is okay. So you have a system where you have reason to hope that they'll eventually see the light. How long do you think that's going to take? What are we going to do in the meanwhile? Because what I'm saying is
I don't
we
know.
could just keep winning Hillary and then Democrat after Democrat, and they're 40%, 35%, and so on and so forth, and we just ignore them like they're not even here and pretend their views, they're
No,
like
you can't
children.
ignore them.
They're like children. We know it's better, so just stop. They don't have a majority anymore, but they will have a majority in certain states. And every once in a while, because our Democrats aren't above reproach, people will want to throw them out and put in some David Duke just out of breaking the system. So I think we need to face the fact that these people legitimately have their own self-interest. They get to say what their own self-interest is. And yes, they have some delusion, but even if we think that they should come around and eventually will, they're not going to right away. They're still here. We have to figure out a
Well,
way
there's
to
a moral issue
compromise with
here.
them, or we need to give them their own space.
Are you just going to leave certain
It's
segments of
immoral
the
to just oppress
population
them and not
to
give
the
them their own
tyranny of the
sovereignty.
majority in the regions that they're in?
Well, what you call the
Specifically speaking
what you
of
call the tyranny of the
minorities?
majority, I call the bad decision making of a group of people, and that's just the way it is. Yes, I will put individuals to their own decision making, and if they fuck up so bad they end up in jail, invade the wrong country or
What do you
shit
mean?
like that, then they just. Yes, I would put them to their own devices because humans.
No, I'm talking about. No, I'm talking about.
Liberty is that people should be put to their
You're
own
missing the
devices.
point.
Oh, okay.
So, like, for example, in the Southeast, which I think is primarily what we're talking about, splitting away, sort of the same thing as the Confederacy, right? You probably.
I'm really only into this if you take Southern California as well.
What?
It has to be coast to coast. I want to get rid of Southern California. They go into the South.
Why Southern California?
Cause fuck them. No, because they're conservative, and they because then we both have a coast to coast.
I'm sorry
Boy,
to
that's
interject here,
New
guys.
Mexico also?
I'm sorry, it was kind of just a joke. It doesn't really matter. I mean, whether it goes all the way. So
All right,
yes,
go
I'm talking
ahead
about.
and interject.
I'm talking about the Mason-Dixon line. Yes, I'm
All right,
sorry.
what were you
That was
going to
confusing.
What were you going to say, Owen?
Yeah.
It's nothing really. It's just I'm in Britain. I'm gonna have to go because it's like 2 a.m. here, and I have uni in the morning.
Oh, you
All right. Well,
lightweight.
thanks for coming. I'm glad you came. It was very interesting.
Oh, not a problem. And I'd love to do this again because it's been great meeting
All
you.
right, enjoyed talking to you, Owen.
Yeah, cool.
Excellent. Nice seeing you all. I'll watch the rest of this like tomorrow when you
Alright.
look at the channel. And I'll see
Yeah,
you
I might go and watch football. I don't know, but yeah, I'm sorry, Infinity. I'm sorry, Infinity. I did distract your point because it was kind of just a joke about take them with you. But yeah, so I really am saying that there's a natural division of, because one of the rhetoric here is we fought the Civil War, they lost, they've never given up hope, they got their fucking flags they still want. Maybe we shouldn't have done that and we should have just let them secede and let's do it now.
But you're talking also about huge segments of the population that were victimized by the Jim Crow laws and things of that nature, and still are being victimized in many ways.
We have to understand.
And so what you're saying is just give them license to victimize these people.
Well, yeah, no, I think they'd have Ted Cruz for 8 years and then maybe George W. Jr. for 8 years, and then they'd probably,
You don't know that.
they would see that, well, they have the same demographic issues, and they've still got a third liberal.
I see that as being dismissive of what I'm saying.
Well, the cities in the South are all blue, and so they would still have the socialist city councils and stuff. So, I mean, I see there would be a political power there that they can't turn off.
Well, the fact
They
that
couldn't really stop history. They could go slower into the future.
The people that have the fact that the cities are blue is primarily, due to the fact that the majority race population of Caucasians are in that category.
Well, you think those people would
those
flee?
people are going to have more ability to mobilize and to go where they aren't going to have to deal with all this bullshit.
But they're already
Like
having to deal with
myself,
the
for
bullshit.
example.
But they already are dealing with that bullshit now, and they don't leave. So probably most of them wouldn't.
No,
and
they're
frankly,
not. No, we're one nation right now. You're talking about handing over all the fucking power to all these right-wing assholes.
Yeah, but if you live in Atlanta, it doesn't make Atlanta's not as racist anyway that you
Atlanta,
have to deal with.
You don't know what
Right?
you're talking about.
Atlanta.
Yeah, it's not. You think it's less because it's part of the nation that there's not that we know there is that problem, even though it's a part of this nation. You're saying it would get worse. Why would it get worse?
Because we.
Because, like I
you would
said, you're
change the
handing
law.
over all the power. Now, there's very little federal pushback.
Yeah,
No federal
No, there's a
pushback at all.
third of the people are liberals down there that they would still have
You know,
power.
They're going to
we're
write
not-
a constitution.
Do you
It's not
think the
going to be
South?
like one than we have now.
Wait, do you
Never
think
mind.
the South would become not a? No, you know more about the South. I'll let you guys speak, but let me
Well,
just put it
yeah,
this
well,
way.
I'm
Do you
going to
think
take
the
a break.
South would stop being a
I'm
democracy?
going to take a break so you guys can.
okay. Okay.
Okay.
Shit.
Do you think the South would not be a democracy? They would like give up democracy entirely?
I mean, we don't have that much power down here, and a lot of the more liberal people don't really have that much wealth here either. Not compared to the right.
Right. Yes. That's already the case in the nation. So comparing that with being in your own nation, would they actually get rid of democracy? Because yeah, that would be a problem. But if there is democracy, then the future is going in a particular direction, right? And there's a good chance that if we had a good medical system up here in the northern states, that the people would flee the South if they didn't have a medical system, and you'd be surprised they'll get one.
I mean, then you have to look. What about housing though? Like, I mean, we can flee the South, but then where are we gonna set up shop, so to speak? Like housing wise and shit, you know.
Well, I mean, right now there'd be a problem in the North, but we could handle it because we would have a left party that could sprout up, and then the Democrats could become our conservatives. And with that combo, we would repair a lot of the housing and the homelessness problems, right? The Americans have a lot of very less expensive than Europe approaches to how we would do these things that can work if you have a coalition between the Bernie and Biden wings of the party as two parties. And so I think we could handle, obviously, I don't think if we had two countries, we would probably, I mean, people could freely travel between the two and work, I would think. So if those people needed to come to the North and we needed to react, well, I think we would be able to react to immigrants from the South. I also don't think that would actually happen. I think the South would realize it's a lot more liberal. People in the South might want to harken back, but you put any of these conservatives from the South back 100 years, and they would not fit in. So the fact is they're going into the future and becoming modern too, and that would continue to be the case. And, I think the really bad part is, you'd have, President Cruz. But look, all of those southern states are already right to work. They're already anti-union, destroyed the unions. They're already jury rigged. And, they're already doing all the things government can do to put people down in a democracy. And unless they actually give up democracy, I don't see how they could do any worse.
I mean, I guess Infinity's perspective is that you're basically giving them even more power. So what little limitations they have from the federal government will be basically gone.
It's true. They might get rid of all welfare.
I mean, what about things like voting rights? You're not even going to be able to go to the 14th Amendment anymore and say, look, you can't do that.
It would get worse. Well, no, that's not true, because I think both of us would end up as nations that had the original American Constitution. And then it would start getting
fucking crazy. Really?
Okay, but here's the thing. It's a constitutional convention. So how you split the country in two is you both take that constitution, you change who the many states are in each of them, and then you modify those constitutions if you want. I really don't see the South that thinks the Constitution is a Bible changing it just getting a whole brand new one.
But they're not going to have those amendments in there.
Well, which amendments?
They've already tried. They already got part of the 14th Amendment.
Yes, they would start amending.
When,
they would amend the Constitution and get rid of some of them that they didn't want. Yeah, but I don't think they'd get rid of the body of the Constitution, or it would be limited how much over time.
Did you ever read the Confederacy Constitution?
I think I have at one time, but what part? What do you mean? You think?
Well, I mean, it was almost.
What direction do you think they would take it?
Like you're saying.
Yeah, right.
But it allowed for slavery, and it allowed for the expansion of slavery.
Do you think that they would go undemocratic in the South or let slavery come back?
Well, no, I don't think they would go that far. They can't.
Yeah. I think that, this right to work, which is really right to fire people and stuff, that would get bad, but it's already really bad in the South. I mean, the state governments actually do have enough power that a lot of what we're worried about is already there. And I think the South,
what about a state like Wisconsin?
Than they realize.
We're not talking about just the South.
Well, right, and in the North, it's the same kind of thing. Even though they would not be able to elect their presidents, their W's, they would be a strong group of people. It's not like we would suddenly become a socialist paradise. It's more like the Democrats would become our new Republicans, and we'd probably have a Bernie party or something that was in the opposition and had trouble electing people, and the banks would still be paying the Clintons to speak. It's not like it'd become a paradise, and I think that's good. That's one thing. I think it's a realistic idea. I think also America would actually, the North and South would fall back in love with each other as Americans, because we have so much in common. And if you drive around American states, people are nice to you, and they're interested from where you are. It's not very hateful if you're white, and at least. And, it's not perfect. But I mean, I think, we have a lot in common that if we were two neighboring countries, we're not going to go to war with each other. I don't think this hate that we think we have right now is mostly a first world kind of version. Most people don't imagine the hate really breaking out into gunfire, but we need to release the pressure, or else it will turn out into gunfire.
Yeah, but
I mean, when
releasing
Trump
the pressure,
loses, yeah, go ahead.
How do you actually do that?
Well,
releasing the pressure is equal to splitting up the country into these.
Yeah, don't make me have a torture president, and I won't make you have a Clinton president. And I think that would release a lot of the pressure. If President Trump wouldn't even be in the South, but let's say it would be a John Kasich or something in the South, and we'd have Hillary, I think they'd probably be able to work together. Liberals would probably be unhappy with how little was
after the fact. I mean, getting from point A to point B is a different question.
But remember how it is. It makes you really hateful. 8 years of watching Bush and Cheney, and they get really hateful of 8 years watching Obama. So that's where the pressure is coming from.
Yeah, but the difference is one is substantive and the other is not.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying it's sort of visceral. And the way my uncle hates Obama, and I love him, and I see how emotional it really is, and it seems entirely irrational to me, but it is.
Where's he going to go?
Well, he lives in Virginia, which is becoming blue or definitely purple. But he's against this idea.
Part of the split in your scenario.
Well, look, in my scenario, you have a constitutional convention, and you decide. You might keep all 50 states together, but loosen, give more control back to the states, and have 50 kind of countries, and the U.S. becomes the kind of UN thing it was maybe originally supposed to be. Or you split into two. It's easiest to talk about splitting into two. It's easiest to talk about it splitting into two because the politics in the two is very clear. Everybody knows it's common sense. If I really had my science fiction preference, like I wrote a story like it happened the best way and there wasn't a civil war, or maybe a little bit of that. You got to have something in the story. I would say 10 countries, make a federation of 10 countries. Then you have competition and a balance of power. And then we're the same size as Canada and Mexico. We can spread out our union into the Americas on more of an even keel. Like maybe we're too big of a country. I think 30, 50 million, that seems like a good size for an autonomous state to me. And think how better we'd be off if China and everybody would do that. I mean, having these super monolithic governments in competition, probably not a good idea.
I mean, Piro is libertarian, so this is somewhat consistent with that.
I'm glad to hear you say that, because yeah, this does come from my libertarian side, and why I haven't given up that word, even though talk about a word that's shit now.
Yeah, it is consistent with the libertarian ideology, though.
Well,
So.
I have to reject that word because of what it has become.
Right, fair enough. I just think all of the libertarians, 99.999% of them, are wrong. They're just anti-taxitarians and they hate the government. Push comes to shove, they want borders and are anti-immigration. That's not libertarianism. So, but yeah, but the word has been totally.
And they think that if you
or
say the
trashed.
word, and you're guilty of this maybe to some extent, if you say the words free market, then there's your economic policy, or there's your theory.
Yeah.
All you need, just say free market, and that just solves everything.
The funny thing to me that the reason it's called a free market, it's like an etymology thing. It just seems like people should agree with me on this. Is like free market. The free is a simulation. It's like virtual reality. Nothing's free. When you get a market at the most basic level, let's say you have a new little town. What do? You get an empty field and then you let people come and put up tents and they sell shit to each other. That's a market. You need rules like a place you go, a cost for the booth, a time of day, a quality thing. You're going to get kicked out if you sell poisoned eggs. These rules by game theory is how you create a so-called free market where when it gets really sophisticated, you got a corn market where you can sell corn before it's even been, you can buy and sell corn that hasn't even been grown yet because they get the mathematics so well and they know grade A corn, grade B corn. So you can buy it of a grade and know you're going to get what doesn't even exist yet. And that is a market. And the fact that it's all fungible and free, you can sell this for this and cord for this, and you can do all of these free actions is because of all of the rules. The regulations actually create that. There is no free market in beef commodity trading if there wasn't a federal government rating the quality of beef. So you can sell AAA beef and people know what it's going to be, even though those cows weren't born yet. So a free market is not laissez-faire, and free market are totally opposite things.
Yeah, but you're just playing with words. That most people think that's what it means.
Yeah, but
when they say free market, when they say free market, they mean no regulation. That's what they mean.
Well, here's where what you could catch me on is this is where, yeah, sometimes a lot of times I think my ideas are better and people are just deluded not to look at it this way. They're looking at it in an error. I do believe that people can figure out, oh, I see, it really means this other thing. Oh, capital isn't just money. And then but I do believe it after they realize that, they won't necessarily agree with my political positions, right? But that's a kind of a thing that, yeah, people are just deluded in things like that, in my opinion. I have a lot of those. And one reason I'm really hold on to them is because it's part of the thing. Philosophy is really like a multi-thousand-year debate over the language. And that's where a lot of words we use come from. Utilitarian, pragmatic. These words are all the names of schools of philosophy for a lot of our conceptual terms. So we go ahead and fight over words. Skepticism means to reflect.
That's part of it. I mean, you have to define your terms, but that's why I'm saying
fight over them.
I think it's confusing.
Yeah.
When the general population that you're going to be dealing with refers to free market and means.
But see, the thing is, we don't have a synonym for this concept of liberty. And the same thing is true of liberty. You don't have liberty when you're just off in the woods that's a kind of liberty because there's not a policeman or a plantation foreman, and is for a slave that can seem like the ultimate liberty, but really you're going to die. You're not the weather. You're not protected from the weather. You have your actual freedom, liberty to
Well,
move.
yeah, I mean, that's when someone
is limited.
When someone
so
says, well, you know, if I don't have health care, how much liberty do I really have?
Yeah, you can't start your own business because you need that health care. You have a skill, you can work, you got to work for someone else because that's the only way to get health care. I was in that situation. Obamacare helps me because even though it's been really crappy the way the system works, and I could tell you terrible things about it, at least I can get health care as an individual. And so I could have my LLC and do what I've done the last couple of years. So,
right.
So yeah, and I got off track there. So okay, so the word liberty to me is really important. We don't have a synonym for it, and it's this thing where it's a game theory thing where you actually need to create the rules where we create it. One of the things is you're not going to get to have the liberty to do things to other people they don't want done unless we invent Westworld. You know, you're not going to be able to rape somebody because your liberty to do that obviously interferes with somebody else. But you could pretend, because if you find somebody who wants to pretend with you, and so is that good enough? And that's the compromise we make. And when we optimize the liberty, that's what we have to do. And there is no other term. And libertarian, to me, it should have an adjective on it. I think these anti-taxitarians is not libertarianism. It is just a delusion. And I need this word libertarian, or I could go for liberty-arian or liberty guy believer or infrastructural. But I think libertarian, there are a lot of liberal libertarians. I was taught my libertarianism kind of by Second Amendment hippies, country hippies and stuff. So that's the way I was coming from it. And I think, and I do overlap with the Johnsons and and some of the things. And real libertarians aren't supposed to be for building a wall on a border or against, Mexican labor. They're supposed to be for that. And if they undersell, then that's supposed to be good, even for the capitalist kind, So there is a real overlap. And, I call myself progressive libertarian to try to give that thing. But the main reason is there isn't a synonym for this word liberty that is so old and well understood in one sense what it's supposed to mean, but not understood in what underpins it. It's not the lack of a policeman that gives you liberty. It is the ability to go far distances and fly or walk the whole globe, that kind of thing. The ability to do recreations and have time that you recreate. These are the actual measurable things of liberty. And what am I supposed to call that philosophy? I'd rather fight over the word libertarian, because I think what the group that holds it right now is incoherent, right? Hating taxes and wanting to use like federal land without paying the fees like the Bundys do. How is that libertarian? How is that conservative? How is that minarchist? I mean, you're supposed to pay for the stuff you use. They actually believe in this public institution that it belongs to them, and yet they violated the treaty with the local Indians as well. So they can violate treaties, but there's a treaty with them. It's just incoherent. It's going to fall apart. And when it does, I would like the rest of us libertarians to just think, do your own thing if you don't hurt anybody else, that we keep the term. It used to mean a lot of different things, right? Liberal used to be the word for libertarian, but they turned it into more socialist kind of a thing. We could take that word back over. Maybe liberal can mean that, but I've never been that fond of the word liberal for some reason.
Well, I embrace that term.
I admit, no, me too in public,
but
because
I'm
a liberal.
do it with an asterisk.
I'm not going to run from it. I didn't like that they made it into a bad word, so I accept it. Yeah, you'd call me a liberal. I believe social medicine, a lot of other liberal things. So, but I don't feel like I wouldn't fight for the meaning in that word the way I do about libertarian.
Yeah, I'm a liberal as well. Yeah, I'm a liberal as well, I would say.
The thing I don't like about the word liberal, again, is I do believe that there's an etymological component to history of words, and there's also this what it's been thought of as today, and the whole meaning is kind of the interaction between the two. But liberal in the modern, just natural language, it's like if you're on if you have dinner, should you give liberal portions? Yeah, is it better to give liberal portions? Everybody gets a liberal portion. I don't know. Maybe there's wastage. What if you're on a boat? You should not give liberal portions. It's better to give conservative portions. So I just don't like in our life how we use liberal and conservative. We need both of those. Sometimes you should conserve. Sometimes you should be liberal. So I don't like that you're supposed to choose one or the other. That seems stupid. That's like, do you want to steer left or do you want to steer right? It's like, I'd like to be able to steer both ways, please.
I'd say I'm probably more of a socialist as well. So.
I love what Bernie did with the term socialism, and Bill Maher, they put it on YouTube, interviewed Obama on Friday, or they aired it on Friday, and he brought up this issue of socialism not being a bad word, and even Obama was like, well, we all are socialists. It's not that useful of a term when everybody, schools and police departments, and there's some things that he called them goods. That was funny. He says there's some goods everybody gets, and I thought, well, not really goods, there's services. But I was wondering if that really meant anything, that he said goods. But it's kind of cool because, yeah, I've said that for years and years too, where people told me that's not what the word means, but that we're all socialist. Hardly anybody doesn't believe in the police being socialized. That's socialism. It's just a matter how much. No matter how much.
It's one of the reasons why I've always pretty much argued that point.
Yeah.
Ever since I was like, that's why I'm pretty fine with being like, I'm a socialist. I'm liberal, but I'm also a socialist.
Well, that's how that goes too. There's people who for decades are like, whatever, I'm using it the way I learned from my aunt, or how I think of it, or whatever, incidental. And then it breaks through, and the term can mean, because again, 70s, 80s, saying you were a socialist, you might as well said I'm a communist, and you say, no, it's different. And they go, yeah, right, whatever. That's what all you communists say. So, and that's broken through. You can fight over words, and when you win, it changes society. Or it's the moment society changes. Something like that. It's related somehow. You can see them changing together.
Wait, so Infinity, do you agree? So, is it just the word libertarian that you shy away from, or what exactly? I'm curious about that.
Well, I hesitate to call myself a libertarian because of how it's what that word indicates typically.
You mean cover for these fascists and racists? Kind of a problem, I admit.
It's more just the delusional aspect of what the word libertarian indicates in the United States.
You mean the religion of the free market?
Yes. And the free market just can do everything, and if you just let everything go, everything's going to be fine.
But maybe we need to come around on libertarian the way we have on socialism, because maybe the mixture of if somebody that would think of themselves as a socialist libertarian really might be the person that says, hey, let's have an infrastructure where we all feel secure and can bounce back, and we'll be free too. And we'll make sure we're free. We won't use the socialism to take away your video games, but you won't need as many of just the one type, because it's like with video games. The thing is, I like dark art. I just want my dark art to be of Clockwork Orange quality and Requiem for a Dream quality. So we could have really dark video games, but let's make them really awesome and spread out. And in a free society, a libertarian society, you'd let people do whatever they want. But me, the liberal, I think there would be less. For example, I think Grand Theft Auto would still exist and should exist. It is a social commentary. It's a work of art, primitive, early in its medium. On the other hand, I think a billion of the copycats probably have no point of having much of an audience. And that could be a natural process. So why not a socialist libertarian? But I was going to add too, the other thing is I did learn my libertarianism from, my parents were 18, and so all these 20-somethings in the 70s, and they were all getting hippie, but they were country folk. And so I learned a libertarianism from them that was totally, I wasn't till I was in my 30s probably, or no, probably 20s, that I learned about the John Birch Society and the whole fascist wing of the libertarian thing. Sadly, also very old, centuries old. So I didn't know about that. So I already, you know what I mean? When I keep saying like, well, I learned from my auntie. I mean, I learned my libertarianism from my dad and uncle and their friends who were being hippies at the time. And so the libertarianism was really about, you're supposed to let your, you know, like Jimi Hendrix is a libertarian, let your freak flag fly. And so by the time I realized there was this other side of it, I was like, well, fuck them. I'll fight them over this word. I like the idea. But I don't fight for it like politically. Like I don't say, I mean, I don't support the Libertarian Party, and I don't support.
Well, it's become a joke.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for sure. And it's
become-
outdoing Jill Stein.
It's become the I'm a conservative in everything but name party. Basically, it's basically become the I'm the Republican but everything in name party. Almost. It's like, look at how many Republicans have basically just jumped on and start saying that. Oh no, I'm a libertarian. It's not now. That's where all the like how would you say it? Disaffected, dissatisfied.
Yeah,
But it would be a better. It would be a better Republican.
establishment. So I'm just going to say I'm a libertarian.
Pretty much, yeah. It's meaning.
But I still hold a lot of those conservative ideals,
Exactly.
and I probably think the free market is awesome. You know.
Basically, yeah. It's a meaningless term now because a bunch of conservatives adopted it because.
Well, right. Like, do you guys follow Stephen Molyneux at all?
Stephen Molyneux?
Stephen Molyneux.
What's the
I
deal
haven't
with
watched
him?
his videos in a while, but yeah.
Well, he's supposedly libertarian, but he's a big Trump supporter, which he started off by, I'm not a Trump supporter, I'm just saying they're lying about him. But now he's obviously a Trump supporter and openly, and he believes in the borders, and he believes he's anti the immigrants. And how the fuck is that libertarian? But then again, he has a little bit of a cultish aspect to him, and for all I know, he might not be a libertarian.
He's an anarcho-capitalist.
He's an ANCAP?
Yeah, so he's
ANCAPs
like the
are
most
idiots.
extreme version of that free market.
But even more so now.
Wait, Piro, did you know that Skeps and I think he's a syndicalist? He's a syndicalist. I didn't even know that.
Well, the anarcho-capitalism thing is so retarded. It's just impossible. If you back him into a corner, I watched his videos a couple of years ago.
But he can't be that either. I mean, that's not a pro-border thing. That's not a
anarcho-capitalism.
Yeah, you don't get to say these immigrants are stealing our jobs in our anarcho-capitalism. It's like more power to those guys.
Right. Well, he's just an incoherent nut. Really.
But that's the reason these are incoherent philosophies. If everybody that has a philosophy literally doesn't keep to it, like that's the thing about relativism, like where I was saying everything breaks down to preference. That's relativistic attitude, but it doesn't mean I can't judge other people. And how I do it is if they don't keep to their own rule system, right? You can judge a person by their own professed rule system.
Right.
So again, when that guy the guy that's against online pedophilia, that is an online pedophile, pretty sure he's not actually against it. Might be cutting out the competition or something, but so
right.
You know, yeah, and so but yeah, I don't know. So I think anarcho-capitalism. I mean, no, the anarcho-syndicalism. In high school, I had a good class where the teacher was a good politics teacher, and we had all kinds of people. We had the libertarian candidate for president come. But that's when I met this guy, and he was a longshoreman, and he described it. It's very interesting. Yeah, just this is what I'm saying. We need these kind of co-ops in our current economy, and I was saying to Owen, that compete with the capitalists. And because basically it's, every business is a democratic thing with its own rules and constitution, and the workers are owners, basically, always. And you can create that kind of organization. and then they all interact. But where
Well,
I'm not
I'm actually a member
syndicalist
of
is
an
you.
ESOP.
You're a what?
I'm a member of an ESOP.
What's that stand for?
Well, it's employee stock ownership program.
Oh, right.
So
That's right. I knew.
yeah, so it's where the employees own the company essentially.
Yeah.
But it's
Is that like the
but we
Magic
don't
Box?
have. It's not a democratic thing.
Doesn't have to be,
We
but you
don't
have a
make
constitution.
decisions
No,
about
but you.
the direction of the company.
Is this like Mandragon?
democratic,
like
though.
that thing?
But it is democratic. Your board votes on things. Not everybody gets an equal vote in every democracy, right? People vote in the committees and stuff. So it's a highly organized democracy, yeah, and so it should be.
No, I don't
but
think I
don't-
wouldn't describe it
believe
as a democracy.
Well, I'm just saying technically it is, but you're right. I'm saying more democracy than that. But technically, an organization like that that's incorporated has a board, and the stock owners do have a vote. If you buy any of that stock and own it, you can go and vote on the officers in the corporation,
No,
right?
no,
You're not. It's a
no,
private
because
company.
there's a management structure that makes the decisions.
No, but when you own stock, like I've owned stock, you can just buy any stock. You will get letters once a year when they're having shareholders meetings, and strictly speaking, you can proxy your vote away and say I don't care. But
Well,
you
the way
also can
it
vote.
works is it's set up as essentially a retirement program.
Wait,
So-
so
So
Non-voting
the company doesn't get taxed.
Right, non-voting stock. Yeah.
Right. So we don't have any say so as to the direction of the company. Yet we own the company to the percentage
there's
that
various schemes.
it
Yeah, you can
depends
put that
upon our salaries and all that. The
Yeah.
percentage that we receive.
is that similar
And is
to the
is it a publicly traded company?
No, it's privately.
Yeah.
It's
So when it's privately held, you can set it up almost any way.
right.
On the other hand, it will have a board, and so whoever does own actual stock, there is a democracy in place. But yeah, I'm saying it should go down to the workers. But it doesn't mean everybody gets to vote on everything.
They've all sold their stock, so that but they had to do that because of the way the structure changed.
Well, you can have non-voting shares, right? So that's why you would not get to vote.
So are you still saying it's
It's not a democracy, but
democracy, Piro?
No.
but
Alright.
we still have an ownership.
I mean, yes and no. I mean,
and the way that changes things is now you have, your performance affects things in the company.
the thing is, here's where it technically is a democracy. You might not get a vote, but every partnership that is a partnership has to have a partnership agreement, and it always comes down to there's a voting thing of who gets to vote, who's on the board, and then what the board can decide, right? But no, but in the sense it's beside the point, because I'm talking about where that democracy bleeds more into your actual daily work life. And I don't think that's something that should ever be imposed on a business, and a successful business should not have to change that. I just think people need to start businesses that are run that way and find out what the formula is to compete.
Where
you can't
I didn't really get to go with, I didn't get to where I was going with.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That up.
Alright.
And so the reason why we're an ESOP is because they decided that it's better for the company to allow the employees to have ownership of the company and get the tax and not have to pay the income tax. And so my question would be to you, what the ESOP isn't what the model you're presenting.
No.
So you would present something that goes a little further than that.
Right.
So what sort of similar incentives should there be in place to make that happen?
Well, I think the roadblock is that people that are liberal, when you start a business, when are you going to turn it over to democracy? It's like an impossible thing because you work really hard. I saw when I was a kid, a bunch of the hippies were trying co-ops, and they basically never worked out. Some of the people don't work as much as the other people, or the person that works so much would end up buying out everybody else because they were the only one working and turn it into a health food store. And it's really, how do you do that? So the one example is Mondragon and some students that had the same mentor of this engineering professor started the first co-op. And so you had 10, 16 engineers that all did this to begin with. And in our economy, if you could have a private corporation where everybody in the company has some sort of stock. So like when you go to work for Mondragon, you actually have to buy some stock to be a part of the company. Now they can take it out of your salary over time or loan you the money, or you don't actually have to pay it, but in a sense you do technically have to pay it. But I mean, they can make it easy, and you're buying in. And then as you work there and you get your stock options, they do the same kind of things depending on your position and everything. And ultimately, how much an admin gets versus an engineer or something is the company has a democratic structure. Then when you leave the company, you can't take the stock with you. Only employees can own stock. So I guess that would have been the spoiler if I gone straight to it. Only employees can own stock. So that means that the employees get to vote at shareholder meetings. So if they have a really bad board of directors that needs to fire the CEO, they can go ahead and do the democratic action. Board meetings are kind of like a constitutional convention every year, or however often the company wants to have it. And that definitely ripples down to the point where they actually vote on who's on the board. The people in the company, they vote when it comes up, they vote for who's going to be on the board that then hires the CEOs or whatever. And if they wanted to, they could vote to make it so they could vote directly for the CEO. And the same kind of situation as any democracy, that maybe people will blow it and make the wrong decisions, but that's the problem, I think, is that can we really trust ourselves? We aren't good at this yet. Regular people aren't good at voting yet.
Well, I don't know that you're answering my question.
Okay, what do you mean? Well, I mean, what is the question then? Again, sorry. I'll try better.
Well, we went back and forth with this before a couple of months ago or whatever.
Mondragon.
And my issue was, you were saying that this would happen in sort of this, and I hate to bring up the term again, but the free market atmosphere.
Right.
And my criticism was I just didn't see how that was going to happen organically. And my point in criticizing that was that it's a very old company. It's sort of an anomaly. It's not really something that has caught on, so to speak. So,
well, you can actually go look on, the .coop is like a .com, right? And it's got all co-ops. There's actually a lot of co-ops, but certainly they haven't taken over. So how would you?
But I didn't really get to what I was trying to.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I'm just okay. I'm with you though. I get what. Yeah, I remember you saying this is a actualization kind of problem with this thing, you think, and there's truth to that for sure.
Yeah, so my question then would be, okay, well, it's not, if it doesn't just in the current, at least in the current atmosphere that we're in, if this is not happening organically, we essentially have large corporations that just kind of eat each other up and all this sort of thing going on, and that's sort of the dominant structure of the market. What sort of incentives, similar to the ESOP that I brought up, would you be in favor of to bring this sort of idea forth?
But what do you mean incentives? Who's giving the incentives, I think, is maybe what I misunderstood.
The government, because clearly the ESOP exists because the government is giving incentive for it to exist.
And you're asking for realistic ones, because I mean, a one that might not be realistic is that, the government could prefer to do business like that. Like the government, who makes the pens and stuff.
Well, I guess I'm saying in our current situation, what we currently are experiencing?
Well, I've thought the government shouldn't have to do anything, and we just need to convince people to start these kind of companies.
Yeah.
If you could convince
Okay.
bankers or someone to invest in these kind of companies, like if somebody had some model constitution agreements / partnership agreements that worked this way, to start off groups of 20 or 30 people, so startups could do it right, from the get-go. If you had financing, like part of the Henry George idea is that labor and capital are not enemies. So capital could fund this kind of company and not worry about losing control. They would still get their interest percentage, right? And if the company didn't destroy itself through the failure of democracy, right, then and which is then they'd be fine. They're worried about that, this is their enemy and labor will just somehow cut them out. They don't want to fund that, but I think they could, because can make, I believe, profitable enterprises. And I think it's fair to subject it to, evolution. And if we can't if we can't outcompete this Tyrannosaurus Rex, then because I don't think that every bunch of people that gets to go vote on how to run their, boat making business, a lot of them are going to fail. We see democracy do that, right? So we can't just force every company to do that. If they have it's hard to get a successful formula. We don't want to destroy businesses just because of the way they traditionally are run. We need to compete with them. And so I really don't want the government to interfere too much. But again, I was going to say the government buys its pens and has had it made by this organization of the deaf and handicapped for years. So it's this big business that sells to the government. And I think that kind of thing is good. The government should use open source standards, and it should prefer, a not-for-profit. Like if the government had to work with the bank, it should prefer credit unions that are not-for-profit and have a mission to serve their, and I guess you could have the government incentivize these businesses that way. But I don't want to coddle them, because I do think people will run off and use the democracy to be idiots, and try to rob the bank, steal the money from the investors, just like happened in the dot-com boom. I wouldn't want it to get a bad reputation because we somehow subsidized, you know what I mean? I don't have the faith that it's going to work every time. So it's got to be put through some sort of a test.
Well, yeah, it seems like you're saying that you would have to have some sort of, I don't know, cultural influence, or how would that work? Where you're saying to banks, "Hey, invest in this sort of thing."
Well, the thing is,
That goes back
traditionally,
and
you just
I'm
have to
sorry,
have some
just
really
to-
profitable businesses run that way. But this
Well,
one's
that's what I'm
harder.
saying. Like you already
This is
have.
harder though, because they're against this ideologically. They believe this kind of approach is against them running everything or whatever. It's against.
Well, if that's what you're dealing with, then you have to deal with it through government.
So, but maybe you've got things like, well, no, but not everybody's the same, and like, in Mondragon's case, here's what they did. And in the 70s, it wasn't until the 70s, and they were really at a growth point because the banks wouldn't fund them when they wanted to make a new thing. So they started a bank as one of the co-ops, a credit union kind of bank that, will loan to anybody, just like any bank, but, it also specializes in, funding, building a new factory, like in the documentary I watched, they, the example was, Sony Walkman knockoffs weren't a thing anymore, right? So they had to stop making those. And then they figure out, we got 1,000 guys know how to work machine, factory and set it up and everything. What are we going to do? And they ended up making bullet kind of juice smoothie processors, right? Like they're not a bunch of innovators, this company. They're like, well, what thing do people want, And which might be a problem of this kind of company. Maybe the ones that would succeed, the innovators, maybe it's true for innovation, you need to tell people, you're going to get it all and make all the decisions, and it's your way or the highway at this company. I know there's some, like when people that work for movie directors, sometimes movie directors are that way, and it's like, yeah, but he's the greatest movie director ever, and it was a pleasure to be able to work with that asshole. You know, and you got to let that happen too, right? So, but I do think it'd be good. But I also acknowledge when I was a kid, I thought people should just do it this way, and then I realized, kind of with that stepfather thing of, yeah, but you have to think of a better system that we don't know. And like some people think of it like voting on everything, and you can't vote on everything. So the most primitive form of this kind of business is just where you vote on who's on the board. You know, stockholders get the vote at the shareholders meeting, and in this kind of company, the employers are the shareholders. So it means that they, every couple of years or however often the partnership says how often the officers and what the officers are, however they are elected, ultimately the employees get to vote at least who's on the board of directors, right?
Right.
And they can vote on anything else too that they want to open up. And I think that means a company like that, like when United was bought out by all the pilots and the thing, and then 9/11 happened, and then they sold back. That hurt them too much, but then you have a company that's run like a regular company, right? Because employees don't really want to change too much, and they won't necessarily vote or even care who it is as long as the business is being run correctly. But if something really bad happens, then they might get interested one year. And then Mondragon, I guess, is more, you know, I don't think the people on the factory floor don't get to vote on who the factory floor, you know, who's their supervisor, right?
Right.
But if they didn't like their supervisor, they get to vote every year on, you know, for some board member that's going to change how supervisors, what the rules for supervisors are. You know what I mean? So
Right.
it's not direct democracy, and I don't believe we need direct democracy. I believe in when a workplace, I like to have my own little sphere. These like individual sovereignty. I get to make these decisions, right or wrong. You get to fire me if I keep making them a way you think's wrong. You have recourse, but today, tomorrow, and until that happens, you could tell me, and I get to make the final decision. And then, you know, obviously, if you keep telling me, but I'm going to have to fire you, I'll probably be convinced of maybe seeing things your way, or maybe not, and I will get fired. You know, I mean, that's individual sovereignty, which means that sometimes managers, it's the same thing. You get to decide what's going on the factory floor, and that can be a hard decision. So you can't have a vote at the end of the day which of you get to be the foreman, because, you know, that becomes the political favor game. That'll kill a business, right? I don't want that.
Well, it seems like you go off on that tangent of how it should work and how it could work and and all that, but I'm just not really getting, or maybe I missed it, where, you know, how this is implemented, or how, because I was saying it has to be done through the government.
But it doesn't. I mean, the government of Spain doesn't.
Well, I'm saying in our current situation, the
well, okay, here's
preferred
maybe
method of the apparent preferred method of doing business is primarily these large corporations,
yeah,
you know, that control everything, and that's where all the investment is and all that.
Let me see if this is the problem. I'm just making some assumptions that maybe I should make. But see, the way every business, the way I see every business, every, you know, registered business that's a partnership of more than one person and they own it, has basically a constitution. I mean, that's what you have to do. You have to have a partnership agreement, and it says how all the decisions are made. And generally, you know, there's a board of directors. You don't have to have that exact arrangement, but ultimately, the law will say that everybody who's an owner has to have a certain amount of say in what happens, right? And certain rights, right? If you didn't define that, you'd go to court, and the court would use some standards. And so ultimately, those stockholders have to be allowed to vote on this board on the top level, right? So I'm starting from that, and the fact that that's a lot like a government. Right, that's like arbitrarily. Those agreements are the constitutions of these private organizations. Right?
Okay, but just get.
So that's
get
why
to,
I'm kind of flopping around. I'm saying there's a lot
well,
of ways
get,
to do
get
it.
to
Every
where,
company
where
would set up
the
its own
model
curriculum.
changes to the model you're.
Well, I'm saying in a company, right? So to have a company like this, like I'm saying, we should try a lot of these companies. If people, all the 20-somethings were into it, they'd start their companies this way. All the startups, the hip kids that wanted to get rich, they'd still start their companies this way. But let's say that fantasy, and it'd all be different. What would they all have in common? Is that they're entirely owned by employees.
Yeah,
So
but
if you had an
but
employee
that's
that
the
gave
organic
capital,
idea, right? That's
what?
it's just going to happen organically.
Rephrase
Well,
that, Infinity.
but there's no way to inorganically do that, right? Unless what you could have a law that from now on all companies have to be wholly
No,
owned.
you wouldn't have to have a law. You could just like I was saying, you wouldn't have to have a forceful law that just forces companies to do this. You could just create incentives.
Well, the only incentive I'd really be willing to do, maybe because of the libertarian part or whatever, is the government could prefer to buy from these kind of companies, right? But I don't know that that's fair. But I think you could make an argument because they would say, well, um, you know, uh,
Like a
this is
preferential.
obviously beneficial. Like if you could show the wages are higher, or less
So you
people
wouldn't
on.
have like tax breaks or any sort of tax structure.
Well, they would
or-
already get some tax breaks because officially speaking, you might be able to model this kind of thing as a not-for-profit or something. So they
Well, if
might
you
be.
already get, why is it not going on then?
Well, I'm just saying some tax breaks that are given for other reasons might, you might be able with an organization like this.
Well,
to
you can
take
see
advantage of them. The reason it's not being taken on is pretty simple. I've been talking about this my whole life to people, also just to check their heads, not sure, as I worked on my idea of can people be, if I got to vote at the company, would I just vote to fuck off and get a paycheck till we ran out of money, or would I get the job done? I think I'd get the job done, but maybe I have to head check. Would I really? And when I talk to other people about it, I've never met liberals or conservatives that think that they would trust the idiots they work with to take over the business. And as much as they hate their bosses and stuff, there's a certain faith that those people are vested in trying to do it so that it at least makes money, even if they're being an asshole. And they don't have trust in democracy. And I've been saying, well, I don't know whether we should trust democracy, but I tell you, it looks like we don't. So that's why I think people don't make these kind of businesses. And also because you need some sort of critical mass. Like the reason it happened in the Basque region was because the Basques were kind of conservative people, hard work ethic and stuff, they say, had not sided with Franco. And so Franco really punished them, kind of cut them off. And so this one guy who was an engineering teacher for a local mine at the mining school, and then started a mining school, his graduating class, like the first one. So in this very politically motivated way, they wanted to do for themselves and be self-reliant. They also had a trust in each other that they started these businesses on the principle. So that's a pretty hard to reproduce thing where you have the mentor of a generation of engineers, and then the school keeps going on. So you keep putting class after class to feed this plan where an engineer also had this kind of, it's not socialist like communist, it's socialist like Mormonism or something, like we're going to work together, right? And so it's hard to think how you will reproduce that with a governmental incentive other than by one, they are growing and growing, so they're going to take part in it. When they buy companies, now that they've gotten so big, they buy private companies, they convert them. And in some other countries, that's difficult legally, so they have to go kind of slow. Plus, they seem to want to focus on the Spanish world first, the Spanish-speaking world. And there are other co-ops. The .coop domain is pretty cool. You can look and you find there's a lot of stuff. So if people want to start supporting that kind of thing, and I'm not in a big hurry for it to happen because regular corporations can be looking for work, I found, these regular corporations, as bad as they are, they have some ethics and standards and ways, and it's the smaller companies, so-called small businesses that might still make hundreds of millions of dollars a year. They just run by their own rules, treat people like crazy time bad, and abuse all of their rights and the right to work and harassments of various kinds. So, but they're not all that way. The big corporations become like governments. There's some accountability for misbehavior.
Right.
Right. Really hard to be very flamboyant of an asshole, and cross the line type of stuff. Whereas it definitely happens in these other businesses. So I just think it's an organic. Why would it happen? I don't know. That's not one of the things I'm saying I see happening anytime soon in the United States. But it is out there, so I
just don't. I think the trend is the other way, and
the trend is the other way. What? How could there possibly be a trend to the other way? It's already 100%.
What is the other way exactly?
Well, I mean, the trend is against
no
employee ownership and employee.
No, there's more co-ops now than there were 40 years ago, for sure. And there's also really big, giant
not-for-profits. But we're talking about a growth. We're talking about a growth of multinational corporations also within that time period. I don't think that you're seeing more overall.
Well, we're not near a tipping point, but there is more co-op activity now, making bigger money than 50 years ago in the U.S.
Are you laughing at infinity?
That might be so, but I just don't see, at least from my perspective, and I could be wrong, but it just seems to me that that the majority of the activity is in the other direction, and you just have corporations eating each other.
But so which corporations eating each other? Like, but which co-ops have been converted? When you say it's going in the other direction, that would mean that co-ops, while few in number and economic impact, would be
when I say going
absorbed by corporations.
No, I'm
saying
that's not happening. No, I'm saying no.
Corporations continue to dominate is kind of what you're saying. I think is what I'm understanding, right? Corporations continue to dominate.
The growth aspect of.
And they're continue to grow. I see what you're saying. They're continuing to grow. When, if I had my way, obviously, we'd use some of that, a lot more of that growth to grow the co-ops, and that's not happening. Yeah, the corporations are eating up all the new food and all the new space and all the new iPad and iPhone stuff, but not entirely from my point of view. And the fact that,
when you go to buy your clothes,
Linux.
When you go to buy your electronics, when you go to buy your furniture, when you go to buy whatever product you're talking about, there's very little likelihood it's going to be coming from the sort of company that you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, this has not happened at all. Yeah, no. I'm not saying there's any trend like that that's noticeable. I do think that I have some faith that it's going to happen in the following way of, it's a resilient kind of company. So these kind of companies, I think, have a good chance. If you look at Mondragon, another reason that they succeeded is because of how terrible the economy's been in Spain the whole time since then. This kind of company is resilient. For example, if they have to, employees in a company like that, they'll take a pay cut. They understand they're taking a smaller share of a lessening amount. They don't feel as screwed. So, there's some resilience there of dedicated workers and so I obviously don't want us to have some sort of huge depression, but in the long run, you would imagine, if I'm right there, it will naturally be that they slowly, evolution-wise, survive. And then over a long period of time, you could have these other kinds of organizations. And frankly, if we also had private organizations that weren't run this way, left over, they'd have to be pretty good citizens, or they'd have no employees. Maybe they would be artistic studios and things where you do want a little bit of autocratic control. We only wear blue in this art gallery. Maybe, they would. So if you're calling me on, well, is it likely? I don't expect to see. I would be overjoyed if the rest of my lifetime, let's say 30 or 40 years, God willing, atheist God willing, I wouldn't expect to see a company like this be $1 billion company in the United States. But I would hope and think I might very well see a lot of, $100 million companies do it. That would be possible. And then that would make me think before I died there was a trend, but we're not near the tipping point. And it's not a big hurry because the corporations aren't as bad citizens as we make them out to be, in the sense that they need to be fucking regulated. If you regulate them, they'll be good citizens. If you slap them and use the power of the government, even just, it's just ridiculous. Like, they would sell us drugs so cheap in this country if we just used that negotiating power of Medicare. But we won't. We don't. And if we did, they're cowering dogs. They'll do whatever you want, as long as they're still going to make money. And we have all the power in the government. So blaming the corporations for them being spoiled brats is just kind of like, how about we stop letting them raid the coffers? They will still make money, and they'll do anything so long as they still make money. So the real problem here is we need to use the power of the government to remember we do want regulation. Anyway, that's all I mean. I know they're being bad citizens, but I'm saying it's our fault in the government for not just making them follow some rules.
I take it Infinity disagrees somewhat.
Sounded like.
Well, when you said the thing about, well, they're not bad citizens.
Yeah, no, it sounded wrong because they are being bad citizens. But I guess I'm just blaming
the very fact that you have to regulate them kind of says,
oh,
they're
that's
not
an interesting
operating in the
well, wait a second. Let me bring
in
Gary
the
into
best
this.
manner.
So what Gary doesn't like about the Mondragon idea is its fucktardedness. And the fucktardedness is evidently related to, he says you won't help. And he's right in this thing of what he's talking about, that companies will be just as big of assholes when the employees run it. When all the employees that work for Monsanto work there, they'll be just as big of assholes. That's right. They'll just be treated better by the company. There's a liberty to it, right? But they still need to be regulated. I can't imagine a system where you just leave people, you know what I mean? So to be good for a company to be a good citizen,
but there'll also be more of them. So there's not this concentration of assholishness.
Yeah, there's not a concentration of power.
So yeah, it still sucks, but it's not.
Well, are you saying that let's say a big automaker? Are you saying that they necessarily are going to be bad citizens? That just being in the business of making money makes you a bad citizen?
To make it clear,
because that's racist. No, I'm just kidding.
People in those communities are going to be worried about their own water and their own air, whereas, the concentrated sort of power, they're going to be in their own set of communities where they don't have to worry about the water and they don't have to worry about the air because they're over here and you guys are fucked because environmental racism, and all that.
Tommy from the Bronx is in the chat.
Oh, yeah? I think I have them.
It is.
Hey, cool. Hey, Tommy.
Tommy from the Bronx.
Yeah. And let me link.
He's in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, he's in the YouTube chat. He came in, said yo, and he's right here, actually.
The link actually works now.
I find it difficult to read the chat because it's dominated by...
I forget about the YouTube chat.
I know what he wants to say. I know what Parrot wants to say.
But actually, I've been monitoring it more than ever, but that's also because it never worked for a long time. Till they forced you to go do live events, to do hangouts. I didn't have chat. As a matter of fact, the fucking comments didn't work for a while, so it is good. The chat feature of it, like on the side, it's weird that you have to have two. Like, why couldn't we see the chat in the Hangout itself? But whatever.
I would honestly like it.
Fucking
If,
21st
I would honestly like it if some people who make comments about the fucking chat would actually come in instead of giving like novel length fucking opinions about it.
Yeah.
You know, I think you know who I'm talking about, Piro. Because I fucking asked her to come into the goddamn chat. She's like, nah, I don't want to come in.
Yeah. Well.
Okay, so
Innuendo
I just looked
studio.
at it, and it looks like Carmel saying some stuff.
Yeah, she's been insulting me
What's her problem?
for hours. I don't really.
Why? Yeah, I
She
remember.
seems angry at me because she feels that I'm part of some plot or cabal of stuff that's always talking about her and stuff. She's
Yeah, but
thinks videos, random videos I make, she thinks
The
they're
other-
about her. I don't know. I can't even.
there's another
trying to
person
explain.
who thought like we were all white. Or
Like
something.
she just said, for example, I'm beholden to no one, you stupid motherfucker, Piro. You're an idiot. What is she talking about? I have no idea.
All
Is
right.
that a metaphor?
I see.
Is that a metaphor? Does she think I really talked about her? Because I've had videos where I have her blocked and haven't talked to her for years, and she thought was about her. So did she think in this actual chat I was talking about her at some point before right now? And did I say she was beholden? Did I say anybody else was beholden to anything else? I can't remember any hook of what that might be about. So it's hard for me to follow the chat when those were the comments for the last 3 hours.
There's
All right,
What am I supposed
Carmel,
to
you
do?
have to come into the room now.
There's another
Yeah.
person who said something
No, it doesn't.
who has like this weird issue with you in the chat. Shit, if I
Do
can
you know
find
why I
it.
don't play dumb?
PhD. Just saying, like you have.
I know she has some problem with Laura Lila or Laura Lila, and she thinks I'm part of the whole. See? I'm playing dumb about it. No, that's literally all I know. I don't know what you think she said about you or anything. It's all fucking crazy to me.
You're a passive aggressive motherfucker, apparently.
Yeah.
PhD. you
And
can
everybody
unmute.
knows I'm totally willing to talk about this kind of stuff, but I need something to like, what are you talking about? And if you tell me, she says I have, like, I'm playing dumb. Well, what am I supposed to do about that? Admit it. Admit it. You're in a cabal with her and a bunch of everybody people. No, I'm not. Okay, she claims that she parrots everything I do. Well, do you know I hardly ever see one of her videos? So what would that matter to me? And I don't watch your videos anymore. So how would I be playing dumb to not know anything about those things I'm not paying any attention to?
All right, PhD. Can say PhD. Restart the hangout. Like leave
Yeah.
and then come back in, and that fixes
Yeah,
it.
it's the Hangout does that a lot at the Google software. Otherwise, you could just have bad internet connection, but usually that stutter is, I don't know, the JavaScript.
Am I right?
That sounds good.
All right,
That's
yeah.
fine.
Okay, Phoenix Chastain. She has an issue with you too, which I don't understand.
With who?
Phoenix Chastain? Is it
Oh.
Phoenix?
That might be a name that in my head, I have some other.
on,
That
let
sounds
me-
right. You mean a commenter in my?
Yeah, a comment. Yeah, hold on.
Oh.
Because she.
A lot of times people don't understand how obtuse I am to what they've been
Right,
telling me.
her. Like, do you see that? Her. I think you. Because she. I asked her to come into the chat instead of just like making these massive novels worth of like replies about
I don't
how much of
She
an
is
asshole
really
you are.
hostile. You must
Yes.
have pissed her off.
Thank you. Somebody knows who the fuck I'm talking about.
I don't know who you're talking about. In the
In the comments.
Yeah, I'm just reading her
Yeah,
comments.
she
Where?
hates you so much, and I don't know
Like-
why.
She's calling you a motherfucker and all this stuff, just
where?
in the YouTube, in the live chat.
let me see. Why? What the fuck did you do to these people? I don't understand this.
I don't
at
even
all.
see this though.
You
Way
must
up
be
there?
like a really bad guy, and we just haven't figured it
Yeah,
out yet.
because like, okay, let me. I'm gonna copy and paste.
No,
Like,
I
a
don't
typical
see anybody,
response from
but
her. You
I
can-
literally maybe it's filtered out some reason or something.
You're
Okay,
looking at the live chat?
Yeah, on the YouTube page.
Yeah.
Here's
She's totally lambasting you.
here's something from Phoenix Chastain. This is from 2 months ago.
No, it must be stuck. The last thing I have is
You can at any time, there's no threshold, whatever, get to this psychiatrist and ask for a neuropsych evaluation at any point in your life. And you could have done this and you can do it now. Maybe it's only more interesting to you right now that it's irrelevant. Like, she rants at you in the comments and it's
Oh yeah, no, I have a
crazy.
few people trolls that have been following. I don't know. There was who's that guy that did the Great Tex?
Dude, they are not trolls. They I don't know what you did, man. Like they devote like just reply after reply. This is actually a small one. Like what did you do? Like Jesus Christ.
That I don't understand. It's definitely not in the live chat, or it's frozen or something for me. Then
Well, did you scroll, or can you scroll?
yeah, I'm at the bottom, but all it says the bottom one is Carmel says he knows he's playing dumb.
Right, and above that, she calls you, you're a passive-aggressive motherfucker.
No, Carmel says as well. No, yeah, but Carmel says I can't see Phoenix Chastain's comments either.
Okay, that's me reading these comments, and these are some comments she left in the comment sections
Right,
of
right,
your videos, but she only leaves them after the video is offline.
right.
And she like and it's like she'll.
Well, there's always been people that react.
But here's the
I'm a
thing.
negative influence on the society. They see that.
But wait, it's not just one or two videos. Like these are a lot of your
Vite's here.
live
I was just gonna ask, where's Vite?
Yeah, a lot of your live hangouts, right? She'll stop at a particular point and then make like a massive fucking like reply to it, and then at every point she wants to reply to you, she'll do that. And then I asked
my
her
understanding of this is that the way I do feed trolls, and some trolls will try for years and years to try to get to you. Right? They're the kind that want a difficult nut to crack or whatever. And so I don't know who this person is. For some reason, I'm not seeing those, but maybe it was somebody that got blocked.
I posted them in the group chat here. Okay, right here. Like you said it wasn't worth your time to take part in a conversation commented on. Yeah, because I asked her to come into the hangout, and then she said it's not worth her time to come into the hangout. And then you two got into like a fight.
Not worth her time, but
Oh yeah, no, I
can
see.
make
That's what I'm saying.
comments.
People are sometimes. I was saying. I mean, I'm more oblivious about. I mean, I will react to the text and the thing. It takes me a long time before I start recognizing a name. Plus, some of these people change their names a lot. This guy reminds me of this old troll that hates Greytex and stuff as well. So yeah, I don't remember the specifics. I'm not that surprised.
She called Vite and I white guys and just went on this like tangent.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I know who we
Well,
talking about now. I
there's
was
people
wondering
out
who you were talking about. I know who we talking about now.
Okay,
Yeah.
Vite,
I see you too, Infinity.
There's it's emotional. There's emotional, things getting worked out online. People.
and do you have like this really negative relationship with women that we don't know about?
Yeah.
But I guess that answers my question. Like, Jesus Christ, like, 'cause she's a woman too, and she hates you so much.
what did you do? I'm really curious now. That's why.
Actually, yeah. Share with us, Pero.
I don't know.
Don't play dumb.
Like, seriously, you had to have.
No, it's an emotional thing. It's the way, people try to be nice, then I will not. If people, I don't think people want to sign up with what you said sometimes, and when they do that, I usually give them negative feedback, and some people become really emotionally hurt, like I'm a big asshole because they were being nice, and then I didn't appreciate it and give the nice automatic reaction. Kind of like a metaphor would be at the water cooler, so to speak, the coffee machine. People say, "How you doing?" I'm like, "Well, not so good. I was sick yesterday. Last week I got pneumonia." People don't really want to hear that. And in the case of what we do, people can be really upset because usually, so that's one group of people that is disliked me. And then the other group is, no, there's some people that go hunting for, the regular troll thing of serious troll of wanting to push other people's buttons and sort of manipulate them into emotional sadnesses and whatnot. And I get a few of long run people like that will keep trying.
It doesn't seem like this person is a troll, or in Caramel.
What do you mean? Talking about psychiatric, where was that for? Pretending that there's a frame of reference for that? I don't know. What's the frame of reference for that?
I know.
There is none.
She was talking because we were talking about therapy, and it was when we were talking about mental illness. And she thinks you were being an armchair, she thinks you were, like, analyzing people. And help me out, Mike.
I got you. So
I can't articulate.
she would be. I'm about to say she can't be a
Yeah.
troll. Well, one reason I would say she's not a troll is because she's got her own platform where she makes her own videos. So she's kind of in the same like you consider.
Okay. You're using the word troll differently than me. The thing is, why? It's okay. So maybe troll's the wrong word.
I don't think she's trolling though. I think she's trying to have a conversation.
Yeah.
And
Well, I can't see their.
There's nothing. There's nothing.
Okay, which video could you put? Okay,
I
there you go.
liked
Is that
it.
the link?
Yeah, that's the link. Yeah. She keeps
Okay,
trying
because
to have
I'll
this-
remember when I read this.
Okay, she keeps trying to have this conversation with you, and Caramel says that you know what she's talking about, or they're talking about, but you keep playing dumb, and I am just curious as to what the fuck is going on.
First of all, Carmel and I, she thinks I know. No, we don't see her comments over there in the chat if it's in the live chat. Okay, she was talking to me about me knowing what she's talking about, that Laura Layla copies her and there's some lying cabal of something, and she thinks I know what's going on about that, and all I know is that she's described this kind of a cabal that I don't know anything about other than what she's told me. So that's separate. I don't think Carmel was saying that I know what Phoenix. Okay, so here's the Phoenix shift thing. Yeah, that's right. Okay, and the robot thing. Okay. So at the top of that, this is just.
No, I'm bringing up the Phoenix thing because that Phoenix person has like this massive.
Oh, right. And I told this person, okay, and yeah, so there was something in this video about I was talking this video about psychology and the fact that, lifelong I've always been interested in what my diagnosis might be for any emotional patterns that I have and this kind of thing, and what would it be. And then they're like, oh, you can at any point get thee to a psychiatrist. And I said, I have been to psychologists at various times, and this is why I know my symptoms are not diagnosable. But my point in the video is there's still symptoms. And this is part of my thing of, like, I think we're like people 500 years ago, mental health wise. We all have a little bit of lice. There's fungus. We don't have medical science is in the leech stage when it comes to mental health. And so I'm saying I definitely think we all have things we struggle with that could be diagnosable if it was the future or whatever. And so what I was talking about in the video was this way, and I said that, you missed my point.
But
So what? That's not a hate thing. It turns out. Yeah. Okay. I forgot the context. Yeah.
But these are like a continuous string of like comments that she leaves in every video that you make, or at least a few of them anyway.
Oh right. Okay. I do know this person.
Where you apparently do this type of behavior. Like, for one thing, she says she's tired of you talking about
what do you mean?
feminism.
I talk about this all the time. Yes, I believe we should all talk about more mental health. The Phoenix can come in here and argue the point if they want. It wasn't as bad as you guys were saying. Now,
No,
I'm sure I'm saying the same thing. That I mean, this is something maybe is out in my limit of my consciousness. I mean, I remember now that I'm looking at this thread.
it's as bad in the respect that I'll send you I'll post another link here, but in the respect that she posts like these gigantic posts at you and they're all like pretty angry.
Some people think that you should not talk about psychology without a medical degree. More playing virtual psychiatry with no medical degrees. I disagree. And I don't think we're spreading ignorance when a bunch of people go, hey, here's what I think. Here's my impression. I heard this. Hey, you might look at this person. Look up this person. Have you heard of this theory? I don't think that is a dangerous discussion of information that's dangerous.
Also,
we shouldn't handle like it's no. We should be talking about mental health stuff, and that's how we'll improve our understanding of it. So, and she doesn't like my opinions that I say as a result. Well, I didn't say I was a doctor. I'm not trying to start a psychology practice. Yeah, here I just expanded things, and I said it's called a discussion. And then she says, "All right," and then you said, "Why don't?" Yeah, so. Yeah, it's a person that has a lot of differences, and I mean, you have to be. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't want to come have the conversation, but I don't. You know, I see. The thing is, it is legitimate to think that my opinions on psychology are stupid or falsely convincing. Make it something sound better than it really is. It's a negative for the society. That's fair. I don't think so.
Yeah, like these, you get into these. I don't know. I just find these arguments you get into with her just kind of weird.
I'll have to pay more attention to it because I didn't really notice that it was going on and on. I'll have to put.
And then apparently you project a lot, is what Carmel is saying. I'm sorry, I keep calling you Caramel. What Carmel is saying. It's just, I don't know. It's just weird because like there's like this animosity towards you that I don't quite understand.
She has been a commenter and stuff, and she just started getting really negative in her comments and insulting like she's been here. And then I'm like, what? And then it turned out that evidently I'm in this cabal of liars and haters and copycats. I don't understand it. So eventually I had to stop trying to talk to her about it because it's ridiculous and it's not anything I'm paying attention to. And the associations that she forces on other people, like we're all talking to each other, seem unfriendly.
Caramel jumped in. And I'm showing you now, Caramel. You can unmute whenever you like, actually. Let me see. Yeah, you can unmute whenever you want. I think you're shown now. Yeah.
See, my thing is I want to be able to be honest about my opinions. I want other people to be honest about their opinions. And there's only so much of being told I'm a liar that won't say the truth of what I really feel. Because, yeah, people are here doing that, but that's not what I get out of it. I like being able to have a platform to say what I think. Some of my ideas aren't that popular. Hey, I believe in IRV. Maybe they're going to come to pass. That'll be like, see, I was telling you about that years ago. Thorium, remember? I was saying that. Yeah, it's kind of fun. And that's what I want to do. I don't really understand why people would come here and say things they don't think or take part in things they don't want to admit that they believe and stuff. It's like, what is the point of that? You know, when I speak out against somebody, I make a video about them and say everything that I think or can think of about it directly, because I want that to be known if I'm talking about that. You know, when I blocked Quintica, I made a big video about why and my regrets about it and various aspects about it. And that's what I would do. I've had a lot of problems. I had problems with Gary. I don't go make a cabal with Skeptic Heretic to do a 1, 2, 3, because I don't do this as professional wrestling, which is we find people that do, but I don't. I like to talk about, we're taking part in the public debate. So if people are going to call me a liar a lot, then it's just like, well, let's just not talk to each other then. Because I don't have any more trying to lie less that I can do for these people.
Oh, Carmel is in the.
I might be lying to myself. Tough.
Yeah, well.
Deal with it.
No, I think you are kind of lying to yourself. I think you're very passive aggressive. And you do troll me in your own passive aggressive way, but you never admit that that's what
I have not been talking to you. I can't see your comments in my videos anymore for years.
Well, I can see yours. Why can I see yours? If I'm blocked from your channel.
Because that's how it works now. When you block someone, I won't block. I tried to unblock you even, because the point of blocking is not for me to just not see what the conversation that's going on in my own thread. So that's what YouTube did. Now when somebody's blocked, you could still make comments there and they just don't see them. It's confusing as fuck. But anyway, so I don't see any comments except for time.
You're bullshitting me. You're bullshitting me.
What?
Because I
think he's right about that.
You're a moron.
Well,
this is why we can't get along, because I'm not lying to you.
No.
This is how it works. And I'm also telling you, sometimes I see your comments when I right click on the little bell, then your comments show up there. That's how it works.
What are you saying, Carmel?
Hero, if I'm blocked from somebody's channel, I can't see their comments. I can still see all of your comments on your videos. Something doesn't add up here.
Well, they changed how it worked. I don't know. I'm telling you how it works on my channel is I had blocked you that long time ago, the same time as Quintica, and then I think I unblocked you and reblocked you, though, shortly after that. Again, I unblocked both of you, I think, and then reblocked you because you were still mad at me. And I've not seen your comments since then in my videos, unless on the little bell thing, sometimes it shows up as a reply to somebody else, because that's how the system works. And frankly, I turn it off because even though I don't want to reply to your comments particularly, it's ridiculous to have it where you don't even everybody sees a different conversation. It doesn't work. But I'm telling you, I don't see your comments in the comments to my video. And I'm not replying to you, and I don't make videos about you. And I was happy to talk to you for years and still would on subjects, but it's all about this other thing that I'm not actually taking part in that stuff or really understand it. I know people sometimes come to hate each other. Sometimes they're friends at a time. Sometimes they're not. I don't know if you're friends or not before any of that. I just know that I'm not making a video about you where I don't mention your name, and you've said that I was, and then you call me a liar, and so there's nothing for me to do, but we should not talk.
You're not being entirely honest, I don't think. Come on. You're not being entirely honest. You do. No,
I am being entirely honest.
Entirely honest.
Well, I don't know. What is being left unsaid? I haven't said everything in the universe.
I'm going to be honest here for a second. But like, I'm not trying to change the conversation in too much of a way, but hippopotamus is a really funny word. But like I said, I start a new job tomorrow, so I can't stay around too long. I hate that I'm this. Yeah, y'all take care.
Wait, you're leaving right now, or do you have a few minutes?
I got a little bit more time. Yeah.
Well, let's put the other stuff on hold then for a second while you're here. So what's your take on our big election?
Oh man, it's gonna be very interesting Tuesday.
Where are you again? Which state?
NC, buddy. North Carolina.
That's what I thought. So yeah, you guys are this.
Oh yeah. We've been this way we've been this way every election, really. It's just gotten more and more close. Like the Republicans
have a good lockdown. Can you tell which way it's gonna go? Do you have a guess?
Here in North Carolina, it's probably gonna go for Trump. I went out and did some canvassing for the Democratic Party. They don't have their stuff together. They don't have a good operation going on the ground game. They have a front up on the media. Some places are better than others, but like in the town I live in, population anywhere between 50, 40,000. people.
Al Franken was saying that doing all
Go for
since they did those fucking things. Sorry, I interrupted on the.
Oh, sorry, I was done. Yeah,
They kicked people off the rolls and shit.
yeah,
That
yeah. All that
actually,
in the primaries coming back to haunt them.
yeah, people know about that, and that actually increases turnout. So who knows? That could backfire on them.
Could very well.
I don't
See,
know. I'm
it's
just
gonna
saying. Al
really,
Franken
it's gonna take it's gonna be the major states. It's gonna be the major cities here in North Carolina, and then once you add up all the rural cities, uh, they'll be basically the same weight as the big cities. So, like, I have a feeling the bigger cities are gonna make a shift towards Hillary, but out here in the rural area where there's a lot of low information voters, no, there's a lot of Trump enthusiasm out here, or ambivalence towards the Democratic Party, one or the other.
So with support for Trump, is it along ethnic lines or not? I mean,
Oh
there's
yeah,
all
for sure,
kinds of
for sure,
it is.
for sure. The African American community, the Hispanic community. I'm sure there's outliers, but for the most part, they understand what Trump is. You know, they don't have to. We have to deal with these types of people on a regular basis in the
African
struggle.
American
So
support for Trump has risen up to the Romney levels. That's really weird. You'd think it
Romney
should have
levels,
stayed
what does that
down at
mean?
1 and 5%.
Yeah, okay. That's
But
out
still,
of
remember in the beginning it was
that's
0.
5%. That's 5% out of all registered black
Yeah, so it
voters,
means almost
and there'd be a
nothing.
lot
But I mean,
more.
it was 0.
There'd be a lot more registered black voters if they didn't have, the whole Jim Crow South and segregation thing going on. And it's not even just the South here anymore, but here in North Carolina, that's a regular practice. There's a lot of people that are locked up that probably would vote.
Yeah.
Can't. So.
Well, that
That's
was my
another
whole
fact right
thing
there.
before you were
Yeah.
here about the, we got these Southern liberals in here sometimes, and they hate my secession idea. Like, oh, you're gonna put us off in the raft? I don't think so, you jerk. But there's so much of this kind of stuff already. I actually think the end result would be ironic. Maybe I'm fooling myself, probably, but that you probably get less of this. I mean, the voter shenanigans are already so bad in these southern states that I think you wouldn't do any worse on your own. You have just as much likelihood that since locals would have more power at the state level, they could probably demand things just as well as they are now. And it at least wouldn't get any worse, but because it is pretty bad. The whole
Our country's
gerrymandering
not
thing.
that different. Our country's not that different from any other countries, really. Like, at the end of the day, it's going to be the military that decides the fate of this country, and has been for quite some time.
What do you mean?
I mean, okay, so if let's say there was a huge popular demand for people to split the country up into different segments and yada yada yada, without the support of the military, which is its own independent infrastructure, and that's how the soldiers are trained and conditioned. It will act in the interest of Washington D.C. always.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I agree.
So,
but if we had a
until we deal with that issue, which
but
is
if we had a constitutional convention, the military would obey the whatever we decided.
we would hope they would, but if they didn't, then we'd have a very interesting situation on our hands, right?
Yeah.
Or we imagine another
would.
scenario where a portion of the military does approve of it, but another portion doesn't. So then there's a fracturing in the military. That's going to get really ugly. But
Yeah.
that's the interesting thing about being alive right now as a human. And then, did you catch the WWF World Wildlife Fund report that they came out with a couple days ago, about a week ago? Man, so basically, if we continue at the rate which we're going, which is that's going to be a given, by 2020, they made a prediction that will be two-thirds of the creatures on the planet will be gone.
That we have right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in the sixth mass extinction.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, there's nothing that's
Yeah.
well, there's nothing that's apparently stopping that. And it's going to continue forth, and a lot of people argue that, well, some people say, well, maybe we can, figure out a way to make it work, but a lot of people argue that how can you just say that human beings aren't going to eventually be in that mix.
Yep. Yep. And actually, if you look at all the humanitarian crises around the world, we kind of are. It's just we we're humans. You know what I mean? We still have the infrastructure to keep going. So, but yeah, it's like I don't maybe we haven't noticed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And you have
Yeah.
this infrastructure to kind of cushion things, but at
Yep.
a certain point, you depend on other species for your survival.
Mm-hmm.
And the more you just keep killing them off, at a certain point, you're putting yourself in jeopardy.
Yeah. So the prognosis is grim.
Well, see, this is the thing of like, and here we are in this richest nation on earth, and we're in gridlock.
Yep.
Wouldn't it be better to have two countries and not have gridlock so we could get to work on some of this stuff?
I mean, I can say
super
comfortably,
sunshines and
honestly say,
reorganizing our economy to saving.
What
the
I can say
planet
about that
instead
is
of
I
war.
don't. I said what I can say about that is I don't know. It's just too many unknowns. Like, yeah, if we had two independent countries peacefully coexisting with each other, yeah, that's awesome. But that's a tall
But even
order.
if they went,
But
even if they went rogue,
whether
and
you really think that issue, if we successfully split the country, you really think that would deal with the issue that Vite just brought?
you know what?
forward?
Actually, what I think is that it's an offer of magnanimity. It's not going to happen, and I really don't have to worry about it because in my lifetime, there isn't going to be any more Ted Cruz's getting close. This is about the last time they can push a Trump. So it's quite likely that the Republican Party is going to be destroyed into fragments. The people that want to stay in the mainstream will have to choose between some sort of liberal party, Bernie party, and the Democrats being the new conservatives. And all I have to do is wait them out. But I think that it would actually be better to let them try their own thing. Go ahead, have a country and just get it out of your system. Make abortion
I don't
illegal.
think you're
See how
dealing
that
with the
works out for you.
question.
Well, I mean, I'm telling you, what I really think is that this isn't one I even have to cheerlead for. It's more a philosophical idea. The reality is it's probably not going to happen. We'll just keep having the dysfunctional government, and time is on our side. Younger people, conservatives have more kids than liberals, but we're still getting more liberal. Why is that? Because conservative parents don't get to have liberal conservative kids necessarily. The world's becoming what you would call more liberal, and I don't need to split in two, but I'd rather get on it right now instead of wait.
To be fair, you brought up the splitting in two as a response to
Yeah, I think that would be right.
issue. And I don't think that's going to solve it. I think, if anything, it would make it worse. Because then you're just concentrating a huge mass of even more environmental idiots that are just going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over, as opposed to actually confronting the environmental disaster that we have right now. No one wants to face it. Everyone wants to say, "Oh, well,
No.
it doesn't matter. All these animals have gone extinct throughout history, so it doesn't really matter."
We'll see. What I think would happen is, as they would try to stop all social services and stuff, there would be huge political. I think they would basically, it would be difficult for them. If they tried to take Social Security away or privatize it or any of those things, they would be political battles that would make those guys. Like right now, they can let the federal government take the rap for programs that people don't really want to give up. And when it's up to them to give them up, they're going to have to face that they're attacking them. So
I don't
think
understand your response. I don't understand your response. You're talking about Social Security and things like that?
Well, here's the thing. What are you asking me? Because I, first of all, do not think this is necessary for me to.
Well, I'm gonna say, no, you're fine. You're fine, Piero. I'll say, I know where I can take this. That'll be like a perfect segue into this. Is like, now we can talk about kind of what the mindset is of the constituency of the Republican Party. And it's you know, just like everything else, it's a smorgasbord. You know, it's a spectrum of people, right? Um, let's talk about the largest number though, fake, right?
Excuse
The
me.
average one, right? You have in that person someone that, for either willful or just coincidental ignorance, because you know there's some people that are just, you know, resistant to wanting to be taught. You know, I think Donald Trump was a perfect example of a person like that. He just inherited a lot of money. But other people, they're not so much purposefully ignorant as much as it is a combination of where they grew up and what they had access to. And in that demographic right there, that second one, those can make a lot of change. And if we just had that section of the conservative constituency start to kind of wake up, and I think they already are in a
Yeah,
roundabout
this
way.
might be a wake-up call for those guys.
Yeah. For the rest of them, it really doesn't matter, because for the other parts of the constituent, the Republican Party, they're following the money. You know, for the average person in the Republican Party, they're just, you know, they're Republican for whatever reason, but they just go out and vote and yada yada. Other ones, they're actually part of the game, and you know, they're you know, players, so to speak. But yeah, so that's when I talk to people in that, you know, constituency, I try to figure out which one of that. First of all, which spectrum do they fit in, and then from there you can kind of, you know, go about kind of dealing with them, or talking to them, conversing with them. You know, just I got to understand who you're talking to in order to really say like profound things. Really, I guess I don't know. You can take that so far, but I think I kind of went off the rails there at the last bit. But yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, my point about us splitting up is I do think it would be a good idea, and that politically it's a morally correct thing to do. I don't think it's very necessary, and I also believe it is like divorce. If we can work it out, fine, but let's realize it's like that. We need counseling or whatever, and we're going to have to find a compromise and stop thinking that if we win, it's the death of the other movement. We don't have to deal with them anymore. Like, if they think if Trump wins, he's going to build the wall, and when I'm out there saying, don't you build that fucking wall in the streets, they're going to go, we had an election, man. We already decided to build the wall. And it's like, no, that's not how it works, right? So it's the other way around, too. If Hillary wins, she's talked about having a wall and fencing. She's willing to do some of that, right? So, and they'll try to get her to do it. And that's the way it works, right? So, and we can work the whole, you know, marriage, quote unquote, out. But I do think it would work out the other way. But it's more of a
question. Yeah, I got a question
point.
for you, Piro, before I have to get out of here. Because I maybe have about like 5-10 minutes left tops, but maybe 2 minutes. We'll see. But you're older than me, so you too, Infinity. This question goes to you as well. The 2008 crash, right? Kind of how was that for y'all? Because I was fairly young when that happened. I was in my early 20s, like early 20s, and you know, I'm broke college student, so you know, the recession hits.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you know, I didn't really feel it until about 4 years later when they were saying, "Oh no, it's okay, everything's back to normal." And I'm going like, really?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem that way to me. But yeah, y'all were there at ground zero. Yeah.
Yeah, everything's back to normal, but no, that just means we took the hit and now we're way less. There's less jobs. But yeah, and the recovery's slow. Well, I went back to the public sector after the dot, right before, as the .com crash and the private industry, but there was jobs, but I had noticed there was a hiring freeze and stuff, and I said, well, screw it, and I'm sick of it, so I went back to public sector. So then I was there at that time. So I sheltered a little bit, but the scientific funding around the whole world took a big hit. So that did end up leading to a lot less money at that company, but being public sector, they spread the money out and everything, and then they were going to reorganize, right? So they were having voluntary attrition for years, starting around in 2011 or something, but as they figured out what they're going to do. So I had a delay, and I was lucky. And also I was in the industry. So even if I'd stayed in the business, there's a chance I would have kept the job, but also, you get layoffs and stuff. So who knows what would have happened. But being in the private sector, I was lucky enough to be a little bit insulated, but I did see it. On the other hand, right now in programming, it looks like it's recovered. There's more jobs than ever. There were.
Yeah.
But by ever, I mean, I left the mainland in 2000. So coming back 13 years later, even after all the crashing, looks like there's a lot more jobs in a lot more different cities, meaning all of them, than there used to be. When I left in 2000, it was still like there was just a few cities you could expect to get a job in as a programmer.
In fact, actually, I've noticed that there's kind of a gap in terms of like there's so many programming jobs, but there's actually not as many Americans that are qualified for those jobs because 10, 15 years ago, they weren't putting that as like forward in like school programs across the nation, computer science and stuff. They had special departments and stuff like that, but it was virtually like non-existent in my public schooling. I learned how to use computer and stuff like that at home. That was, I kind of noticed that. Does that kind of feel that same way to you too?
Yeah, no, and all the education is bad, so that even people that do get to learn to be programmers are bad. So like in all of the programming jobs now, pretty much everybody gives you tests.
They have to. They have to. It's a matter of survival. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of sad because you don't really have to. There is a way to interview and find out.
Yeah. They might not. Each company's got their.
But it just shows how. Yeah, and the thing is, right now they're not trying to do it, but.
They'll learn.
I mean, my belief is you can just ask about certain kinds of concepts, but. Yeah, they just are so bad at judging programmers that, and so there's that kind of thing. It's hard to find a good programmer, which makes it harder to find a job as a good programmer as you jump through these hoops. And every time you take a test, you can always choke or anything, even if you really could have, should have passed or whatever.
Yeah.
You can always.
No matter what company I've applied to in the past, like 5-6 years, has always been programmer spots.
There's a company up in Maine that's doing a thing which is basically kind of put a word on what I thought I was doing up here. I said, well, I'll work remotely. I'll be able to charge less. It'll be like a thing. But anyway, they call it remote sourcing. No, rural sourcing. Rural sourcing. So you go to places like Maine, and that's where you make your call center. That's where, because of the wages here, people... Because not only do you get the wages cheaper here, but the cost of living's cheaper, so it actually works out for everybody, Yeah,
North Carolina would be a good state for that too.
Yeah, and all the rural places have been hit everywhere, and so, I mean, it's not a great thing, but I mean, there's a lot of people that just want jobs that'll work for, they want to work, they want to keep the job.
I think if we can break this like American mindset, that the only way we can fix our economy is by going back to the manufacturing sector. It's like, that's a part of it. The infrastructure jobs, that's a part of it. But like another part of it is like actually updating our workforce to what like is the new economy of the 21st century, which is living in this place where, we can all share this information at like light speed.
I've been worried that Americans aren't really into this engineering spirit, because that's what it would take, because we have to be the best engineers. Now, we're still making them, but as a people, even though, geekiness is gotten in vogue and stuff, I don't see a lot of people celebrating learning more about that kind of stuff. So it's not enough to have the money. You're going to have to. And I used to think that it was part of the American spirit, but now I'm not sure. I think when they did the land grant colleges, where they made them do engineering and vocational.
I know exactly what you mean.
That created a big surge of engineering, and we would need a program like that. It's not just in the American soul to be good.
They've done a number. Yeah, I'm gonna add on to that. Yeah, they've done a number on the American psyche. You're old enough. And I grew up poor enough and around a lot of other older folks that, I have a pretty good attention span because of that. Not a lot of TV and stuff like that was used. But now, I'm not just blaming it on one thing, but there's so many distractions that keep people away from like bettering themselves. So yeah, and you know, the natural progression of, you know, bettering yourself is learning how to do things for yourself. So as opposed to hiring somebody to build a house for you, you learn how to build a house yourself.
It's easier said than done, right? It's easy to say, I can just learn to do this. What you have to take into account is lack of resources, lack of the ability to do that, lack of, and honestly, not everyone can do something, even if they're given the knowledge to do so. Some things take just an ability and a talent that you have, that for a lot of people would take them an unrealistically long time to understand, to do. And some things are just really difficult for people to, like, for example, I don't understand coding. I design graphics and shit, but I can't, coding is a bitch for me to learn.
Ditto.
Right.
That is a skill that takes a lot of time to understand. Computer language is not easy to understand, and it's not.
Well, I disagree.
And well, I mean,
I think it's just what kind of different people think differently. Like some people think geometrically, and some people think this way and that way, and it's really simple. But it's like an optical illusion, so it could be really confusing if it's not your deal.
Here's the thing, though. It's simple for you because you already have that ability.
Yeah, no, it came naturally. Like, I remember, for example, I was in Logic 101, you know, you're learning regular logic in college, and a lot of the students were like, this is so complicated, and it really, to me, it was like, it's if and this and that. So it is complicated. It's just like with math, too. Math is simple, but it doesn't look simple because it's like this optical illusion that makes you confused. Wait, is it the left or the right? You know, so it is true that not everybody can do it, and the people that can do it are not so good at other things, right?
I mean, like that's why. Like, well, I'm not really sure what your disagreement is because that's essentially my point, really.
Well, because the end result is like you're saying, but I'm saying it's just okay. Yeah, I was just being pedantic, I guess. The point is programming is really simple. It's like you're trying to figure out how to do something complex with really simple steps. So that makes it complex in some sense. But in reality, it's like it's just a pedantic point, I guess, about what does it mean.
I think we're all on the same page here, 100%.
I guess I was saying that's not complex like, oh, you have to, it's not like being a doctor where you got to go learn a lot and read it. Maybe there's different kinds of people that can do it, but it's always a lot of work. Whereas programming, it's just, I mean, I now that I've got 30 years of knowledge, yeah, that's a lot of knowledge, and I memorize some stuff and whatnot. But really, it was never complex because from step one, it was like, oh, this is simple, this is simple, this is simple, because it was my mental metabolism. You know what I'm saying? Whereas the artwork, I've done artwork and been in the game industry, and I know how to do it, and I've worked with artists. I know a lot of the theory. It is hard. If I have to make a little bitmap not look like crap, to be honest, it'll never not look like crap. I need an artist to put, or else the art will always look a little bit like crap, no matter how I tweak it, no matter what. Whereas if I work on a program, I can make it look better and better and better. And when I've worked with professional artists, they can make it look better and better and better. And so it's like, so the art is the hard part to me.
I think I mean, I can, because like that would be the reverse for me, because like Vite has seen my art and Vite likes,
oh my gosh, amazing,
some of what I can do. Oh, amazing. I mean, it's like, but to me, like, it's like the most simple, like it's the most simple.
I know, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that applies to programming too. Yeah, that's the way I do it, because it's kind of like an art. I started off hobbyism and stuff I love, and it's easy. And now I've been doing this 30 years.
That's why I want to. Yeah, I want to go back to the. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut both of y'all off. Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to say this, but like I would say it's because like when you have a certain degree of experience in that field or thing, then it becomes simple because of just the acquired knowledge that you have.
Yep. That's how it is.
Well, and if it was fun learning every step, then every step was simple, you end up with something that is, as a matter of technical definition, complex. But it's not like being a doctor where that is just hard work. It's not like, hey, it was so fun, I just kept doing it. Hey, I'm a doctor now. It's, you know what I mean? You can do that with art. You definitely do that with programming, to the point that people that go and work hard to become a programmer in a good school don't become a good programmer necessarily. You know, it doesn't happen.
Also, a lot of graphics design people suck. Go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, that's true
so this
too,
probably
right?
the last thing I got. This last thing I got to throw in here, but that's why we have each other. At the end of the day, it's like we're, we don't need everybody in America to be engineers. We just need a good enough group of engineers. It's just like because everybody's got their role to play.
Right.
And
Like
it'll
if
be
we get rid of all the narcissists, who's going to be a surgeon?
there you go.
We need everybody. Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, exactly. I guess that's kind of the point I was making.
If we get rid of Gary, who's going to make entertaining fights with Pyrrha?
Well, but the other thing is also, I think we should be careful what we call complex. And coding is a lot like a kind of logic art that goes to the people that it comes easy to. Whereas there's some things like running a country that really are complex, and you need to learn some really in a different way. It needs to be recognized as inherently difficult to make those decisions. It's not something that comes about.
Awful, man. I'm sorry, coding is fucking awful.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Well, because it's like doing logic puzzles, and that can either be like if programming was like Sudoku, I'd be like, I'm not going to do it. It's not the kind of puzzle I like. I love the kind of puzzle programming.
It's like, and then you have to manually sort through it, because if you break one line of code, you fucked everything up. Oh my god, it's so awful, man. And there's
I'm familiar with both of what y'all talking about.
I've
dabbled in art and I've dabbled in coding, and I say I don't have the patience to learn them at this point. Yeah.
I like to do art because it's like art therapy, so I don't really care how good you're taking off.
Yeah.
All right, take it easy,
y'all
guys. Thanks for stopping in.
See you, Vite.
See ya.
So the thing is, I have done a lot of art, and I've tried the things, and I would like to be able to draw a figure more than once, and I practice and get the shading. What is it? I practice and practice. I've done it. I've drawn pictures that came out of my mind, and it was like, it looked perfect. I can't repeat it. I can't get consistency. I can't. It's not a thing that I can iteratively work on and actually improve. Now, you'd look at my stuff, and yeah, I can draw a cartoon, and you learn some skills, but I don't have the that ability of renditioning hand to eye. That I do it anyway because I think there's this art therapy thing where who cares how good it is? I still like to do it. But in terms of like I'd like to draw a cartoon. I've wanted to for years, and I practice this, and I could, but I have to compromise. Like the basic skill of a cartoon is to be able to draw the same character more than once. So I developed some characters, and I can draw them more than once, but I can't rotate them. I can't put them at another 45-degree angle, not looking out at the frame. You know what I mean? I just have no sophistication, and I have tried my whole life because I'm not frustrating having failed. It's like, whatever. I enjoy trying art, and it's fun. But so it's like, to me, it's a mental metabolism thing where one reason education sucks so bad is it doesn't take any of this into account. Treats all the kids the same, like prisoners and assholes. And really, everybody has something that they do that other people go, oh my God, that's impossible hard. And they're like, what? I love it. So programming is something I wish we would just get people that liked it to do it.
I mean, I like programming and I need to do it in the line of work that I, pursue. But because I need to be able to build websites and shit confidently, it's just really difficult for me to do. That's basically
what kind of program do you end up running into? The JavaScript side or PHP and stuff as well, or all of the above? Probably.
I mean, all of the above. Java's PHP is somewhat easier, but all of the above, honestly.
The best thing to do is just go mean stack JavaScript on the back end and front end, and it makes all of that a lot easier for those that don't want to deal with it, and it's great for people like me that do want to deal with it. I really JavaScript both ways. Like the PHP and stuff, that's a lot more of a nightmare, that whole templating approach. Of course, you don't really have choice in all of that. You got to use packages that are in existing languages. But anyway, just as an aside thing, I think when you do have to program, it probably is really useful and good to just go JavaScript all you could.
Oh,
And I'm not even a big JavaScript guy. I kind of like Python, but JavaScript's cool.
Oh, you know, it's funny. Vasily said he'd teach me how to program, and I'm like, all right.
Cool.
Hey, Vasily's good for something. There you go.
Where is Vasily these days?
I usually link him to the chat, but I haven't been here in a bit, so I haven't been able to link him to the chat because I've been working.
Yeah, we're missing several people.
I got the link up right now, though.
Alright, you know what? Like, yeah, who misses MMA?
I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, he never came in a lot, so I
yeah.
didn't really think of him as missing. But you know, you're right. It's been longer than usual. Well, he doesn't have as many allies. We lost Thick.
Yeah, I think that's what's hurting. That's what's hurting the chat is that a lot of the more conservative-minded people feel like they don't have any allies anymore.
I'd be happy to try to bring them back to a two-sided thing because in terms of you know, the purpose of this, I don't really care about more than being able to have the conversation per se, but that's a thing in itself. I do think it was useful that we had pretty balanced enough that Brandon and all these people would come in because I think that's one big thing we need to do.
Yeah, they
you know,
don't
my
feel
one
like
to
they have
split
any
up the
allies
country
anymore.
My idea of splitting up the country is also kind of like, if it's using the divorce metaphor, it's like when you scream, "I want a divorce," and you don't really mean it yet. You know, let's try to work it out. I have compromises with these guys on everything except for zero torture, right? I'm willing to let them put some abortion laws in their own states. Keep the union together. I'd be willing. Things I've been against, you beat me down. I don't want President Trump. I don't want pro-torture. Surely there's some middle ground. But I can't. I make up middle ground and nobody takes me on any of it.
I know that
With Quintica.
Quintica won't take. Yeah, is Quintica really that hostile and crazy, Infinity?
He's not to me. I don't think he's okay. He's okay.
Well, you watch his videos and he's a complete fucking jerk in his videos. I'm sorry. That's the impression I get.
Well, what do you mean? In some passive aggressive way, or which part makes you think that?
No, aggressive.
Because he's
Maybe
calling us
sometimes
liars and stuff.
Because he's calling what?
I interpret it as being forward.
He's pissing me off in that I feel like I think he's not stupid.
Hey, Piero, you lied.
Holy shit! That first word was good enough that I looked and thought he came in.
Okay, so
it wasn't that good.
So wait, what does he do? I'm curious now. What does he do, Infinity?
Because like you're saying, it's some sort of Midwest or Illinois, I guess, but it could be Minnesota.
It's when he says the.
I think you're being mean though. I like that he has an accent. I never thought of it as an accent.
Well,
I never thought of it as an accent.
That is just how you feel about it.
I wonder if he'll mind.
I don't think that is the way you should feel about it.
Well, one thing I'd like to challenge him on is he'd said he'd done activism before, and I believe it. He's fairly liberal, modern enough that I believe that. And he seemed to have knowledge, and I tried to explain my sympathy with...
How is he liberal, modern? Where are you getting that from?
Yeah, no, I project sometimes. Okay. He said he'd done... Well, because it's like...
The guy's a right-wing nut.
I guess so.
Okay,
he's saying Hillary Clinton... Where do you think he's getting Hillary Clinton?
Because, like he said, he voted for Kucinich or something, things like that.
So where is he getting that Hillary Clinton was involved in sex trafficking of children?
Well, I haven't seen that one. That's a little crazy.
This is InfoWar nonsense. It's kookery.
Yeah, but the thing there is
side of politics.
The thing is, my own family is crazy. Half of them.
Well, you might just have to embrace that.
Yeah, no, but I mean, and it's not just that. And then on TV, and then people that you didn't think would support him, like that guy Kingston, that
Well,
blonde
I gotta
Senate
tell you, I
congressman that's
myself
on.
have been surprised by some people that I'm
Yeah.
acquainted with.
So it's like mass hysteria level of you have to almost like it's a curiosity. Like in the zombie apocalypse, you stop blaming each individual zombie, and you're like, "What the
Yeah.
fuck's going on?"
Yeah. It's a disease that is spreading.
It's Cooker
And of all
the
the
highest
people-
order.
I've hated Trump my whole life. This '80s greed is good thing, and for of all the people, for on the other hand, I'm glad it's not Cruz. That would be even scarier because I think someone like him probably would beat Hillary because.
Oh
of
yeah,
that.
yeah. Just like
Um,
Cruz is worse than Trump because
Yeah.
Cruz knows how to fool us, knows how to like lie to you and shit.
And
And
he's one
actually
of these
sell it.
guys that I think does have, talk about the thing about public and private is that everybody to some degree has that. The thing with Hillary is her private is similar to the public. She is a pony dog to these banks and stuff we knew. Whereas I think Cruz really is like, no, there's a secret plan, for the concentration camps or something. And I could be wrong. Maybe that's my liberal bias. But whereas my thing with Trump, he's been a liberal enough Republican that he'd be just one of these typical, stop and frisk like Giuliani. But the real issue is, he's just an idiot that will create chaos that'll be tweeting about foreign leaders in the middle of the night. And
Yeah.
I think that's a real danger, not a just pretend
He's
one.
crazy.
Yeah.
He's fucking crazy.
Yeah, there is
His
an issue
mind's
just
not
at that
right.
level. Yeah. Yeah. So there's a lot of somewhat malevolent people that maybe would be competent that would be okay. But see, that's the thing with Cruz is he's malevolent and incompetent. He's the guy that comes up with the let's shut the government down again. That didn't work last time, but it works for me. I got, I now have a following. So that's also really dangerous. He wants to destroy things because, well, his brand is chaos kind of a thing. Trump's brand is also chaos. But
Trump doesn't have a brand. You're like giving too much credit. I mean,
you
it's,
think,
yeah, it's just insanity.
yeah, I just
There's
don't-
nothing in what has Trump anything that is policy related that Trump has presented. Almost 100% of it is insane.
Cookery.
It's just insane. A proliferation, no problem. Let's just let all these countries have nuclear weapons. Let it spread. That's a great idea.
We can sell them.
and why not use the ones we've got too?
Climate change, no problem. That's just
He said on cable TV when he was asked about using the nuclear weapons. Well, why do we have them then? It's like
exactly.
that's sort of serious.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
all
exactly.
crazy.
Right. Well, and that's where
Anything
Cruz and that's where
policy-related.
Cruz would be more sane than Trump, I think. Because Trump could get in a Twitter war and end up pushing a button, and Cruz would only do it if his allies thought it was going to be profitable to them.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I would say that he would present a system of chaos that
Trump.
would lead, yes, that
Yeah.
would lead our even our allies into a state of what the fuck is going on? I don't know what to do. Economies would be affected by his very words.
Well, Bill Maher has been saying that the world economy will take a dive. The American economy, especially, will take a dive before he even takes office if he's elected. And I think that's true. There's a lot of panic that will happen
Yes.
right away.
Yes,
People
there
will
would be
suck
an
their money up
immediate-
to see what's going to happen.
Right. And then that would, yeah. And I don't like that. I hate that would be the case. That, some new guy gets elected and, oh shit, I'm bailing out of the economy. But that's the system we have. And I think, we need to get to an economic system that is I'm all for change. You know, we need to get to an economic system that is entirely different than what we have now. What we have now is completely unsustainable. Cannot continue forth for
I do think there's a way to keep our kind of warlike, semi what I call the wage slavery. I criticize it. There is a way to keep that economy and move in the right direction, I think, which is if we would, how we can drive the economy by deciding to go to war, and then we, get loans and we go in debt and we spend that money and blah, 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 stimulate the economy with war, like they always say. That's kind of just possible because people can be sold into the idea that they need to do a war. And I think if we would do the same kind of attitude of like, look, we have to do this. The price doesn't matter. We got to figure it out and clean up all of the Superfund sites, and we could have a war-like
the
economy.
environmental war. Yeah.
And then we'd be building, whether it's dams and dikes or whatever the good thing, probably make some mistakes.
Well, that's what we have.
We could drive, and we build all this infrastructure, and we could improve ourselves with this weird system that we have. But ultimately, we've got to change it. And here's the sci-fi argument, I brought it up before, is the robots are coming. The big one right now, it started to happen where we're going to have the first big hit. They're going to have self-driving trucks, and those are going to take all the truck driving jobs, right?
Yeah.
And is that wrong?
Right. Do you know what percentage?
That's 4 or 5 million people.
Jobs are just driving shit.
I know there's like 4 million. There's 4 million to 5 million truckers is the statistic I saw. So in the country, that's a lot of jobs that there's no reason to think. How often do people replace their trucks professionally? Every 8 years at the most or something. Sometimes private guys hold on to them, fix things up. But basically, commercial trucking, all of those jobs will go away within 5 or 10 years, you got to figure.
Yeah.
And we need to do something with those people and retrain them or give them a job, or they get to get social services or something. But that's going to be a big thing we're going to have to face.
Well, unfortunately, this just goes to more of the whole capitalist ideal doesn't work. Eventually, it falls apart. That's what I've been saying. I think you seem to want to hang on to it.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, you could. Maybe I'm wrong, but I get that impression from you. Like
No, I want to switch to a co-op as our businesses, basically a not-for-profit kind of business model.
Like a commune, if you will.
And I want to take taxes entirely in the form of land tax. And I think
all those things still, in my opinion, or I can't see how it would be different. They still depend on the same basic system of infinite growth, where we just keep growing and growing and growing.
Oh yeah. Well, there is this issue of the other issue is what kind of economic system could we have when robots did all the menial labor? How do people get paid? How do they get their food? How's that work? How do we share how do we have an economy when all the labor is done by robots? As a thought experiment, and
robot repairmen and bring back Centurions.
No, but what robots can repair robots.
Robots will be doing everything.
And look, we got 3D printing, dude. We got 3D printing, so probably the robot will just get recycled and won't even necessarily need a repair, etc. So imagine they can even do that, and they can mine the materials that are used to build the robots. We have no theory, even me with all of my theories. Trying to think ahead of time and thinking I know shit. I have no idea how you
growth paradigm can get to that point. I don't think it can. Oh well, I question that. I don't.
What do you mean?
I don't
that
say
the collapse. That you mean there'll be an inevitable collapse that we can't survive.
Right.
Before.
Right. Especially given the circumstance of climate change and things of that nature, which will inherently disrupt the economies all across the world. There will be such environmental calamity that cannot, there won't be enough left to continue to grow in that circumstance.
Oh yeah. Well, see, I think it is sustainable, but this is a negative side of my whole idea there. But see, I think I've always thought
Wait,
the real answer to
Wait,
sustain it, it's
what,
sustainable because we
what's
can take
sustainable?
we can get away with keeping the current system going, and that might not be a good thing, right? Because since it's an enslavement oriented stuff, but because there is cheap energy available, and so that's all we
Right,
really
at the
need.
expense of burning up the planet.
No, I mean
What do you mean?
nuclear. Nuclear is a real energy that is just any.
Okay,
could
well
be-
that has expenses of burning up the planet too, because it requires CO2 emissions to
But
build
anyway,
all
look,
the new plants you would
I just
need.
said it might be a bad thing. Yeah, we might destroy the planet because we can get away with it because it will sustain long enough.
Sometimes you gotta
Yeah.
do
So I
good
admit.
on the planet, man.
On the other hand, I don't think that the nuclear power. No, it can be a green and is a green power, so it's not
Well,
burning up the planet.
No, but building more of them would,
No, why? I don't. That's not
because
that's,
it requires CO2 emissions to do so.
I don't know
You
what you're
can't
talking
build
about.
more nuclear plants without more concrete, without there are so many aspects.
But though that
of-
only creates CO2 because you're getting all the energy burning gas. So if you get the energy from a nuclear power plant, before a while you'll be.
But you have to build
electrical
those.
energy.
That's the point, though. You have to build those plants.
Well,
There's not
but
enough
we already are
plants.
here. We have an electric, the technology that there's no doubt we can have an electric. We can have cranes that are electric powered. I think actually cranes often are, but we can have trucks and trains, and we'll have that, and it'll all be generated CO2 neutral.
But you're not gonna have trucks. You're not gonna have massive.
You're telling
trucks.
me that a CO2 neutral energy is not CO2 neutral because we're going to have to build it with non-CO2 energy, but that's not true. Once we build the first generation, we'll be building them with CO2 neutral energy, right? Or what am I missing? I know you're trying to say something. I feel like I'm probably missing it.
No, I'm saying that building power plants.
Right now, you'd be bussing all the concrete in, and the generator that's spinning the mixer is a gasoline generator. That's what you're talking about, right?
Well, everything involved in building the plant.
Yeah, but that's
would
just
require
bootstrapping. That's not
CO2
fair,
emissions.
dude. That's just bootstrapping. Once we have electric energy, cheap electric energy, we'll be using electric energy to build things.
You're not going to power a semi truck with electric energy.
Yeah, you are. Why not? They already
No.
have big ones. Yes, you will.
No.
Especially if it's cheap because you can just have 50 of them. The motors.
How in the hell is
The
that
energy's
cheap?
If you have because if the main cost is the energy, if the energy is cheap, there's a lot of money left
What do you
over
mean?
for building the motor.
What are you talking about? Are you seriously saying that you can have a fleet of electrically powered semi trucks?
Of course, why wouldn't you be able to? It's just a technological thing of having. They can already do
it. Costs a shitload of money.
That's just the math of how much you're spending on gas. If a year's worth of energy per individual costs $50 or $100 or even $1,000, that's a lot of billions of dollars left over to spend making the motors technology to use it. And frankly, we already have
I don't
motors.
even think it's fit. I'm not even sure that electrically
Doesn't make
powered
sense
vehicles are capable of getting over mountains.
Okay, first of all,
The ones that you're talking about.
First of all, that's a historic thing. They also used to not be able to have cars that were electric powered that went, 70 miles an hour.
I'm saying
But
right
they
now in this.
No, right now it's already here, and they have semis that are electrically powered. And are they cost effective? Well, that would depend a lot on how much the electricity ends up costing that they run on. Okay, but also, so what? You can have, if you have cheap electrical energy, you could distill hydrogen, right? And I think, who is it, Honda or somebody has a hydrogen car they're selling now. And hydrogen motors are definitely as strong enough to go.
Hydrogen is inefficient as the same type of model compared to the.
No, because nope.
Wrong.
You're wrong. Because
Hold on, let me
hydrogen.
finish my
Okay,
point.
wait.
No, I want to say
All right.
hydrogen costs money to distill it into the hydrogen. You don't get all the energy that you spend back when you burn it, but you can have very strong motors, so it gets over hills, costs a little bit more money to distill it. But if you have cheap electricity, for example, if you had basically free electricity so that you could distill 100 gallons for 20 cents of electricity, then the hydrogen becomes pretty cheap too. So it's as cheap as your electricity to distill it is.
No, the hydrogen as a whole is not as efficient as gas powered. I mean, as fossil fuel powered vehicles.
What do you mean by efficient?
What do you mean? What do I mean? You don't know what efficient means?
Well, a hydrogen motor is super fuel efficient.
Yeah,
in
the
terms of
motor itself
gas
is very
fuel.
yes. The motor itself is very efficient, but the actual
I don't know what you're saying.
from
You have
point
to compare.
A to point B of the process of getting that energy doing the work is
Okay.
not as efficient as fossil fuels.
I don't know that that's true.
It's actually not anywhere near close.
I don't know that that's true, but it doesn't really matter, right? What we're really going to
What do you mean?
calculate is the
Why doesn't
pennies
it
per
matter?
mile, because we're talking about the pennies per mile. And if we get rid of fossil fuels, they're not on the table for various reasons. And you're saying, but we won't have a motor that can get over the hill. Well, we can. If you separate oxygen and hydrogen, that's carbon neutral as you get. So you can burn that fuel, and whether is it going to be $1 a mile or not? Is it going to be a penny a mile? And that depends entirely on the cost of the energy that you're
Well, yeah, but
distilling
that's
with.
that
And I'm
goes
telling you,
into
nuclear
the
energy-
efficiency
Okay,
goes into that equation, obviously.
But here's what. Okay, so here's
The
what I'm.
energy returned on the energy invested.
Here's the thing I'm basing on that I haven't said, because I try not to go over and over it, but I know I've talked a lot about this, so I thought I'd said, but let me just say again. Okay, right now with current technology, to get the amount of thorium that has the energy for a whole lifetime of a human being, all the energy, including bringing the goods that were shipped across the ocean, if you could get that out of that energy by burning it in a nuclear reactor, $100. Now, obviously, the plant itself is not going to be $100 a year, but even if it costs $100 million a year for a city, that's going to be a few $100s a year of all the energy they need for all the shipping, their driving, and their heating their house and everything else. So there's a lot of room for the money to work out here, right? With energy that cheap, you can distill drinking water even, right? And it'll be cheaper than it's as cheap as pumping it out of the ground was in the past. But pumping it out of the ground will also become cheaper because those pumps will run on this cheap energy.
Okay,
So,
but
right. So I'm saying that's why it's going to be
circles
cheap.
back around to the infrastructure problem and having to reconfigure the infrastructure.
We
So
don't have to reconfigure. We already have an electric infrastructure. That is, I don't understand why.
Wait a
people say
minute. You
that.
just said
Uh,
thorium. We don't have
Thorium
thorium
produces
plants all over the
electricity.
fucking place. We don't have
Oh
any
yeah,
of
well
them.
you build the new plants that I'm proposing.
Right, that's what I'm talking.
So we would
And
build.
that puts onto the existing electrical grid, right? So,
Okay, so we would build thorium plants for the most part.
well, I
Thorium
think
plants of
yeah.
the type that you're talking about have never been proven in a commercial environment.
and not in a commercial environment, but the science is pretty obviously.
Well, the proof of concept. Okay, I'll give you that. They've gotten that far with it.
Yeah.
But proof of concept isn't jack shit in terms of getting energy to people.
Well, this is one of these things where I do believe in promoting it, and I'm gonna want to talk more about it. I've been trying to think, how can I help? And the YouTube channels on this have been influential, partially because it wasn't just a YouTube channel, but it was a guy that went out and talked to all the old scientists at Oak Ridge and stuff. And I think that it can be promoted, and I certainly do hope. And this is a case of one that, this should happen. And the math is obvious. I always thought as a kid, why did nuclear energy not work out? And then I believed, well, because it can't be done cleanly. And then lo and behold, of course it can be done cleanly. So I think it is just a matter of time till we turn to that.
No, you still
Um,
have waste.
Well, yes and no. I mean, first of all, the waste we've been talking about in the past is 10,000 years it has to be held. This waste would have to be held 300 years.
Right, but it's still
And
waste.
No, not the stuff that you send out to do medical tests with is not waste. That stuff is useful, those kinds of short half-life radioactive materials. But
Well,
it
you're being
is waste.
apologetic now. There's still waste
No.
that you have to contend with.
Yes.
There's still waste.
There's
still
always something
potential
you will call waste
for
until
proliferation.
you figure out how to use it, but it's not fair in the sense we have to do comparisons. And coal ash is radioactive.
Okay, less waste potentially
than coal. It's less waste than gasoline.
Of course.
Okay. Yeah, and I think the waste will prove to be all of it useful. Radioactive materials is useful. So,
Well, perhaps.
generally speaking.
Perhaps it could all be used in a beneficial way. I'm not convinced of that. I'm skeptical of that, Clary.
Now, unlike waiting for the country to become liberal over time, for example, this is one I really want to work for. I really would like to see us do this. I'd like it to happen, have electric cars. In my lifetime, I'd like them to finish electric self-driving cars. I want an electric self-driving RV, and I want to power it a penny a mile or less on. And there's no other energy that could do that except for nuclear energy. And frankly, I was about
disagree.
ready.
You could do that with solar potentially.
There's not enough of it.
What do you mean there's not enough of it?
Well, there's just not enough solar energy with the quality of these panels to do it all alone. It can help.
Energy isn't that there's not enough of it.
Well, I mean, with the technology of how efficiently we can get them down, and if you have panels that are going to pay for themselves in 20 or 30 years, are they going to last 20 or 30 years?
Now you're talking about what I was saying before. It's about costs.
It is. It's all about costs, and I'm saying the numbers with the good thing about solar is it has proved itself. And like I was living in Hawaii where no, it pays for itself. You power your house with your everything, your whole house better than the generator. You know what I mean? It works. And I think it's proved itself, so it's got that advantage, and we need to use it because I'm still an all of the above person, but this is my version of the you got to get over the hill kind of thing. You need this superpower, strong ability, and a nuclear reactor is about the only thing I can imagine that's neutral in these ways. It's neutral, and the waste can be handled, and that could power that puts out
Where do you get
megawatts and
Do
megawatts.
you just get the salt water? How is the salt water implemented?
There's no salt water. It's a salt in the general sense of I think a salt is when you have an acid and a base react, the powders and stuff that comes out of that, those are salts. So they're really badass salts that you can dissolve metal in. Right.
So so I'm not.
You're not following?
Well, I'm not as informed as Piro on this, so I'm just.
Well, there's simple things about how it works, and you could look up details on what it really works. But what I'm
saying is, where does the liquid come from? How do you derive the liquid that drives?
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah, and that's going to be very industrial and toxic. I mean, it is toxic in that sense. I don't know. They're pretty serious chemicals involved. So however you get them, I don't know. But you do have to create those with chemical purification and a chemical plant kind of thing. Then if you heat it up to the right temperature and they're still working, they want this fluoride salt. So they've answered all those questions, but that part's above my head. And then when it's hot enough, you can melt radioactive metals in it. So you melt all the fuel so it's in there and you have just enough, and you keep salting the fuel with radioactive material, and it is burnt at the high temperature basically. Is that what you were getting at? The fact that there's probably, when we're talking about toxic stuff, one I haven't taken care of and I don't know, is that would probably be pretty toxic, is preparing these fuels, the liquid salt part.
Well, I can see it as being a potential issue. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if they get spent up or whatever. I do know one of the problems they have technically with these things is cleaning the fluid, because as you burn the stuff, you get those radioactive waste, and you have to clean that out of the salts, right? It doesn't come out on its own. You got to centrifuge it or make a chemical reaction. You know, you got to do your chemistry lab stuff, and that's difficult because it's still a radioactive liquid. So that's tricky, and and actually a big problem, and probably what'll be of the expensive part. So I don't know if you lose salts. That's a good thing. I'll try to look that up because I think that's true. That could be a big problem, right? The strip mining for thorium could be a big problem, except for we're already got probably more thorium than we need for thousands of years because, you know, the sludge that they throw away when they're getting the lithium and the other rare earth metals for our earbuds and shit has a lot of thorium in it. So, you know,
and
but
you still have to have the uranium to start the process, correct?
well, no, you could do it with the gamma laser too, but yeah, you need to get that first neutron.
It's going to be
kinda
done
thing
with
going.
uranium, though.
Well, I'll tell you one of the worst.
If we started a thorium nuclear
Yeah.
plant today, it's going to be uranium.
Let me tell you, you don't want a thorium nuclear plant. This idea that everybody else is going with is the way they've got to start it is burn up all our radioactive waste. So it's really the liquid part. You know, these liquid fluoride salt reactors, they can burn plutonium and uranium too. You just mix in a different amount. So they should burn up all the waste first, right? Yeah. So it's really the liquid part is a safety feature,
how's
and then
that
the
gonna work?
thorium.
How are you going to get the waste out of the storage facilities?
Most of the waste is dude. Most of the waste they've never been able to approve storage facilities, and most of the waste is in pools at the reactors building up.
Well,
It's a
how are
big
you going to get it from
catastrophe.
point A to point B?
Well, the same way they were going to move it to Yucca Mountain. Federal government oversees the motion of that.
That's going to be extremely expensive. That's why it's still sitting where it is.
Why would it be really expensive? You got to close down the freeways and stuff. I mean, just for safety. Well, it's not a hard thing.
That's not expensive.
It's not a hard thing to move radioactive material. You just have to have lead case stuff.
That's a very hard thing to do. What do you mean? That's a very complicated process.
Well, instead of
an enormous amount of oversight.
A bunch of metal rods, and it's going to cost you $20,000 to ship it cross country on a truck. Rent a truck, the driver's a safety driver, front point. Instead, when it's radioactive, it might cost you $20 million. So it's not like they don't know how to do it safely.
I'm just saying that's a very expensive process you're talking.
What I was going to say is a bigger problem is with thorium
being worth it for an
Here, I'm going to give you some. Let me give you some ammo. See if you take it or if you don't like it. One of the problems of thorium, other than we might have 1,000 years of burning our waste and stuff, is it's rare earth means you strip mine for it. It's basically you could make an underground mine, but you get a little tiny 1/10 of a gram in a cubic foot of dirt or whatever. So basically, you have to mulch through a lot of dirt to get what you need, and you know that's probably something we'll have to watch out for, right? Because that's why we haven't been getting the lithium ourselves, because you have to strip mine for it, or not. You don't have to, but it's the cheap way. It's the most economical way because you basically want to eat up a lot of dirt. And that's why we were letting the Chinese do it. So that'd be a problem. Though seriously, it might not be a problem. I read one report, which should be taken with a grain of salt, I guess, but from this Kirk Sorensen guy that's hooked up those, so they're physicists, they usually have good numbers, that said there was enough thorium for 1,000 years of powering the United States that was refined from the Manhattan Project and is currently being stored. So, it might be a while before we had to mine for it. But who knows? If we had cheap energy, we might find that we want 100 times more than now, right? Right? We'd just be using it like crazy. If it got to be that energy was so cheap that, your energy bill for your house was 20 cents a month, we would fucking do so much shit that wastes energy. We would go to the next level.
Well, that's the...
that's a problem too, potentially, right?
There's a name for that. What is it? Starts with a J, paradox.
Oh, no, I don't know. In general or about power?
Well, the more you make, I guess that's the efficiency paradox thing. The more you make something more efficient, the more you use it.
Especially energy. Yeah, especially
the cheaper something is, the more.
And then that goes back to our cultural problem, is that we aren't being careful with the earth, and we are maybe not the safest people to be given a lot of energy yet until we get more careful with the earth. Because one thing you can do with the energy is those bulldozers and stuff we were talking about, knocking down trees even faster. You know, so there is negatives, but I ascribe those negatives to like society, and I wouldn't blame the technology, but the technology definitely doesn't help us out of our hole, which is really a moral and ethical hole. And I feel like you and us, we're fairly enlightened. I do believe it's fair to claim that, and yet we're really primitive, I think, compared to the people that are going to come. They'll look at us and go, "We were like Trump somehow." You know, I mean, probably, because I feel pretty.
Well, I
caved
just
in.
think you're touching on the, the problem of our economic structure, which is that.
Well, what kind of system do you want then with the economic reform that is a
It has to
realistic
be a
one?
steady state. I mean, we have to get to a steady state somehow. I don't know how, but
well, you were leaning towards regulation. Do you think the government could define how organizations work, or maybe review them, or maybe something as simple as like, if you're a corporation's a person, then it goes to jail like a person? Is there something that the government can do that you've thought of that might work?
no, not at all.
It's
I
hard.
don't think.
It's a hard problem.
Yeah, I think that systematically it has to be that way, and then the government sort of tweaks things here and there, but systematically it has to change from this paradigm of you have to just keep growing the economy, keep growing the economy, keep growing the economy. You just can't keep doing that.
You know, well, this has always been a thing of mine that, yeah, you need to design for a steady state economy, and we don't have a system, and it's surprisingly hard to think of one. It's hard to design, even as a gamer in a sci-fi story for yourself, the steady state economy, because it really has been a pyramid scheme off of having more kids all the time.
Right.
Too. The growth is not just the economic growth; it's we need the more people. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to always have more people getting into the whole system to make it work.
But see, this is what I say too: is we got to solve that. But then I say, hey, but that's why we should welcome immigrants, because right now that is the system we have, and we can have our population go up with immigrants, and then it's like, oh, you're part of the system that wants to exploit them. And I'm going, well, it's just for right now, man. It's just for right now. This is the system we got. Let's run the system we got right now so it works.
It's manifesting, yes, and this is happening in the European countries. Yeah.
I like to think about sci-fi. I like writing sci-fi and stuff, and I use it to think things through. I've done a bunch of it. Like, what if government was illegal? And I've been able to think of some really backflippy things and get an idea in my head of, oh, maybe it'd be something like that. And this one is really hard. With the robots, I've only got the seed of an idea that maybe you own a robot. When you're born, you get a robot, and when it works building cars, you get some of the money. Or maybe the robots are owned by the state and you just get a piece of what they make. Maybe you get a share of the dollars that it's hard. I can't fathom how.
Well, when I was a little kid, I imagined that eventually the robots would be doing everything, and they would just be our slaves, and that's how it would be. And I didn't think of it any further than that. But
no, me too. Yeah, no, me too. It was really a few years ago when it started to get real that this might happen, and now we're on the verge of this truck thing, which is the last thing. I would have thought you had a super Roomba that did dusting before you had it didn't occur to me there either, even though I've known we'd have driving cars for years. It just never occurred to me as a labor kind of thing. But anyway, now we're actually facing it in the face, and there's not even a movie, a sci-fi movie that gives us, you know what I mean? Like, there's usually a sci-fi movie that gives some crazy idea of it. It's like, no, we have movies where robots take care of everything, and somehow that works out. No, we don't know how they get a paycheck. How do they do it without a paycheck? Somebody think of a system that works without paychecks. I did a video a while back on it's my favorite video that I've done, but it's probably the least watched of all the videos I've done. It was called The Trekian Basis, and it was about the Star Trek based economy that comes up a few times within the series. Okay. Yeah, you'd mentioned this before, I think. So what is that? What is it?
Well, it's where the economy is based on people just bettering themselves, and you just want your personal self to be a better person. And so you gain knowledge about things, you want to do things, you develop, an appreciation for some sort of
Like everybody be paid for going to school and getting good grades?
well, no,
Maybe.
you don't get paid. That's the
You
whole
don't need to
thing.
get paid.
Yeah, you don't get
Is
paid.
everybody equally rich?
Yes, essentially. Well, from their standpoint, because they're essentially they're being active in the entire economy in the way that they personally want to be. So, from your perspective, it would be just the ideal because everyone's
I'm
doing.
gonna have to look this shit up on a wiki or something too, because this sounds like what I'm saying. So maybe there is a sci-fi idea that's been
Well,
developed.
yeah, but it's so
gives you
vague that there's nothing really to latch on to. It's just they're saying that you bet the whole betterment of the self is what drives the economy.
One thing I have figured out what I think is that, like, basically, this is a negative thing about this is that people will probably become just big shitheads, right? Like everybody's you think people all want to be a rock star now. Everybody's going to be a shitty artist, right?
Well, yeah,
Everybody's going to be a
that's
shitty
part of
artist.
the problem. And
There'll be a few people that want to be engineers, and they'll probably be great engineers, and that'll be fun, but it'll be like, we'll be working for all these shitty artists, basically, to make their life
Right.
better. It'll be, what a weird economy.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I was in the video that I was talking about. I was saying I just don't really see how it could work. Someone please explain to me how this could work. And no one ever did, because no one watched the video. But
Well, but I like the little seed of it because what I've been thinking is, I think it's important. Nietzsche calls it this pathos of distance. I believe in a minimum income and stuff, but also people have humbler needs, and I don't work as hard as a doctor, and I'd actually like enough free time that it's economical for me to change my own tire. That's fine, but I don't want my doctor, my brain surgeon, to have to change his own tire on the way to my surgery. So it's like so how do you distribute stuff differently? I think some people, we want to motivate them to work hard and they should get rewarded a certain way. We don't have to go below minimum, but that's a really hard part of this because
I think we're talking about something.
How does the guy that learns more get rewarded more? But maybe the reward of being a college professor is reward in itself, and he doesn't need.
That's the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the whole idea behind the Trekkian impetus is.
Yeah.
That,
so people would actually be working to be a scientist because they were so fascinated, they were glad to have the chance to do it. And
you just want to be the best scientist you can be. It doesn't have anything to do with
then if you're not into that, then the pressures double on you to at least be a decent person.
Well, the structure allows you to do this, whatever pursuit you want to do, because everything's already taken care of. There's no need for, you're not battling for, like in the current state, we're essentially battling for resources. That's the whole entire global structure. We're all, that's why the United States is considered the imperial force, and along with the UK, and that's why all this happening is battle of resources, control over the planet. Whereas in the Trekkian aspect, there's no need for that. Everything is already taken care of through technology.
It's funny because it's not really a robotic technology because, right, I've only mostly watched the first thing and I know a little bit. I watched the second one when it was new and stuff. But Data is unique, right? It's not like there's androids everywhere doing everything, but they don't need it because they have stuff that makes even robots unimportant, right? They just 3D printers or whatever is basically what they have instead of robots. Yeah. So it's an interesting idea.
What happens once all
I think it'll be both. We're going to have 3D robots is what's really going to happen.
What happens once material needs are completely met? And you can do that feasibly, without too much trouble, without some kind of...
We need to get ready for this is the thing, and the people that run society now, they do want to be at the top of an echelon. and crush people. And if they're the ones that get to invent and own the first generation of these robots, they might just crush us first. You know, and we don't get the utopia part because they take the time when robots are expensive.
Well, they
to
won't
make-
need the
to make-
masses anymore.
Like, people are worried that AI might cause, you know, the whole Terminator kind of thing, Skynet.
Right.
No,
right.
it's human beings are going to make those war robots. They'll program them to kill the other human beings. That's how that would happen.
Well, I think that
And
could
then
be
those
a
robots, yeah, might
chronological
turn on
thing,
their
which
creators.
happens first.
So,
I think that's chronological. Which comes first? Is it going to be, you know, there's total, you know, artificial intelligence control, and we're just completely dependent upon it before automation, you know, all the material needs could be possibly met. Automation has met all these needs, and the population numbers become a problem, and the people that are in control start to say, well, why don't we just dwindle the population, and then we can have a better world.
I mean, are we on the same page about population where, you know, basically it's leveling off, right? The whole population crisis.
No,
Luckily,
I don't
it's been
think you and
averted.
I are on the same page on that at all.
Right, yeah, I sense that in that thing. Yeah, no, see, because that's a part of my thing is that we've already had the population thing is leveling off. And we know that if people are, women are educated and,
You're saying it's
certain
leveling
things-
off, but no, it's really not.
well,
That's
it's a lot
just a
less
fact.
than it used to be. The per person child rate is down in the 2s. It used to be up in 6.
But it would
in my
have to
lifetime.
be that. It would have to be that way for it to not just be completely out of control, crazy. Well, because of
steady at
exponential
around
growth,
2.2
right?
or
So
2.3, it depends on your infant mortality rate. But
if you look at the projections have it reaching 14 billion.
yeah, and leveling
That's
off.
that's a doubling of the population now.
Yeah, but there's room for that. There's not room for 100.
Why do you think we're already at each other's throats? Are you insane?
That's not because we've run out of space. It's because we're
It's not space.
violent
What do you mean
assholes.
space? It's not about space.
What resource do we run out of if there's 14 million people using sustainable
Water,
technologies?
Food. We already can't feed
only-
everyone.
You think we've used over half of the arable land for growing food on? Because we haven't. There's
Well,
tons
I
of
think
land
in
left.
the face of, well, I'll just say, I think in the face of climate change, that's not something we want to pursue.
Why? The climate change is going to cost us a few cities along coastlines and a few feet of shoreline. It's not going to
Yeah,
remove.
and I also think
It's
you're
not going to
way
remove
too,
trillions of acres.
you're way too dismissive of climate change.
No, I'm totally accepting
the
we're having
disruption
climate
to
change.
the disruption to our
No, it's quite obvious what the disruption is, right? The problem is that we can't move to the new or farms to the new lands. It's not like the farmable land is expected to go away. It's just going to move where it is, and we don't have an economy
but it's going to
that'll
move. So
move the farmers
when you say move, what do you mean? Like in
over the next
2000
100 years.
in
well, like, you can't
2020,
farm-
it's going to be in one place, and then
Well,
in
they say, for
2050
example, you can't really farm in Syria anymore, right?
Well, that's
You've heard
too
that
damn
that's one of the
quick to
reasons.
be moving arable land to be able to deal with economically.
Well,
just
it's only
not
too
gonna happen.
quick because people won't do it. It's not too quick. You could
No, it's
easily
too
have
quick because
relocated.
it costs too
When the
much.
Syrian farmers lost their land internationally, if there was a will, we could have moved them to land that's not being used and let them have farms there. The problem is we hate immigrants and stuff like that. That's the problem. People's attitudes. It's not a hard engineering problem.
When you're
It's
talking about huge,
moving New York inland, New York City
Gigantic- gigantic square footage, we're talking about on the face of the globe, that's going to change.
I'm gonna say it's more
Well,
than
like
us
you're gonna
just
lose
hating
Florida.
immigrants. Yeah, it's more than us just hating immigrants. There are other reasons why we don't do that type of stuff.
What?
No, well, he's saying it's like that in the sense that we could just move. But yeah,
There's
it's
no will
not
to
that
do
simple.
it.
It
It could be that simple. There's no will to do it, right? It's not hard to move a bunch of poor farmers to a new
But
land
you
and say,
can't-
"Hey,
but
farm
you can't
here."
just say, "Oh my God," you can't. You're ignoring It's the same principle as trying to move a population of people from one city to another.
Which is difficult because why? Because our
Because
economy
it
does
costs a shitload of money.
not. No, that's not
No?
why.
What do you mean, no?
Fuck it.
We're spending more
So
money on this
if
war.
Miami
We are
if
spending more
Miami
money.
overtaken, which it will.
We have
You're saying
more
that's
money
not going to
giving
cost a
guns.
shitload of
We've
money
been-
to move all those people?
We have spent more money on guns given to rebels in Syria than it would take to fly the farmers from Syria over to empty parts of Montana and have them farm there if they wanted to.
What?
It's not more expensive to fly people across the world. Only costs about $1,000,
I just see
right?
that.
And they don't have to
even
bring
if
their
that were
equipment.
Uh,
Even if what you were just saying is true, you're making
then
you're making
farming-
a comparative cost. I'm talking about actual cost, not comparative cost.
It's always comparative. You spend the money there or you
What do you
spend it
mean?
somewhere else.
So we're just gonna not spend. Okay,
Are we not spending money
let's
now on the
not spend
crisis?
any more money on anything.
Are
and
we spending money on the
spend
crisis
money
already?
on- yes, okay, but that's not realistic.
Well, I agree it's not realistic. I'm saying it's not realistic because people have a bad attitude about doing things
Oh
like
my
that, and they're
God.
scared of having people
But it's
come and
going
do
to
that.
affect the reason why it's not realistic
people
is because
already
it
own
affects
that
the
property.
economy. That's why it's not realistic. You're just spending money on moving people. That's not doing anything for the economy.
Dude,
Then you
you're
have
spending-
to. It's not just moving people. It's new
No.
infrastructure.
Look, you
It's-
lost the thread. You're spending money so that the world food production doesn't drop and there's mass starvation.
no, it's
because
that.
global
It's
warming-
that,
global
and the
warming-
actual.
okay.
Global warming's going to destroy some farmland. You better create new farms,
It's
one
not
way or
just
another.
that it's going to destroy
One way or
farmland,
another,
it's
you
also
need to
gonna
create-
destroy land that we actually live
Look,
on.
if we do
where
it the
we have
capitalist way,
systematic. We have
if we do it the capitalist way, it'll be very painful, but it'll work itself out in that, guess what? The land that can still be farmed, the new land that now can be farmed or still be farmed, that's where they'll move the farms to. It'll be the hard way with a lot of poverty and starvation if we don't do it intelligently, but that is what will happen. It's not, oh, it costs too much. No, you have to go to where you can have farms, and that's the only place you can farm, no matter what you want. If it's too expensive, what are you going to do? Not have farms? No, you're going to move
that's
the
not what I'm
farms to that-
saying. I'm saying you're
So it
being
could be
dismissive
Syrian.
of the issue.
So it's going to be American farmers farming new land in America, but it could be Syrians. It could be anybody.
Okay,
It may
wait,
not be America.
okay, wait, hold on. How is he?
Well, America's going to be
Wait,
fine.
guys,
because
let's clear some shit up. How is
some
he being
countries are going to be
dismissed?
fucked up. We are still going to have a very useful, valuable country after global warming. Some countries will just turn into deserts because they're not big enough. Our deserts are just going to move around a little
We
bit.
don't know
Okay,
what's going to
okay,
happen.
wait, hold on.
Well,
Let's
do a
clear
little bit.
let's clear one issue up first. How is he being dismissive of the issue? I'm not disagreeing with you or agreeing with you. I'm just saying let's clear things
I
up.
think we can handle it, I guess.
Yeah, like
Because I'm saying that it's going to be costly to move people inland. It's going to be costly, extremely costly, to have to move our agricultural systems.
But I told you what I want to do is focus our warlike mentality if things have to be done.
Oh,
and
I
focus
agree
it on
with
this
that.
shit.
I agree that.
And if we spend our trillions on this, we would get a payout from it.
I agree that
when
we
we
should.
spend
But that
blowing
has to
things
be a
up, we don't
global
really.
thing. We all focus on climate change, and we put all our efforts towards that, like a war. Yes, I agree with that sentiment.
okay, so
Yeah, that would work. And the problem is, it's just like everything else. I mean, we could blow ourselves up or kill ourselves or have a civil war or race riots finally in America before we did that. And that is a real danger. And I'm not dismissive of that danger. I'm dismissive that it's inevitable because of global
Well, we're-
warming.
we're
In
on
fact,
this-
if we
we're on the
refocused on
subject
global warming
because of-
mitigation,
We're on the subject because we're talking about the systems that are producing the problems.
yeah. But the thing is, I like the way you always question the practicality and what about the toxic waste you didn't think about. And then like tonight, you actually reminded me of a toxic waste involved with my thorium idea, my liquid salt thing that I hadn't thought about. So that's good. but also it's difficult, right? Because like you also admit, it's hard to think of the solutions even in the face of the problems being obvious, right? So, you know, what can I say? I mean, I do try to keep going, but I agree there's a big, I don't even know what percentage to put on it as far as whether we'll blow each other up. Like, I do believe there's a robot utopia that has a kind of inevitability that isn't inevitable, because it's also possible that they'll build these military robots, and instead of a robot utopia, the next Iraq war, it'll be all robots killing foreigners, and I don't think that's going to turn out well for us. You know, people are not going to love that. If you're an imperialist country that sends robots to kill real people, that is not going to be a pretty future, and that's kind of looks more likely than we all have robot servants, right? One's going to happen before the other. So, yeah, that's my pessimistic side, but what do you do but fight against it? I mean, I know it's possible not to live that way. I really believe that's the part I know. It is possible not to live that way, and I could blame people more than technology. If we get the technology at the wrong time, though, the people will have the power to fuck it up even worse, right?
Well, yeah,
So,
you can't disconnect the power structures, that is people that are creating the technological situation. So yes, of course. But at some point, maybe the AI doomsayers are correct, and they'll disconnect from the betterment of society from a human aspect, and they'll look at it from a more efficient aspect for them.
yeah. Well, that's the interesting thing. That's where I'm the old bah humbug guy. I don't think that the computers are going to do anything that they weren't directly told and programmed.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, you have a different view of artificial intelligence.
Yeah. And I admit, though, that also it could happen, because if they're programmed to do machine learning in this area, and then there's laws that we have to go get the college degree the machine told us to get, but see, that would be humans putting us in that situation, right, is the way I see it. But
Well, yeah, I mean, it would set the table.
we could already use robots and it'd be better. Like, for example, I wouldn't consider it artificial intelligence per se, but like the algorithms that do district partitioning, much better than letting the human, you know, the Congress people decide and gerrymander everything, right? So we already could have computers making some decisions for us. And I would be for that.
I just think that's inevitable. I think that's inevitable.
Yeah, no, and I'd be for it. But on the philosophy,
if you did come up with like this awesome artificial intelligence, it would be almost criminal not to use it in that way. In a way that would come up with, how do we use? You know, if you just came up with this ideal artificial intelligence that we're all thinking about, at least, I mean, it would be almost criminal not to say, how do we deal with our energy crisis? How do we deal with our food crisis? How do we deal with all these political problems? You know, and for it to spit out some sort of answer that.
I mean, politics, I would say, are probably vastly more complicated than dealing with the food crisis, honestly. Because you're dealing with, like, people and just all of these various factors that go into that. And sometimes it's not always people being assholes when it comes to a conflict. Sometimes it's also regional issues that are part of that.
Well, the food crisis, I think, is intertwined with politics.
I mean, I would say...
I don't know how you separate the two.
I mean, I would on some level, you could probably separate a way of how to, like, more effectively... like deploy, I guess is the only way I can say it, like maybe effectively like produce the amount of food that's necessary for something, or distribute it to an area more effectively. That's what I mean, stuff like that. Like effective.
Well, yeah, you could technically we can do that right now, technically come up with the way of making it work, but politics is what gets in the way.
I'm not saying that politics don't. I'm just saying that politics are also incredibly difficult as well. And in some ways, distributing like food and management and shit like that isn't not every instance of that is intertwined with politics.
Well, I think we can safely say that the system that we have right now worldwide is not working. It doesn't work. If we have any reasonable definition of what working is, the system that we have is nowhere near close to working. And yes, we have to change that through political means.
Yeah,
I don't see any other way to do it.
politically speaking, yeah, you have to. But I would agree with that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm actually optimistic in the sense that, you know, I've wanted a lot of things, and I've been for the Bernie types and Bernie himself for years and years, and and I've liked a lot of these third-party candidates and stuff. Not all of them, but some of them you're hoping they'll. And, I think we're really close to some people that have good ideas, but they're not just head in the stars, flim flam man selling, transcendental meditation with its positive and its negative and its dogma. Bernie actually knows some things that work and what doesn't work. We've tried things, and we've got, so there's some ideas that just haven't been tried that are more liberal and do work. And I think we're on the threshold of getting it. It's kind of funny because demographically, this is one of the last elections that looks like Republicans were going to have to reinvent themselves. Remember, after Romney, even they said, look, we have to reinvent ourselves. We will not keep winning with the Southern strategy. We have to pivot. And that's why we thought we were going to get a Rubio, for example. But they're at the end of their line with now conservatism isn't over, but they're going to have to reinvent the brand and go, okay, we like other races and various things to get up with modern times.
That's the optimistic view.
So what's your view then, Infinity?
I mean, I think they'll come up with something.
Well, you might be right. I'm not saying you're wrong, but the pessimistic view is that and I think I've heard you express this, Piero. I mean, they might go even more Trumpism and just double down and get even worse. So
but they're running out of the people for that. That's the thing. I'm surprised they're this close. So I'm not saying I'm not wrong.
Cause problems in going forward politically.
Well, when the star collapses, it gets hotter and hotter. So as it dies, it gets really hot, and then it explodes. If it's big enough, it'll make a supernova and destroy everything around it. So that's kind of a metaphor for where we're dealing with.
Well, I hope you're right about that.
White guys feel more.
You hope we have a supernova that blows up everything?
Well,
that's some dark shit, Infinity.
Yeah. And I think it works. Think about it, because like a lot of these guys are feeling threatened. Even my liberal friend, that likes guns, he thinks, of course, she's trying to take our guns away. They're feeling threatened. And it's getting more and more concentrated. They're feeling more and more cornered. And that's why it really can become gun violence, because, even this time, I'm kind of thinking I would not be surprised, at least, if we don't see some gun violence, somebody blowing up a federal building, after Hillary wins.
Well, we have.
Because that's the sun blowing up. And if there's enough of those guys, there's certainly enough guns that what if we had something like that break out and there's 40,000 people dead the next day? That would be like, that would be terrible.
Yeah.
So it's not beyond happening. If there's 5,000 people that decide to take their assault rifles out all at once, it could happen. On the other hand, it's nothing to be paranoid about. I don't think it would be millions. I don't think we would have a sustained civil war breakout. But if that did happen, then yeah, millions are on the table.
Well, I've got a vamoose here.
Yeah, me too. I was just thinking because it's midnight and I'm still not working, but I'm really close to a lot of things. So I want to be up as if I'm working in Monday morning and everything. So thanks for coming, you guys.
Yeah, and good luck with your job search.
Good luck.
Yeah, I have a bunch that are all ready, but some I did the test and they haven't gotten back to me, which could be a good thing, but it's also kind of fucked. If you have to take a test, I'd like the answer to the test right away. If you want to say we have to wait on a job, but don't even not tell me whether you think the test was okay, so that pisses me off. but also one is here in the state, and it would be right up my alley. And so, wish me luck on that.
All right. Good luck.
All right, talk
Jeff.
to you guys
Yep,
later.
All
Good
right.
luck in all your endeavors as well. And we'll see you later. And hopefully we are not depressed. We should definitely come on by next week because we're for sure going to have something to talk about. I'd like
Yeah.
to gather.
Hopefully,
gather.
we'll be in a good
Yeah, it'll
state
be
of
like,
mind.
wow, you called that 40,000 dead, didn't you?
All right.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Yeah.